I'm Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy. I'm a good boy. There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I understand. Fraud is bad.
We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism.
I think the reality is that for centuries we've really treated property as an individualized good and not a collective good, and we are going to transitioning to treating it as a collective good and towards a model of shared equity will require that we think about it differently, and it will mean that families, especially white families, but some POC families who are homeowners as well, are going to have a different relationship to property than the one that we currently have.
Quiet.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out.
Nikki Jam, do you know Nikki? She's hot. Where is Nikki? Where is Nikki?
My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney, Casper Keynes.
White people shouldn't joke about genetic superiority. Like, that was kind of like the criticism, broadly speaking. And since you are talking about this, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I have an issue that I want to speak about, people will hear.
How many genders are there?
I feel like there's two, because like transgender.
Stop.
Say that on camera. Yeah, but I feel like you either switch from a boy to a girl.
No,
like
stop.
Back and forth.
Stop. I feel like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to be, it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, but I feel like they switch back and forth. Like,
yeah, but like, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's like, you can be anything you want to be. It doesn't matter. Come on, stop.
All right, I'm sorry.
Hi, Barb. Hi, Lauren. You are a Luigi supporter.
I am. I have my little pin here.
Okay. Explain to me, and we have wrapped up the suppression hearings. The judge said we're going to have a decision on May 18th. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, after Tuesday, a little less discouraged, just because the statements were thrown out that were illegally filmed, because Pennsylvania is a two-party state versus the one-party consent law state that New York is. So that, I mean, I feel like was pretty foolish, or knowingly of the prosecution kind of breaking the law. That makes me feel a little bit better.
So they're always coming up with, no, it's not the
eunuchs.
No, it's not
concubines.
No, it's not
Mongolians.
It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all.
Eunuchs.
Running society.
Concubines.
Need to shut the fuck up.
Mongolians.
Need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise.
Under the mandate of heaven.
It's literally that simple.
Oh, shit. You're not the only boomer today. Dude, breathe right strips. Let's go. Anybody else a believer in the breathe right strips? I wasn't. What's good? Dolphin lives matter, brother. Dolphin lives matter. True. Big true. Big true, boys. Dolphin lives matter. Dudes looks maxing off camera. Are breathe right strips a way of looks maxing? I think I'm just old and my nose is fucked up from having it broken a bunch of times. Helps me breathe and sleep better. How's the snowstorm in Virginia? I mean, the roads are starting to clear up a little bit. Is that like, are nasal strips really a thing? Like a part of looks maxing? Like, what is going on? I need to know. I need to know from the fucking weirdos. Is that like a part of looks maxing? Okay, yeah, but like Ohio always gets a lot of snow. You know what I mean? Bone mashes? God damn, dude. Dude, why are dudes just turning into like gay men to try and get women? Like, it's not gonna work. Like, it's like Zulu's video where you know, where he talk, you know, in the Celebritarian video, I can't remember the name of the title, where he talks about the African tribe that builds a runway just kind of thinking planes will come. It's kind of the same thing when you have dudes like getting surgery and like wearing delt pads and wearing makeup. Like, they're mimicking women and other successful men to try and like copy what's going on, when in reality, you're not a man. You're not going to get any shit. The cargo cults, yeah. Minnesota got no snow, just blistering cold, not fun. Yeah. We'll get settled in. I'll drag you in. It's fun. I'll hop in. What? Mika. Psst. Fucking cat. How was your night, boys? I know I was just here yesterday night. Did y'all do anything fun today? Any good work things other than getting snowed on? Getting dumped on snow for half the East Coast? No, Minnesota, no snow, but plenty of ice. But yo, that latest shooting is rough. I got a bunch of different random ass energy drinks because I went to the grocery store and they were sold out of like half the shit there. This one sucks, but we'll see if it peps me up. Good thing they had body cams. Oh, that's funny. We have a lot of snow in Germany as well, actually, at the moment. Yeah, dude, Germany's interesting because, like, I love to make fun of the UK because they're falling, but like, bro, are you even safe to be in this channel in Germany without going to prison? Like, I know one guy in Germany got jail time, you know, like minimal jail time. He got processed, you know, as he's gonna be sued or whatever. Yeah, like make sure you're on a VPN or, you know, maybe like Purple, like a Tor browser or something. Like I know one guy tweeted something about that all politicians are technically parasites because they live off of the taxpayers' dollars. And like that guy went to jail. And like I started looking into AFD because I was like, I want to know more about what's going on with AFD, right? Like these guys, like I hear that they're like horrible Nazis and shit. And then like the first thing I find when trying to look up AFD is like the leader of AFD is a fucking is a lesbian married to like an Indian Pakistani woman. And like that just like any like these are white supremacist Nazis. And I was like, the leader of the white supremacists is a lesbian married to a brown lady? Something's not adding up here. Like this sounds like bullshit I've ever heard. Right? Like I was like, I can't imagine. You know, like, I mean, memes aside of like never ask a white supremacist the race of their girlfriend, right? But, you know, she's a lesbian fucking, like a miscegenation lesbian. Like, wasn't like the whole Michelin fucking like mixed breed banned by Nazis like a whole big part of the thing? I was like, man, that's crazy. Big H man is rolling in his grave. Should make a generator for free electricity. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, you had climate protesters destroy an energy facility because it's burning coal, But the only reason Germany is burning coal is because they got rid of their nuclear power plants to appease the death cultist environmentalists. And now they need coal to be able to heat their homes in the winter. So they blew up a coal factory. And the government came in and said, fuck evacuating the elderly and the people in medical need. We're going to evacuate the migrants first. Like, dude, Germany is just like it feels like a young teen dystopian novel. Doesn't even feel like a real fucking country at this point. Can't say certain things. This gets you in trouble if you aren't prepared. Though if you avoid insults, you can get away quite easily for the most part. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, dude, I just hope you're using a Tor browser. I hope that your YouTube account is connected to a fake like Gmail that you got with a VPN. Right? Like get a VPN, connect your Gmail or whatever, like create a new Gmail account with that VPN, and then log into that and make sure you're you're using a VPN as well in like a Tor browser, and you'll be fine. You might get some lag on my stream because you're doing because you're going through that but you should be fine. Solar and wind is so unreliable that they have to use coal for backup generators. There's a reason fossil fuel companies are some of the biggest lobbyists for green energy. Yeah, I mean, solar's starting to get pretty good, to be fair. Right? Like, I hate the death cultist green energy people, but solar is starting to get fairly efficient. Wind sucks. Wind is trash, and it's like harmful for the environment. It breaks down all the time. But like they're getting pretty good with solar. And there's like some really cool, like almost solar punky shit you can do with solar. Like, solar creates shade, so you can install solar panels in really arid climates. And then you can seed the land where the solar powers are, and then it'll grow the fuck out of grass. And then you can bring in like animals for grazing. And like you can actually take like land that couldn't support farms or couldn't support cattle, and then turn it into viable land for cattle because the solar panels create a fuck ton of shade and then just a little bit of water and it's good to go. And you can actually kind of revitalize the land in areas as like an after effect of the solar panels. It's actually kind of cool. Like solar's not as bad as it used to be. Like we definitely subsidized the fuck out of solar, and it was definitely a waste, and it's still nowhere near as efficient as nuclear. But like you give the devil his due. Solar's not that bad. Nuclear is still better than both. Yeah. For sure. Like, not using nuclear is fucking retarded. And it's super retarded to fucking break your to shut down your nuclear power plants. That was the craziest thing ever. Yeah, nuclear is goated. Also, thank you for the $2. We just got the stream started. Like, share, subscribe. Join the Discord. The Discord is where you're guaranteed to get go live notifications and like chat with the community. The money helps. There's direct donation links, and you can do memberships, and memberships don't give you anything but cool emotes, but the goal is usually on super chats. I prefer super chats partly because I pay my taxes on it already. So it makes my taxes a lot easier. I don't end up owing a bunch of taxes when I get a bunch of super chats or memberships, as opposed to direct donations. When I have to do my taxes, they become a pain in the dick. But also I like it because, it allows me to instantly see a question. It's really easy for me to answer those questions that you guys are paying for. Also, I want to show you guys a video. I'm like so sad. I'm betting that you guys have seen this video, but if you haven't seen this video, I'm so sad that I didn't get the opportunity to put this brand new video in the stream. Like I like in the intro. Like I was like, damn, I already want to make a new intro just to have this video. You guys gotta fucking see this.
So I'm Somali. I'm proud to be Somali.
And yes, the audio is only in one ear. I can't fix that.
To me, being Somali isn't just eating bananas with rice. It's a lot. It's like it's an interesting thing. It's very hard to describe what it means to be Somali and what it means to be American, but it's like a cultural fusion. It's kind of like the bananas and rice. You know, people don't really see, like, you know, it's you know, people don't think, oh, you can eat bananas with rice, but that's what it's like to be Somali and American. It's like that combination of banana and rice, but you're gonna get what I mean.
I saw that shit and I was like, dude, is this a South Park episode? Like, what is happening right now? That's the best they've got from the Somali community. It's like, she's their brightest one, boys. Did your brother do that? You showed my Oathbreakers video? I think the Oathbreakers video is on my YouTube. Is the Oathbreakers video like not on the YouTube? It's like one of the first videos I ever made. Like, hold on. Yeah, here it is. It's from 4 years ago, and it has 198 views. Oh, fuck. I, like, still have the man bun. I'm in the old apartment by myself. Mark isn't even there. Dude, hold on, boys. Hold on, boys. You know what? Let's do a reaction stream. A little bit of a reaction. We don't have to do the whole thing. Let's do a reaction to me from 4 years ago and see how retarded I was. Like, we've come a long way, you know? Let's see how retarded I was 4 years ago. You guys ready, boys?
Got from Fabian Liberty. What do I call police?
Okay, all right. Already, I don't know how to talk. Let's the 1.25. Let's speed this up.
Oathbreakers. And in this video today, I'm going to be discussing.
Yo, Poval, I'll get to you, man. I just want to see how dumb I was 4 years ago. All right.
Why I call them Oathbreakers, and why I think you should begin calling them Oathbreakers too. Now, libertarians have been sounding the alarm on police practices and issues since the 1970s. And it's only until recently that social movements and the media and change has really begun to show some of these issues.
Bro, I'm wearing a shirt with stains on it. Like, why did I not tell myself that's not a good look?
Involved around policing. Namely, it's been about racism with police practices. And racism has really begun to divide our country in the way we talk about policing. I remember as a young burgeoning mind, the riots in was it the Michael Brown riots, or the stand up, don't shoot, hands up, don't shoot movement. And I remember being so for it. I was like, yes, let's get body camera footage on police officers. Let's get them better training, right? Like, let's increase the standards by which they hire. And instead it became a movement about the race.
Bro, I still have, my inflection is much better. I still have like the California lilt, like woke era voice. So what about that, huh? What about, when I first started? You have improved. Yo, thank you. Thank you, Rudy. Yo, dude, that's like $10, bro. Fuck yeah, dude. Thank you.
To the individuals. And it was really disheartening because this discussion of race really took away the discussion of...
That shirt is a cry for help? Dog, it's rough.
Policing. Now, you may say, well, racism is an actual issue. It's the biggest issue that we have. And I'm sure some would be inclined to agree. I don't necessarily agree.
You know how you can tell I was still spiritually leftist? Because I have a shitty bookcase behind me for some reason. With like half my books on it. That's how you know I'm spiritually leftist. I've got this California lilt and a fucking some random ass bookshelf that doesn't need to be there.
But there are a lot of things that we can fix now that are not divisive in this country. The war on drugs has failed miserably. no one that I know of is in support of no-knock warrants and authoritarian lockdowns by police during COVID, over-policing, stop and frisk.
I didn't get it from Amazon, all right? I've always been an Amazon hater. I got that shit from, I think, like Home Goods.
Laws. The way peaceful and violent protests are handled by the police, and corrupt district attorneys and detectives that are forcing witnesses to confess to crimes that they didn't do, or 98%, I believe, 97% of cases are not actually seen before a jury, but district attorneys are using their power to increase the amount of conviction.
Bro, I look rough too. I can tell that I'm like, okay, that's an unfortunate pause on myself. Let me, look at me, dude. I've got fucked up glasses. I'm not eating healthy. My eyes are all fucked up. I'm almost 5 years older than I am in this video, and I look so much rougher then than I do now.
Simply overcharging individuals, often black and of low socioeconomic status, so that they plea down to 15, 20 years in prison. And so in this video, I'm going to explain the term oathbreaker, and I'm going to show you why police are objectively oathbreakers, and why this term is so much more effective than
the alliums and folates you were noshing, yet true.
Other terms that we're using to describe police today. First, let's talk about the logic behind the term oathbreaker, right? For a term to actually effectively work, I think it needs to have some logical consistency. And first and foremost, all police officers in this country have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution, usually to protect from enemies both foreign and domestic. Furthermore, all police have violated this oath, right? I'm going to show in this video how basic police practices, not radical police, not police departments in specific areas.
I'm not going to lie, this isn't that bad of a video. You know what? I have come a long way in inflection and presentation, but this isn't that bad. All right. I'm cool. I'm glad your dad liked it. It's good to know that I wasn't too cringe. I was cringe, but I wasn't too cringe. Oh, fuck. Where are we? There we go. What up, Ghost Recon? I don't want to get into breaking down the logic of why I'm wrong later. Existence is cringe, then kill yourself. You can get rid of all of the cringe right now. For the record, YouTube, I'm not actually telling him to kill himself. I'm just pointing out the logical inconsistency of such a statement. Yeah, civil asset forfeiture is fucked, dude. Warn the Germany guide to mute the video before you say that shit. Oh, fuck. Dude. Topo Chico is so fucking goated. If you don't like Topo Chico, we can't be friends. We can be acquaintances. We can work together on the dissolution of the state. But we can't be friends if you don't like Topo Chico. Right? All the rest of them are pretending to be bubbly. Perrier is a little bubbly. It is better in the glass bottle, but I bought a case of it, and this was all they had at the grocery store. Dude, the storm fucking knocked out a lot of supplies at the grocery store. I saw this meme the other day, and it was chef's kiss, okay? And all it said was, why are all the shelves empty at the grocery store? And it was just a person that said, because they're not price gouging. I was like, yeah, pretty much. That's why the shelves have no bread on them. If they were price gouging, you'd be able to buy bread. Oh man. Dude, have you guys looked into what is the drink? Topo Chico lime with mint and extract. Flavored sparkling water. Filtered carbonated water, lime juice from concentrate, natural flavors, which essentially can mean fucking anything. By the way, natural flavors just means whatever the fuck the FDA doesn't require us to specifically label in the label. There's all kinds of fucked up shit that's a quote unquote natural flavor. Potassium sorbate and sodium benzoate to protect taste. mint extract, magnesium chloride, potassium chloride, minerals for taste, and that's it. Hey, 11 months, one more month, and you get that gold coin, brother. You live in San Antonio, so Topo Chico is way of life, dude. I kind of wish I lived in San Antonio. I loved what little I saw of San Antonio. It was cool. The boardwalk was cool. Fucking the weather, a bit much, but you don't have to deal with the snow and shit. But people are like, Texas is a dry heat. Not in fucking San Antonio. San Antonio is fucking just hot. There's no fucking, like, that's it. It's hot and wet. You're not a friend of the fat man. All right? As a fat man, as one of the fats, let me tell you, San Antonio is rough. It's moist. I'm so tired of homework. I have 4 classes after the 2 I'm currently doing to get my master's. Dude, 4 classes in a master's degree program is rough, though. Like, that's what people don't tell you is, like, 12 credit hours is, like, really fucking easy to do in undergrad. The same 12 credit hours, right, which is 4 classes in grad, because most graduate programs, each class is only 3 credits. It's not 4 credits. And, dude, like, 12 credit hours or 4 classes in grad school is so much reading and writing. It's not that it's necessarily hard. It's just so much work. It's like you have to write a paper every week for every fucking class, and then on top of that, like, you have to, like, go watch some online video and then fucking do some online fucking bullshit paragraph and cite at least one source in your online paragraph. It's like, it's too much. If you want a rude awakening on natural flavors, look up castoreum, anal glands from a beaver used for raspberry flavoring. Yeah, I mean, but they stopped doing that. Castoreum, or castor oil is no longer anal glands from a beaver. That shit stopped in like the 1990s. But you're not wrong, and there is a lot of fucked up shit in quote unquote natural flavors. Yeah, remind me to never go back for my master's. I mean, if there's like a specific thing you need, then, like, you know what I mean? Go get your master's. It's easy. It's a crazy workload, but, like, it's not intellectually laborious. It's like, if you're in my chat, you're probably smarter than the average person, like almost certainly smarter than the average person getting their master's right now. You'll be fine. Suck at work because the road is flooded. Today was going to be an early finish too. All right, well, I kind of get why you were like, existence is cringe. Yeah, fair enough. I got a fake, I went to, my master's degree program was a fake degree, right? I was in social sciences. So it's just a lot of fucking writing. And a lot of reading the Bible. Because I was at Liberty. And, like, it'd be like, how can I tie rational emotive behavioral therapy to the Bible? Like, it's fucking, all right, I got to read some more of this. Yeah, it's a lot of reading. I'm going for cybersecurity. I'm a software developer, and I'd like to move into security architecture. Those are words. I don't really understand any of that, I like to pretend like I'm smart, and I'm smart on some things. I'm not smart on shit like that. Yeah, but that's what I mean, Ariel. Like most of the work is not fucking hard. It's just a lot of work. All right, let me bring Poval in. Poval said he had some questions. What up, Poval?
All right. First time
it's
listener.
Never a good sign. Never a good sign when someone starts off with, all right. Yeah, go ahead, brother. I was just teasing.
Oh, I'm having audio issues here.
Oh, yeah. Not so fucking easy now, is it, huh, chat? You guys come in here and you're like, oh, fucking the audio's not working on this. Yeah. Now manage like 4 other programs. Then you got to do a fucking,
Hold on
you
one
got to
second.
quickly do
Grab me-
research to figure out what's going on. Yeah, some of the stuff that just became easier for me with practice and experience. I know it's just how learning works. Yeah, fair enough. Dude, I was going to get an economics degree and then I took accounting. Yeah, that's true. Half of you haven't even hit the thumbs up button. What the fuck, boys? Hit the thumbs up button. I get that you can't always give me money. I like money. Money me now. But like, you know, click the like button. It's free. Helps me in the algorithm. But yeah, I went to school originally. I was like, oh, I'm going to get an economics degree. And then I took fucking accounting. And I was like, so what do we do in this class? And they're like, we do basic math. And then we give you 10 hours of homework of basic math to do. And I was like, that's mostly the class. And they're like, that's mostly what accounting is. Lots and lots and lots of basic math. And if you make one mistake, you're fucked. I was like, this is the worst fucking class I've ever taken in my entire life. Fuck this class. If you don't hit the like button, you want the commies to win. Yes. All right, Bovo, you good?
Yeah, I'm fixed now. So
you're fixed now? You went to the vet?
It's my audio's all fixed up. So I was doing some debates, just trying to see if I can actually know my stuff well enough. And I had a bit of an issue with when I was communicating with people about monopolies and that absent state interference, monopolies cannot naturally arise. But people kept on confusing the current state of the economy as capitalism and saying capitalism then is evident that monopolies arise. And I don't know if, do you have any idea how to get through to people that this isn't capitalism?
Right. I mean, like, these are two different questions, right? Like, the question A is, how do I get people to understand that monopolies only occur when granted state privilege? Question B is, how do I get people to see that the current economy isn't capitalism? Right? Mm-hmm. So I guess if you were to marry those two things, focus on state granted monopolies, not like corporatism, but full blown state run monopolies. And then because you are talking to consequentialists, almost certainly, right? Then give them, you have to, good debate starts from let me back it up a little bit. Good debate starts from a very simple premise, and that is pathos, logos, ethos, right? Mm-hmm. So a logical argument will fall flat always. Logic does not work on these people. Logic is something that can only work on them at a certain point when they've been primed to accept the logic. So first you have to establish ethos. You have to show some way that you're quote unquote good faith and that you're quote unquote, worthy of having a conversation with them and that you kind of know what you're talking about, that you're not lying about shit, that you have the requisite knowledge for the conversation, right? And this can occur with, some banter, getting the person to kind of like you a little bit, being a little funny, not going hard, especially if you don't have an established name, right? Mm-hmm. So the next thing is pathos. This is the entire modus operandi of leftist thought. It is an imbalanced form of communication and philosophy, right? Everything's vibes based, everything's feels. And so you need to make people, like, there's a subcategory of pathos called energeia, which is where you tell a story and you make the person live in the story. Now that's like a more advanced kind of pathos. So the best thing to do is to just draw from history and tell a story. And tell a story that aligns with their hatred of corporations. Because we hate corporations too. Not because we hate the concept of a corporation, which is why they hate a corporation. But we hate the corporations that are fucking us, right? And that are using the state against us, right? And so what I would suggest is like, so, you know, we want to talk about monopolies. Like an example that I might use is the Food and Drug Administration. That's a real monopoly, right? Like that is a government granted state monopoly on telling us on a service, which is we all want our food to be safe to eat. So you give them that example and then maybe tell them a story about when we had a baby formula shortage. Right? Bell South and Banana Farms might be good too. Yeah, those are great examples of the state working with you know, creating a monopoly with Bell South and with, you know, et cetera. And like, you know, the ways in which we've engaged in horrific, you know, corporations have engaged in horrific crimes. But like, we talk about the Food and Drug Administration. We had a baby formula shortage during the Biden administration. And one of the reasons we had a baby formula shortage is because the FDA made it illegal to import baby formula from the UK. Baby formula, which by the way, uses real sugar instead of corn syrup. Now, are people dying in droves in the UK because of tainted baby formula? Is the UK some third world country that doesn't have real baby formula? No, they're perfectly fine. But they don't fit our labeling procedure and they don't make the corporations that work for the state the right money. And so the corporations are bribing the FDA to make it illegal for us to purchase food for our babies that is not only perfectly healthy, but it's healthier than the shit we have in America. When we hit a baby formula shortage, it was because 3 babies died from a disease, and one of them, FDA plus corn syrup plus corn subsidies equals victory? ? Yeah, kind of, yeah, right. But one of the factories that produce baby formula, one of the major factories, there was this bacteria that was found there, and we later discovered that bacteria wasn't what killed those babies. It wasn't the same strain of bacteria. Rather, all 3 of the babies that died lived in absolute squalor in homes with like trash everywhere and that were roach infested. The baby formula had nothing to do with why these children were sick, but the FDA and other government agencies shut down the factory until they cleaned the factory. Okay, that's fine. They protected us, sure. But we had a shortage and we couldn't buy any fucking product from the UK. During this time, they kept the factory shut for an extra 3 months because of this supposed bacteria outbreak, but they did it to punish the company. But they let the company produce a small amount of formula that was specialized for children with allergies. So the factory was fully operational, but the government told them they weren't allowed to make 98% of their product because reasons. So how did the Biden administration and the government fix this presumed error of capitalism, which, by the way, capitalism would have solved if we were just allowed to buy shit from the UK?
Mm-hmm.
They flew a C-130 to the Netherlands and filled it with baby formula purchased from Nestle, and then flew that back to then help with the shortage supply.
The state flew the planes?
Yes, the National Guard troop flew the planes to go purchase with government taxpayer dollars to help with the shortage that they created, A, because they shut down a factory unnecessarily, and B, because the FDA made it illegal for us to be able to buy anything from all of Europe. That's what a real monopoly looks like, and that's how the state did it. And of course, they gave Nestle money, and they gave their corporate donors money. Right? So you channel, like, that's just one example of a story of how you can explain, right? Like, yeah, I hate corporations just like you do, but I hate them for principled reasons. And here's how capitalism would have solved this problem. But instead, a state monopoly granted by the state actually helps all these big corporations in these pseudo monopolies. And this isn't capitalism, because capitalism would have just had grocery stores putting in an order from London. That's what capitalism would have done.
Mm-hmm. So I try to do a similar angle like that, but what I got back was, okay, yeah, it's not good when the state and the corporations collude, but if you just let the corporations run wild, unregulated, they're gonna do this sort of stuff anyways. They're gonna force other companies to not start up, or they're gonna act as the state in that fashion. And I don't know how to. Yeah.
So force them to give an example.
Right.
Right.
Oh, they bring up Standard Oil, pretty much every time.
Standard Oil is the easiest one to defeat. Yeah.
Yeah. I go back on that, but I think you talk about like this. The problem is I think they don't get logic, or maybe I'm dealing with people. Maybe I'm assuming people are smarter than they actually are, and that might be an issue.
I think Carl Jung once said, "People don't have ideas; ideas have people."
Mm-hmm.
Right, and so many people they're not stupid. They get logic because they need logic for their day-to-day life. They don't apply logic to their political prescriptions because they have a philosophy of contradictions. And it's fucking hard to navigate through the world with a philosophy of contradictions. It's actually much harder. You don't know what to do. You have to vibe everything out. And so in order to be able to deal with backlash against their worldview, which is a constructed pile of contradictions, they have magic words. And they use magic words, right? Isms are versions of magic words. What about Standard Oil? That was an evil monopoly, magic word. Well, what about, redlining, magic word. You'll see them bring up things that aren't actually what we're talking about, because this is a fallback to protect their worldview, because it's a self-defense mechanism to not having to grapple with the fact that their entire worldview is a house of cards held up by contradictions. So they create a wall of misunderstanding and misdirection. And that's just to protect themselves from the fact that following their own thoughts through to conclusion leads to a whole bunch of different contradictions and nothing makes sense. And so they fall back to what feels right, and what feels right is what everyone else believes. Many of these people are not stupid. Why would they be
part of the debate then? Like, I don't understand if they have no desire to even think things through, right? Because they have this blockage in their mind. Why do they engage in any form of debate? Like, what's the utility in this? How are these people here?
Reputation management is one of the strongest fucking things in the human psyche. Being liked, being told that they're smart, being the leader. Like, human beings have a resentment against domination, but also, a desire to dominate, a desire to be the big monkey on the top of the hill. None of that requires being logically consistent or right. It requires being better at speaking the magic words than other people. The way you break that, if you're genuinely trying to convince someone as opposed to preach to the remnant in their audience,
mm-hmm.
is like I described earlier, is energeia, right? You force them to give you an example. And then once that comes up, go, well, what would you do? Right? So they give an example. Example A is, corporations will just sell us poison because without the FDA, no one will stop them from eating poisonous food. And go, well, are you and your kind incapable of knowing that McDonald's is selling poison? Are you going to buy from McDonald's? Are you going to trust that just every corporation is selling you food, or are you going to get with a co-op? Make them a hero of their own story even. Are you going to get with a co-op and you're going to fucking start, buying food from your local farmer's market because it's not poison? Okay, well, now you've proven to me that there's a market for people to eat healthy food or to know that what they're eating isn't poison. Okay, so now a corporation or a company is going to come out and they're going to do lab testing on food and they're going to tell you what's in the food. And you get an app on your phone, and the app on your phone tells you what's in the food that you're eating. And all you have to do is watch some ads. You're already doing that right now. Every time you look at YouTube, you don't pay for YouTube Premium, do you? Well, oh, you do? Well, then maybe you'd be willing to pay for an app that tells you how to avoid eating poison. Let me ask you this. if that sounds so ridiculous, it sounds so crazy that an app can do the same job as the FDA. What do you trust more? The food reviews on Google Reviews or Yelp, or what people on the internet say about a restaurant, or the piece of writing on the wall that says we got an A from the health inspector? Do you physically go to the restaurant and then go, let me see your government documentation that says you got an A from the health inspector? Or do you look up a restaurant on Google Maps and see that it has 4.7 stars and go, oh, that looks like a good place to eat? The app is already replacing the government because the market is superior to the government. So you put them in the situation, you make them realize that they're not so stupid that they're not going to eat poison, and they want to feel smart. So they're going to tell you, oh yeah, I wouldn't do that. And then you make them the hero. They're going to go with co-ops. They're going to do things. And then all of that proves that there are people that are smart just like them that want those things. At a minimum, the only defense then is to claim, well, I'm smart, I would do that, but other people will be taken advantage of. Now you turn it around on them and you make them the enemy. You make them a racist. You make them bigoted. If they keep fighting and fighting and fighting, now you call out. It was like, well, why do you think you're so much smarter than these other people? Why are you so special that you don't want to eat poison, but nobody else wants to eat poison? Do you think everybody else is stupid? Do you think you're better than everybody else? You think normal people want to eat crap? No, they trust the government to not do this, and then they think it's taken care of. But in reality, it's not, and they're not doing that. And in reality, we're already starting to fix this by exactly like I said.
Yeah, and if I could also, I don't know if you have time for one more question, but
yeah, dude, nobody else is in the waiting room, and I got a debate at 8 on the panel. We got like an hour and 12 minutes. I got some fucking shit I want to show.
I know we missed that yesterday.
Imagine not being racist in 2026. Yeah, but they care about being racist deeply. Slope is dope. I know you don't. I wouldn't be like, but that's basically Hitler. You'd be like based. I'm talking about normal people. Normal lefties, which is even worse.
So there's been a lot of like ICE debates going on, and I like to go on them and go at the repeal the Civil Rights Act angle. And I think what you were saying earlier about the magic words, something saying getting rid of the Civil Rights Act, when you say that to people, it just kind of, I never get through. Nothing gets through after saying a claim like that. And it's they're just appalled. Oh, what do you mean you want to let people discriminate with their stuff? That's totally not right. Like, do you even argue that? How do you argue that point at all? Most people, I don't know if I have to preach to the remnant for that. You know, I'm never gonna convince the person in front of me. Maybe, I don't know. Like,
yeah, I that's something I struggle with as well, to be honest. Like, one of the things I usually say is like, you know, I would much rather a racist store owner of a like this is one of those moments where you have to break the tension, right? So I kind of use a joke moment that's like half joke, half serious. So like when I get into that situation, what I usually say is like, well, you know, like I play off of the fact that I really that I tend to date black women, even though the mother of my children is white. I tend to date black women. So I go, you know, well, you know, personally, I don't want to, you know, I date a lot of black women. You know, I don't want to go to a deli with a racist white person that's going to spit in my girlfriend's food. Right. I'd much rather, you know, a deli say no Negroes, and I'll go shop somewhere else. Besides, wherever else I'll go, the sandwiches will probably have less mayonnaise. Right? You play into their stereotypical, it's fun to make fun of white racist bit. You ease the tension on that thing, but you also sprinkle a nugget of truth, right? Which is racists exist, whether you want them to exist or not exist. And when you impose that they have to hire people, or that they have to work with people, or that they have to sell to people, then you're supporting the racists, and you're financially supporting the racists, and the racists hide amongst you. I'd much rather a white-only town that doesn't serve people so I can avoid that fucking town. Wouldn't that be so much better? Like, wouldn't it be so much better to just support the people that you like, that value the things that you value, instead of giving money? Like, why do you want white supremacist racists to get money? Why do you want them to have money in business? Because I don't. Do you support racist business owners? Because I don't support racist business owners. Are you saying that if we get rid of these laws that everyone will support racist business owners, that everybody wants to the Ku Klux Klan sandwich shop? Like, does that make sense to you? You're not going to shop there. I'm not going to shop there. Is anybody else going to shop there? Speak up now. Tell me who's buying the too much mayo racist shop owner sandwich. You know what I mean? Like you sprinkle some levity and you find some common ground and ease the tension to the fact that you said something that sounds wild. And then you have to give it some air of reasonability. But again, this is something libertarians struggle with a lot, which is pathos, right? Like you cannot tell a story and you can't convince them with like the logic of why this will be better. You have to make them feel that this will be better. And the way you make them feel that this will be better is that you sell them a story of a better world, or you sell them a story of the current world and how it's already fucking them and working against their own interests, so that they are a part of that story and they want to reject that story. And by rejecting that story, they're forced to agree with you.
You don't think they care about the logic side of it at all? Like if you win them in the feels, they're not gonna question the logic?
I'm gonna read something by somebody that we all hate. Everyone here, can we all agree that we all hate Abraham Lincoln?
Definitely.
Okay, so here is a quote from Abraham Lincoln's Temperance Address. It's my favorite Abraham Lincoln quote. And I don't have many favorite Abraham Lincoln quotes because fuck Abraham Lincoln. But I think there's no reason for me to reinvent the wheel when someone said it way better and way more eloquently than me. To have expected them to do otherwise, To have expected them to do otherwise than they did. To have expected them not to meet denunciation with denunciation, crimination with crimination, and anathema with anathema, was to expect a reversal of human nature, which is God's decree, and never can be reversed. When the conduct of men is designed to be influenced, persuasion, kind, unassuming persuasion, should ever be adopted. It is an old and a true maxim that a drop of honey catches more flies than a gallon of gall. So with men. If you would win a man to your cause, first convince him that you are his sincere friend. Therein is a drop of honey that catches his heart, which, say what ye will, is the great highroad to his reason, and which, when once gained, you will find but little trouble in convincing his judgment of the justice of your cause, if indeed that cause really be a just one. On the contrary, assume to dictate his judgment, or to command his action, or to mark him as one to be shunned and despised, and he will retreat within himself, close all avenues to his head and heart, and though your cause be naked truth itself, transformed to the heaviest lance, harder than steel and sharper than steel can be made, and though you throw it with more Herculean force and precision, you shall be no more able to pierce him than to penetrate the hard shell of a tortoise with a rye straw.
I see why he was able to kill 500,000 Americans and his reputation is fine.
100%. 100%. He got it. You understand. You cannot convince when you have no common ground and you have no story, you have no feeling, when they're detached from any feeling from your story and there's no common ground and they don't like you, it's not so much that they are illogical beings, it is that the mind will shut off and do everything it can to retreat from reason because they don't want to agree with you. But if you tell a story of the horrors of today and explain why those things are bad, they similarly, they will use their logic and reason to escape that horror story that you have crafted because they don't like feeling like they're the bad guy in this story. And if you make them the hero of a story as a means of destroying the evil corporations or whatever, right, that are fucking us, and explain how, yeah, what would you do, right? Like, wouldn't you go to a commune? Wouldn't you work with people that are growing real food? Wouldn't you do these things? People will want to be hero. You have to lead the horse to water before it will drink. You can't just expect the horse to drink the water.
That's so difficult, though. It's so much easier to go on the logical path because that is like objective and concrete, and it's the emotional path is just. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. How do you even work
for
that
most
out?
of us libertarians, especially the autistic ones. This is the hardest thing to do in a debate for them, because the logical path just comes so much easier to us. That's why we became libertarians, because it's a journey through logic. Right? And so what we try to do when we convince other people is we try to, in a micro way, we try to get them to relive the journey that we ourselves went through. That's how we often see it, is I too was once like you, and then I went through the journey of this logic and I came out the other side better. Don't you also want to go through this journey with me and learn the things that I learned? If only you knew, if only I could teach you these logical things, then obviously you would do what I did, which is convert. But that's not how you get normal people to make concessions in a debate, because those normal people are not like us. They're not fucking autistic. They're not hyper logic focused. They're probably never going to be libertarians. But if you want them to see the logic of just one thing, you can't constantly attack the internal inconsistencies of their worldview, because that forces them to retreat in their shell and hit you with, like I said, magic words, denunciations, oh, that's so weird. Oh, that's goofy. Let me create a straw man. They will do everything they can to frustrate you out of logic. They will do everything they can to muddy the waters so that the logic cannot be heard to their own mind and cannot be heard to the audience. And you will be sitting there just like frustrated with, like, why won't you just follow these thoughts through to conclusion? You have to recognize when that's happening, and you have to establish a story, a narrative, a little fun trip through history and time, and then make them feel the logic of your argument. If they do not feel the logic of your argument, either because they want to be a hero or because they recognize that you are pointing out the evils that they see are evil too, if they're not embodied in your argument, then they will retreat.
How do you know who's not even worth engaging with, right? Because that sort of gets into the question.
90% of those people, it's really just take Zulu's strategy and preach to the remnant. But there are some that you can do that with, right? Have you ever watched me like late at night with Prime Kais, like after Prime Kais is over?
Oh yeah.
Right. When it's like late and everybody's gone, like if you ever see some of those,
he actually engages with you, so that's
right.
Also
It's just me and him.
Mm-hmm.
What do? I don't like. Sometimes I give an economics lesson. Sometimes I go hard or whatever. But like what I really want to do is I want to find that common ground and I want to find that story. And then once they feel that story, they're like, "Fuck, yeah, I don't want to be here. This place that you brought me to feels icky." If you can get your device will update outside of active time. Estimate for no, bitch. Pause updates for 1 week. Yeah, I'll do Windows update later. Bitch was about to shut down on me.
You gotta switch to Linux, Scott.
Dude,
Join it.
Genuinely, I had a Linux kernel ready to go. Okay. And like, I was like, I had it all ready to go. And then I learned that like half of my audio equipment and video equipment, I'd either have to replace or I'd have to run like a virtual machine to get to work.
Yeah.
And I was like, until I can, like, when I upgrade my audio equipment, each time I upgrade, I'm going to make sure that I upgrade it to equipment that can be used on Linux. And then I'll make the switch to Linux. Like, I genuinely do want to make the switch to Linux, but I absolutely do not want to like have to run a virtual machine to get my shit to work. Like, That just sounds like a fucking nightmare.
You know, not to trigger any objectivism in you, but sometimes you have to make sacrifices for the greater good of your computer. All right, you have to.
I'm not a tech
you
bro.
have to,
Like, I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, I've built my own computers since I was a kid, you know? I've like, you know, but like when I run into tech problems, I'm like, what's that error code? Okay, I'm going to paste it in Google and find the Reddit thread with the same error code and then do what they did. Like, I don't,
it's,
you know what I mean?
so
Like,
much easier now, though. You throw that into ChatGPT and it'll be like, it already read the Reddit thread for you. You don't have to go on to that awful website.
right,
You
that's
know,
true. I use Grok for most things like that. I use Grok like a Google at this point because I already pay for X. So there's no reason to use another thing when I'm already paying for Grok by virtue of paying for the blue check mark.
Yeah.
Did you have anything else, buddy?
Yeah. Just
fuck it. We got time. Go ahead.
All right. So, for the people who are worth talking to and who are worth convincing, usually I find it's like people on the right who are sort of free trade people. Something that's really difficult is I've found is trying to convince them fiat currency isn't worth it, or that it's not good, and they throw out stuff like, oh, what's, you know, everyone in the world uses fiat, or the national security, whatever other stuff. Just, I don't know how much you do the fiat currency debate, but you got any tips for that? Like,
I mean, I would if you're talking about someone that's willing to listen, right? Then say, look, man, you think fiat currency is better. I disagree. Here's what I want to say. Literally just give people choice. Stop taxing Bitcoin, stop taxing gold, stop taxing currency exchange. Right? If fiat currency is great and the US dollar is back this way and banks are federally insured by the US dollar, okay, just let us use different currencies if we want to use different currencies. Like, why, if it's so wonderful, why does the government need to use violence and guns to keep us from using other currencies?
I don't think that gets them towards getting rid of fiat. Like that's just like, they can agree to get the hands off of trading currencies, but they're always like, you need the central bank, and you need it because it's there and you need it, right? And how does that help them understand what's wrong with it?
It doesn't. It again, remember what I said, and Biblical Anarchy's in the chat. He said, as a former leftist, I can concur with what Fabian is saying. I had to be emotionally prepped to accept the logic. You're doing the same thing with the right wing. You're appealing to the commonality of your preference or your value of choice. Right? Because what you do is you got to crack that egg. Right? You're not going to convince them of, you know, getting rid of the entire Federal Reserve, banking industry, all of that, until you can get a foot in the door. So you get a foot in the door, and it's like, now you get them, okay, but, you know, but why? Right? Like, why is it that the government has to force us to use this? Because you get them to accept, like, yeah, well, that makes sense. Like, it's like, okay, so that makes sense, right? But now think about it. The government is forced to use this. Why? If the dollar used to be backed by gold. It's not anymore. It's backed by an agreement with OPEC plus. Why do you think you hate all these foreign wars? Why do you think we're fighting them? You think we give a fuck about peace in the Middle East? I don't give a fuck about muzzies over in some fucking sand-filled shit country, and neither do you. They have nothing of value for us. And you hear, we fight wars for oil, but where's the oil? We're not fighting wars for oil. We're fighting wars to prop up the dollar. Right? Like, if we look at housing in Japan. Why is it that all of these countries that are like, why is it that Japan is the only place in the world where a house is treated like a depreciating asset? Right? When you buy a car and you drive a car off the lot, The car instantly is less valuable than when you purchased it. Why? Well, because you don't know what you've done to this car. You don't know what might need to be fixed in this car. The car has wear and tear. Engines have, miles have been added to the engine. Maybe you didn't change the oil like you were supposed to. Maybe there's something wrong with the car. Why is it that a house isn't treated this way? It is in Japan. Houses lose value over time in Japan. Well, why is it not that way here? Because we have an entirely fraudulent banking system propped up by the government that is designed to make the corporations tons of fucking money, is designed to make the bankers tons of fucking money, and it inflates the price of housing. And now housing is treated like an investment for the banks to build all of their wealth off of because of federally insured US dollars and the fact that we will use guns on you if you try and start an economy or you try and trade in anything other than these. So we create these tax systems to disincentivize you from creating another currency. Like, you want to know what's wrong with fiat currency? It's why your kid, let's say you're talking to an older boomer, it's why they can't afford to buy a house right now, dude. They can't afford to buy a house because of that dollar that's in your hand. You want to know why your fucking cousin never made it back? Made it back from the war in Afghanistan, then blew his fucking brains out from the PTSD. It's because of that dollar in your fucking hand, dude. People are dying. People can't afford homes. People are struggling. The middle class are waiting until they're in their late 30s to have kids because they can't afford anything, and it's all because of that dollar in your hand. That's what's wrong with fiat currency. You crack the egg by finding the commonality that you agree on. And that allows you to dig deeper into the conversation because now you've established ethos and you've established commonality. That's ethos, right? We agree on this. We agree that you ought to have choice. Then you move into pathos. You tell a story and you make them feel why they're wrong. Then they feel wrong. And they already know that I agree with you. I respect you. We have something in common. And you just told a story that makes me feel bad. And I want to avoid this bad feeling. Now you hit them with the logic. You have to prime them for the logic. You start off with the logic. All you're doing is beating your head against the wall.
Wow. That's just so hard. That's just so hard.
It's super hard, and it's the greatest failure of libertarians because we're the worst out of anybody at it. And you know who's the best at it? Communists.
Oh, yeah.
Communists are amazing at getting people to emotionally feel. They give them an entire worldview. They allow them to be a victim to a system that is abusing them. They tell horror stories of capitalism. And they somehow manage to avoid all the horror stories of fucking communism, right? And then they give them that emotional feel of I am a victim to the manipulation of the elite. And that's why populism is successful. Because when times start getting rough, they're already feeling the pain. And someone says, I'm going to be a bull in a china shop and I'm going to destroy things. Congratulations, that's where Trump comes up. The Mr. Rogers Senate video, yeah, there is a really good video. I can't remember if I can find it. I'll post it in the Discord later if you guys remind me, because I'm sure I can find it once I start looking. But you found the video already? No.
Oh, is that the one where he wants PBS to be made? Right,
yeah, but it's from this guy Will Schroeder, who like breaks down all of the pathos ethos logos in that speech.
Oh,
right. Like he explains he explains that quote. Actually, now that I think about it, that's probably where I learned it from originally. And then he talks about the rider and the elephant. The rider and the elephant is a theory of kind of the same thing, a psychology theory from oh my God, the super based moral psychologist. I can't think of his name. He worked with fire. He's at NYU, but he was here at UVA. The most famous moral psychologist.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
psychologist.
God,
You're
what
talking
is
about
his name?
Foucault?
No, not Foucault. Jonathan Haidt. Thank you.
Oh
Jonathan
yeah,
Haidt.
yeah.
Jonathan Haidt. He's a moral psychologist. Yeah, it's a good video. It's a good video that does a good job of explaining and showing why it works. But I mean, like, it's much the same of what I just said now, but I think maybe he presents it in a better way.
So, but the commies, they can do this by turning you into a victim and presenting it, their philosophy, as a salvation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the whole thing with our philosophy is not that you're a victim, but that you're good enough to take care of yourself, right? Or that sort of that you don't need a nanny state. So what do you have to do? You have to, just thinking out loud, do you have to make them feel like they're a victim of the state now? Do you have to go the victim approach? Because that seems to work very well for leftists.
I think you do, actually. And I think if you're going to be debating against leftists online, I think mandatory reading for everyone is the article written by Hans Hermann Hoppe, which is Austrian and Marxist class analysis. Where he argues that the Marxists are mostly correct in in identifying the existence of class, and then explains how they arrive at a correct estimation of how the state and the elite fuck you over, but that their logic is completely flawed, and because of this they arrive at a completely insane ideology and solution, when really Austrian class analysis would showcase that it is not the corporation that robs you, rather it is the government and the corporation that colludes with the government to get special privileges that robs you.
That's that article that, what's his name? The woke right guy. You know, the one that he called out Hoppe. He's like, oh, Hoppe's a Marxist, and that's the one
James
you're talking
Lindsay.
about.
Yeah,
James Lindsay. Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
because
yeah.
and then he highlighted like the first sentence where he's like, yeah, they're mostly right in this regard. And he was like, see, he's woke right. He's a Marxist. And it's like, yeah, cool. You're just a lying sack of shit. Got it, James Lindsay.
Mm-hmm. And this is also like kind of off topic, but at my brother's school, they're doing this social emotional learning thing. And I think you mentioned it in passing at some point. I wanted to know because I've only seen from James Lindsay like stuff about social emotional learning. I haven't seen anything else from anyone else.
Mm-hmm. Deb Thillman taught me a lot about it. And then October 7th happened, and then she fucking got all crazy. I love her still, even if she's crazy. But I didn't support Israel enough, so which is wild because I'm not a pro-Israel. I'm not a pro-Palestine shill. You know, I didn't get with the fucking Rand droids and being like Israel never does anything wrong. It's like, nah, they definitely do. They get a lot of shit wrong. But anyways, yeah, I mean, she did. There was another lady that did a lot of really good work on it as well, but I can't remember her name right now. She might have blocked me on Twitter or some shit. It's probably why I never see her posts or something. But yeah, I mean, like, social emotional learning is rough shit, dude. I mean, it was originally a good idea because it was originally designed for kids with conduct disorder or oppositional defiant disorder. And it was a program designed to be used by school counselors, people that are trained in this stuff. But the moment Kasel decided that this was going to be a program that they were going to institute, via the teachers, was the moment that it became a political weapon to indoctrinate children, into becoming Marxists. It is
Are all of them the Kasel framework now? Like,
yeah, Kasel is the company that created social emotional learning. Now, there is another thing that you can read called TSEL, which is transformative social emotional learning. And the authors of transformative social emotional learning go to the same conferences as these people, petition the government for SEL just as much. They rub elbows with all of these same people. Second Step Psychus and Second Step, who have done joint presentations with Ibram X. Kendi and Sumi Cho
and oh god, I can't remember the other lady, the Kimberly Crenshaw, right? These people that they worked with them, right? And Psychus, one of their slogans, not their primary slogan, but one of their slogans is what is it? Sex education for change or something. They have a couple of different slogans, but they have openly supported TSEL. They have talked about how SEL is a framework to get TSEL. And they have talked about how critical race theory is in school and we need more of it, right? And so once you understand what SEL is and you understand that it is just a mode of secretly doing transformative social emotional learning, and then you read the papers on transformative social emotional learning, you'll read that what it is designed to create a quote unquote critical democracy. And it is designed to turn children into activists, and for those activists to engage in to engage in protests, to engage in fighting against the government or within the government, to create an equity based system of throughout the entire country. Right? It is the pinnacle of evil wokeness.
So it's unlikely that this is a real program because the school sends out like this letter and they have like, oh, here's all the stuff they're going to be teaching. It all looks like good stuff. Like there's nothing there in the syllabus of what they're teaching. You know, it's like, oh, learn to control your emotions and things like that. Is it likely that every single one of these SEL programs are Marxist?
They're all going to be different, right? But one of the things that they teach in social emotional learning, right, is a bastardized version of Vygotsky's zone of proximal development, right? So Vygotsky was a Russian kind of like behaviorist, if you will, but like when the Iron Curtain was still there, he was doing much of what the humanists and the behaviorists were doing in America, right? And so he created the term scaffolding, right? And scaffolding is like you build steps to teach children, right? And this is a really good thing, right? So you have a kid, right? You don't yell at your toddler to clean their room, because like clean your room is like too much for a child to understand. Instead, what you do is you say, we're going to clean your room today. All right, the first thing we're going to do is we got to put all our toys in the toy box. Can you help me put all the toys in the toy box? And then you work with them to put all the toys in the toy box. And then you work with them to make the bed, and you go through the steps of how to make the bed, right? And then you go, right? And then eventually you get to the point where you say, hey, can you put your toys in the toy box? They know how to do that. And you say, hey, can you make your bed? They know how to do that. You say, hey, can you vacuum your room? They know how to do that, right? Hey, can you take the dishes, and put them in the sink and put, et cetera, right? And then eventually they get to this point. So you're working in the zone of proximal development, which is essentially, this is the area at which they struggle a little bit, but that they're capable of achieving the task. That's where you want people to be. You want them to struggle just a little bit, but you don't want them to feel like they can't get anything done. And so then eventually you can just tell them, clean your room. You've built all of the steps to what clean your room means. And now the child knows, oh, I have to put all my toys in the toy box. I have to make my bed. I have to vacuum my room. I have to make sure there's no trash, etc. Right? Bro, hitting me with that uni PTSD. My bad, bro. Right? Well, I know this shit, So social emotional learning and transformative social emotional learning, they have a bastardized version of the zone of proximal development. And instead of saying, what we're going to do is we're going to take you to the edge of what it is that you know so that we can teach you more, but that you don't feel stressed about the outcome, they have what they call the, it's like the circles. They when they teach these programs to teachers and they do seminars, they have like these circles of learning. And what they're saying is you have to struggle a little bit you have to be a little uncomfortable in order to learn. So instead of taking them to the limit of what it is that they know and allowing them to learn and grow in that limit, they're going to impose stress onto the child and impose uncomfortableness so that they can be shaped into the ideas that they believe should be true. This should terrify you, because what this is taught as, and the examples that they give on how to do this, is to take children and showcase their white privilege in front of the entire classroom and force them to explain ways in which they are privileged or ways in which they are underprivileged, so that that shame can be forcibly brought in front of the entire classroom. And then they offer them an escape from the shame and the embarrassment and uncomfortableness that they created. And the escape from that is the recognition of their privilege, the recognition that we have to do more, the recognition that you have to be an activist, and things of that nature. This isn't in the syllabus, but it is in the courses that teach the teachers that do social emotional learning. And
so I guess that's why there's an opt-out.
Yeah, because it's horrible, horrific, evil shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not enough to not be racist. You must be actively anti-racist. Yeah, exactly. That's your escape from the shame that they created. That was in the Drag Queen Story Hour document too. When you say you mean drag pedagogy, I think is what you're talking about, which is where research work with oh my god, a famous Drag Queen Story Hour person in describing how they create discomfort so that it becomes a learning place for queer theory. But and like embodying queerness, right? In there, but it's a little hot mess. Yeah, a little hot mess was the person they worked with. And so like, I mean, there's a reason that Paulo Freire is the number one cited source in all of pedagogy. Like the number one cited source in all of Western academia that teaches teachers is a person that developed an education model that is designed to teach literacy through creation of Marxist activists. That is the entire reason Paulo Freire wrote Pedagogy of the Oppressed. How do we teach the oppressed literacy? And the way that we do that is by embodying them in class consciousness. That's the number one cited source in all of teaching academics.
That is terrifying. Why is this in schools? Why is this there?
Just as a reference, right? The father of psychology, right? Sigmund Freud. Arguably, it should be William Wundt, but Sigmund Freud is also the father of psychology. His most cited work, both interpretation of dreams and the work on self-defense mechanisms, none of his works have half of the citations as Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Pedagogy of the Oppressed is cited more in academia, more than twice as much as Sigmund Freud is.
Wow.
That's what the American education system is teaching all of America's teachers in college. And they're all 18-year-old to 22-year-old girls that then go become teachers. They grab 18-year-old girls and they force feed them simplified versions of of how to get children to read and learn via increasing their class consciousness and becoming Marxist activists. But they don't say it out in the open like that, right? Like it's only in the academic literature that they say it out in the open. When they're teaching this shit, they're just teaching about like, the circles of learning, and you have to make them a little uncomfortable. And look, Vygotsky discovered the zone of proximal development. So it's up to us to make them a little bit uncomfortable and to showcase their privilege and to tell stories about, times they felt racism was a thing. So then that way they can learn better. And the girls, and, a 19-year-old girl eats that shit up. And then she goes and engages in the practices. And then she wants to get continuing education credits. So she goes to seminars, and those seminars are teaching them this shit again so that they can be indoctrinated into a philosophy that is designed to make all of the children they teach communists. And you can read this shit and it's right there. Like, it sounds fucking psycho, but then you go on Google Scholar and you look up Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Like, we'll look it up right now, right? Like, Google
just because like I know it sounds fucking insane, but like you can just look it up. We go to Google Scholar, right? And we look up pedagogy of the oppressed. I put in pedagogy. It's the number one term cited by 138,000. And that's just this specific version. 138,146 citations. That's just this one version of it. Here's another one, revised, cited by 3,080. Another one from Pedagogy of the Press, 138.
You think going to the school board is going to matter here? Like,
look up Paulo Freire, right? If I go to Paulo Freire, right? Pedagogy of the Oppressed, 138,146. And then here it is in Spanish, 123,118. Here's, and in his other works, right? So since 2021, he's been cited over 205,563 times in academia. That's since 2021. Since COVID, he has gotten over 200,000 citations. Right? Just as a reference, we can look up Sigmund Freud, the father of psychology. Which, oh my God, how do I fucking spell Sigmund? Is it with no U?
Sigmund, no?
Is it U? Is that it?
Yeah, it's with a U. Sigmund.
Right. Since 2021, he's gotten 68,000 citations. Right, so Paulo Freire has almost 4 times the citations in the last 5 years than Sigmund Freud. And nobody talks about fucking Paulo Freire. Yeah, dude, government schooling was never meant to educate. It was always a control mechanism. 110%, bro.
Is there anything, like, would going to the school board do anything here?
No, man.
No, nothing. No. Nothing. Just get my brother out of the class and say that's it, man.
Well,
Good luck to your
social
friends.
emotional learning was created to confuse retarded Republican school board members. If you get people mad enough, you know what happens? They change the name. You can't get rid of this unless you get rid of the root cause of the problem. The root cause of the problem is public funding for university education, as opposed to universities, having to produce results in order to justify their funding from student loans. And number 2 is the existence of public schools. You know what you can do? You can get your nephew? You can get your nephew out of a fucking public school. That's it.
He's not in a public school. He's in a private school, but this was like a public grant for the program that the school is doing.
Yeah, so publicly funded shit? Yeah.
Yeah.
So a public school.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Stacy, what's up? Appreciate the $2. This got a little scary. This got a little doomer pill, didn't it, boys? Like this was supposed to be some general questions on, how to talk to commies, and instead you're getting doomer pilled. Like, let me look up, since we're already down this rabbit hole, I'll look up the other thing that I was telling you about, right? Which is transformative social emotional learning.
That's the one I heard a lot from James Lindsay about. That's the one he was talking about constantly. Like,
okay, yeah. How many? So this one only has 1,200 citations, and then there's a revision, or not a revision, just a reprint or something with 137. Okay, it's got all the versions. Right, but we can just read the abstract. This article seeks to develop transformative social emotional learning, a form of SEL intended to promote equity and excellence among children, young people, and adults. We focus on issues of race and ethnicity as a first step forward to addressing the broader range of extant inequities. Transformative SEL is anchored in the notion of justice-orientated citizenship, and we discuss issues of culture, identity, agency, belonging, and engagement as relevant expressions of the collaborative for academic, social, and emotional learning 5 core competencies. We also point to programs and practices that hold promise for cultivating
these competencies and the importance of adult professional development in making these efforts maximally effective for diverse children and youth. We conclude by offering a few next steps to further advance transformative SEL research and practice. Like, that's psycho.
You hear equity in the abstract, you already know it's cooked. Like
Yeah. but notice that
Oh
these
my
are just
God.
the first steps. So we're talking about teaching children and training children to be agents of social justice in a critical democracy and indoctrinating them into critical race theory is just a first step, right? They acknowledge right in the abstract, we know this isn't enough and we seek to do more and do better. They have to put a mea culpa that we understand that fully indoctrinating children with misrepresentations and with psychological manipulation of children through the state is only a first step.
What do you think about, like, in school, if there's somebody who's liberty-minded or can see for what it is? Like, do you think that it'd be worthy for them to even try and push back?
No, not at all. But like, my sister is a pretty fairly based libertarian leaning. She's like somewhere in between me and Nick Fuentes, if I'm being honest. Right? And you know what I told her? And she's in college now, right? She's in college getting a chemistry degree in efforts of hopefully going on to get a law degree, right? And I told her, I was like, yeah, keep your fucking opinions to yourself. Shut the fuck up about that shit. And then she called me like a couple weeks later and was like, yeah, I was struggling with a paper and like I'd gotten like a B on one paper and like these kids were writing all this dumb shit. And she was like, so you know what I did? I took your advice and I just wrote a fucking paper on prison justice and like, the ways in which, the prison industrial complex and private prisons are, are fucking over the poor community. She was like, I got 100. And it was like not even a good paper. I was like, yeah, that's what you do.
It feels awful because I had to write a paper recently about who was that guy?
One second. So Sean got asked, is like, what's the exact topic for today's panel? We're talking about the general strike in Minnesota and like whether or not, strikes and large strikes, like ought we revitalize them? Ought we, like how ought we engage with the concept of strikes? Is this an effective thing, et cetera, in regards to Minnesota striking against ICE? And I'm sure we're going to talk about the Alex Pretty shooting and shit like that.
I had to write this paper about Eugene V. Debs, right? The socialist guy. And like the internal conflict of just talking about, this, like writing my real opinion versus what the professor wants to hear. It kills me if you have to write what the professor wants to hear. Like if I think the professor is good enough to grade my actual opinion, do you think I should just go for it or just
no?
Freaking no. All right.
No.
I thought that'd be the answer.
Here's the truth. Here's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what you do. Whenever you have a professor, okay, and you sign up for a class, the first thing you do is are you an undergrad right now?
Undergrad, yeah.
Okay, so you're trying to take, how many credit hours are you trying to take? You're trying to take 12, 15, or 18?
Taking 18 right now.
Okay, so here's what you do. You sign up for 18, you take 15. Every semester, this is what you do. You sign up for 18, you don't buy any books, you go to the first class of all of your classes, and you look for any professor that has a whole bunch of red flags. Super, super retarded, woke weirdo. You're a white man. Get the fuck out of that class. Go to a professor's class and then take that class next semester with a different professor. Okay? go into the class and they say some dumb shit like, I don't give out A's in my class because nobody's perfect.
Right.
You drop that class, right? You drop those classes. Now you've gotten rid of the most toxic professors, either because they're going to grade you like a crazy person or because you know that their politics are going to get in the way of like being able to have any like meaningful discussion or anything. Right? So you avoid all those professors. Next thing you do, after you've done that, you look them up on Google Scholar, you find out what research they've done, and you read their most cited pieces of research. Just the research. I mean, if they wrote a book and you really want to be a tryhard, read the book, sure, whatever. But like, just their articles that they've written. If they haven't written anything at all, just assume they're a woke retard. Keep your head down. Take the class, whatever. Get through it. Don't. You know what I mean? Just get the class done. If they have read like a couple of things, they have written a couple of things. Now you can actually read what it is that they're interested in, what research they do, and what their ideas are. Write your papers accordingly. Write your papers based off of what your professor thinks. Better. Right.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's how you get straight A's with limited effort.
I will say I had a federal government professor who on the first day of class defined the state as the monopoly on violence that is most widely accepted as legitimate. For that class, I wrote my real opinions and I got great grades. Right,
exactly. Like it's the same if you happen upon one of those dudes too, right? But it's like for the most part, you know what you're dealing with. If you just read if you just read their research, you go to the first day of class, drop the whichever one has the most red flags. If you do the strategy that I just told you, right? You'll be able to make mistakes in your papers that you miss, and you'll still get A's on them. You'll be able to take tests and you won't have any one class where you're just struggling because the professor is an extreme hard ass for no reason. And you'll walk out with a 4.0.
So avoid all the African studies classes.
Yeah, don't take those. I mean, I had sociology as like, you know, one of my degrees, right? So like I took all that shit. And like in the beginning, I tried to fight it, and it was rough. And then I learned that the hard way, and then I started getting A's in them with little effort.
Oh, you have to metagame the college. Dude.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
so sad. That's so
it's
sad.
You are not getting a real education. Give up that fucking notion. Give up. Let it go. College is not giving you a real education. Unless you're getting an engineering degree or software degree or something, and then maybe you're learning some useful things, but like 20% of your classes are useful, and the other 80% is nonsense that the federal government requires you to take in order for them to get funding because a bunch of activists fought for those things to be required. Yeah, you're taking English and some social shit and like some art shit that is completely irrelevant to your engineering degree, but the government said in order for us to get it, that's what you get. That's how you succeed, is that you realize you're playing a fucking game, not getting an education. So play the game to win.
I have to take a philosophy class, and I don't know. I think the philosophy field is probably full
Don't take a philosophy class. Take a logic class. It'll count for your philosophy degree. And it'll be immensely more helpful.
Okay. That's just going to be like math?
It'll be like half of it'll be about learning logical fallacies, and the other half of it'll be like mapping sentences, like A and B versus A then B versus.
Oh, that's I'm doing computer science, so it's just Boolean logic. Okay.
It's just it's very basic Boolean logic. So if you're doing computer science already, it'll be a fucking breeze, and then the other shit will just be interesting fucking like logical fallacies.
Okay.
It'll be an easy class, and then you'll just learn shit. You take an intro to philosophy, and you'll have to listen to You have to listen. You'll have a whole fucking section on abortion. And you'll hear the dumbest opinions. Yes. Abortion. You'll have to hear about the violinist, right? Like, and you'll have to hear about like all this, right? And that's
had
what
that
they
in high
consider to
school
be
already, though. Like,
yeah, college is just
stuff.
high school 2.0.
That's so sad.
Yeah, don't take a philosophy course unless
Yeah.
you're getting a philosophy degree or you're getting like a humanities degree. Then obviously you want to take those classes. But if you're getting a computer science degree, just take logic.
Yeah, I know. I read Brian Kaplan's book, the Case Against Education, and I thought previously that education was sort of useful, at least, but I mean, he kind of pushed me to that. It's just a piece of paper.
It's really just a piece of paper. I mean, like it has some very small usefulness. Ogre, you might have the Archon quest. It almost sucked me in, but sometimes I burnt through the lines. It is hilarious when you just read something out of chat with no context. You're just like, oh, okay. Yeah. My third world uni doesn't even teach you logic, so telling bro moment. Oh, that's rough, dude. Who are you on a call with again? This is Poval. Poval's in chat a lot of times. Poval seems like a cool one. Young man, you know, just trying to make you fucking succeed. You know? But yeah, no, it's not useless. I mean, even as an employer, it's not completely useless. Because like, you know, if I'm an employer and I see someone that has like straight A's in college, I have to worry that they're a woke retard. I do. You know what I don't have to worry about? If I give them a task, they're not going to get so distracted that they can't complete the task. I know that you can write a paper. I know that you can like go through something for 4 years and get it done. Right? Like, so it still has some uses to the...
Right, it has the signaling
right.
aspect of it.
But you're already starting to see that crumble away. Rip into Poval to do CLEP exams to skip a lot of this bullshit. I don't know.
I was looking it up.
I'm 50-50 on CLEP. Here's the problem with CLEP. Here's the good thing about CLEP, right? You skip it, you save money, you get it done, whatever. Problem is CLEP exams, for whatever reason, don't look very good on your transcripts. If you're only planning to get a bachelor's degree, CLEP can be pretty good. But if you're planning to go to grad school, CLEP makes you look like a try-hard, and like the administration that is like trying to get you into the school, you know, they'll look at it as like, oh, he doesn't commit. They have like all these really bad feelings about CLEP. So if you're going to grad school, I would actually counsel against doing CLEP exams.
Nah, I'm just doing the 4-year. Actually, I'm doing the 2-year and then the 4-year. So it might even be better to do CLEP.
Yeah, if you're doing an associates and then doing that, then just straight up do CLEP in your associates and CLEP out of a few classes.
CLEP out of the philosophy class, yeah? The African studies class?
I mean, you can CLEP out of a logic class, probably. If they offer it. It depends on your school, too, like what they do and don't offer, and how much you have to pay for it.
It's not so bad.
One thing I will tell people is if you speak a second language, CLEP out of the fucking language. Just do it. If you're already fluent in Spanish, like just CLEP out of Spanish. What is CLAP? Europor here. Basically, you pay a small amount of money to take a test to say, you know, I already know all of this. And then if you do well on the test, then they'll give you the credit for the college course because you've proven that you already know all of this.
Yeah, it's like taking the final exam for the class without having to sit through the semester.
Right. You still have to pay for it, but it's way cheaper than like the tuition cost.
Yeah, it's like $100, I think, for each test. Not bad at all.
What am I weird about? What? Oh, okay. I missed something. Will you stop telling people to look up Chris Chan? Stop.
So you do know there's a YouTube channel out there called like the Comprehensive History of Chris Chan. It's
Dude,
got like
stop telling people to look up Chris Chan. Chris Chan is the most terrifying person in the world to me.
He's the most documented human on the internet. And
listen,
it's great.
Listen. When Mark tells me about long dead serial killers, that stuff is haunting. But it's not as haunting as Chris Chan because he's fucking alive and he's in Virginia somewhere. Like
you can run into him.
There is a non-zero chance that I could just see Chris Chan at the local Walmart.
When you see him, ask him how the merge is going. All right, you just gotta get caught up on
I don't want to get caught up on the Chris Chan lore.
You should get caught up. It's really easy. It's only an hour an episode. There's about 120 of them on this YouTube channel.
God damn, dude. That's
it's shorter than One Piece. It's shorter than One Piece, so you could do it. I'm sure you could.
I haven't watched One Piece because it's too fucking long. I'm not doing it. I tried to read the manga because I was like, I'll read the manga and it'll be quicker.
It's way better
and then I
paced.
get caught
yeah.
up, right? And then I started reading the manga and I got to like episode 4 or like the 4th chapter, and I was like, this is rough. Like this is very fucking goofy and not my thing. I feel bad. I just don't like it.
Besides the Chris Chan thing, you should also try this whole Roblox thing. Do the TikTok invasion.
I'm not doing Roblox. I'm not going on the the game.
You don't have to be on the pedo. Look, you just scan the face of what's his name from GTA. It'll give you like 45 years old. All right, and then you can go on to like the 18+ section, and then you don't have to worry about like screaming kids. And you could debate people. You could smurf people. You could do what Andrew Wilson does on TikTok, but do it on Roblox.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing Roblox. Like, this is such a.
What if the Remnant is on Roblox, man? Like,
you gotta. God. I don't want them. It's the same thing when I bump into ANCAP furries, right? Like, I see ANCAP furries online, and I'm like, and I'll read a tweet, and I'll be like, that's a base tweet. Guess what's not getting a like and a retweet? That. Because I don't want anybody to shut the fuck up. I'm not unbanning you on Discord. You got banned once, and then you fucking came back and you got banned again because you don't know how to behave like a normal human. I'm sorry, Slope. You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. Fuck the peace sign. Load the chopper, let it rain on you. All right, well, this was sufficiently dark. I'm going to hop out of here.
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course, of course. That was Poval, everybody. And you, too, can be on the show at some point and chat it up with me if you really want to. You just got to be in the Discord. Listen, Scott, we need more ANCAPs from the IT space. Leave the furries alone. No, dude, but like the furries, like I'm not about it. Like, I don't want them as an ally. Like, I don't think they're helping. What's wrong with the furries? Real simple. I am doing everything I can to fight for the concept that libertarians are not just fucking degenerate weirdos. Retweeting furries isn't helping. You know what I mean? I'm in the Discord and we've never chatted. What the fuck? I mean, I've chatted plenty on here. I don't know if we have or haven't. But when I'm live streaming, there's literally a live stream waiting room. Like, if I know who people are, I got no problem like hopping in. If I don't know who you are and I don't recognize the name, I'm not necessarily guaranteed to hop in. That being said, like in 10 minutes, we're going on that panel. Oh my God. Click the right thing. Dude, I'm about to fucking time you out, Slope is Dope, just because you're annoying me. Seriously though, get caught up on I'm not getting caught up on the Chris Chandler. I don't want to know, dude. Been in the Discord for like yeah. Prime Guys? Yeah, I mean it's Monday night. It's a Prime Guys panel. I kind of like the topic, to be honest. I like talking about the history of like wildcat riots and fucking that stuff. Fabian is fake news? What are you talking about? I was literally just in the Discord just now, talking with a viewer for like an hour. What do you mean? Oh no, Kaz, what are you DMing me now? Oh God, hold on. I'm not even gonna look at it. I'm not even gonna look. I'm just gonna open it up and see what it is. We're gonna trust that Casimir didn't send me something that can't go on the YouTube channel.
You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel.
That's just weird. I don't know. I'm not They Live. I do enjoy a good They Live reference. I'll give you that. John Carpenter is the GOAT. I feel like John Carpenter doesn't get enough respect. Who's with me? Are we in the belief that you missed the live reaction to the I Hypocrite meme post? I mean, it's still up. You know what I mean? Like, the video hasn't been taken down. I don't take down my live streams. Not unless YouTube makes me do it. Dude, The Thing, what are all the John Carpenter's films? Fucking, what is it? Escape from Precinct 13, They Live, The Thing, all John Carpenter movies, right? Right, so we got The Ward, not that good. Cigarette Burns, awful. Masters of Horror, I don't know what that is. Ghosts of Mars from 2001 was bad, but whatever. Vampires was kind of bad. But motherfucking Escape from LA and Escape from New York, fucking the best. All right? Snake Plissken, let's go. The Fog was good. Fucking Assault on Precinct 13. Big Trouble in Little China is still one of my favorite movies. Prince of Darkness, I don't think I've actually watched that one. I missed that one somehow. Memoirs of an Invisible Man, not that good. Body Bags, not that good. I don't know why. I don't even like horror. Like, I need you to understand, I dislike horror, but I like John Carpenter. Prince of Darkness is really good. I'm writing it down. If you tell me that like a horror movie is good, like, I know it's good. Just watched Escape from New York recently. Hell yeah, dude. I had a pet possum called Snake Plissken. Fabian just doesn't want to chat with me because I'm a dirty minarchist and he has excluded me from being a libertarian. Dude, I talk with so many people. Carpenter is a well-respected and beloved director and effect creator. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, amongst fucking movie nerds. I'm talking about, like, people don't watch his movies anymore and, like, people don't talk about him. Like, yeah, if you're watching fucking Zach Amico, I'm sure he gives raving reviews. But, like, you know, I think Invisible Man needs to be graded on a curve because it wasn't a horror and Chevy Chase wanted to be serious. Open border libertarians when their wives demand an open border relationship. Oh, man. Funny. Bad argument, but funny. What is this message request? What new bot is coming after me? Ignore. Fabian dodging me because I'll alienate his Christ cuck viewers. Bro, I talked so much shit on Christians literally yesterday. What are you talking about? You just always, like, you're such a troll. We're about to go have a blast on this panel. It's about to be dope. What is an open border libertarian? Like a no border libertarian? Yeah, pretty much. I believe in private borders, not open borders. I refuse to say that I'm for open borders because it just doesn't match what I actually believe when people hear the term open border. yeah, it's a code for pedophile, which is also a code. Shut up. All right, let me hop in here. I'm gonna hop in here and take a piss. Where is it? Testing. All right, that works. All right. Whoo! All right, boys, I'll be right back. All right, boys, we're back. Well, we're a minute away from whatever, but you know what I mean. How do I skip this ad? What are you talking about? Just me using the restroom? Pee faster. Bro.
The bidet ad sucks. Yeah. Bidets are on point, dude. Everyone should get a bidet. Dirty buttholes. Whoa! Jump scare.
Oh.
Darn. Better luck next time.
Yeah. I take this as a surrender. So, here he is. Nope, that's actually someone else. Hello. There he is. Hello, gentlemen. Hope you're all doing well. Good evening. Yeah. Jay?
I was going to have maybe a quick question.
Sure.
And obviously, the chances of this happening depends on, how gender neutral your first name is. But would you ever date or marry someone with the first name as you? I ask because for whatever reason, an algorithm, suggested a podcast to me. Okay. It's the podcast of Taylor Lautner, who played Jacob in Twilight. Turns out his wife, his name is Taylor. She took his last name. And so he's married to Taylor Lautner.
What if it calls her Tay Tay just to make things less awkward when they're
probably
in the
calls her
bedroom,
Tay Tay, actually.
I can't prove that this is narcissism, but I have a sneaking suspicion. You know what I mean? Like, like I feel like Detective Doak's like, you know, like, something suspicious that you want to be married to yourself.
But then she took his last name.
Yeah. I mean,
it wouldn't matter because if he took her last name, then she would be married to herself.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know where the narcissism begins or ends.
Yeah. I mean, it's just unlikely to happen to me. I have an ultra.
But I have a gender neutral name,
I have an ultra masculine first name. So
hyper masculine.
Hyper masculine, I think. It's probably the term, the proper nomenclature for that. So unlikely to happen to me. But maybe Lactoid. Hey, Lactoid.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me okay?
Hey, friend. What's up?
What's up?
Yeah. Well, what's your answer to this question?
Yeah, I think I'd probably date a girl of any name, assuming that she's attractive enough. And how do I phrase this?
Would you want her to take your last name?
The watch comes with all original parts. Let's say maybe no aftermarket pieces.
Yeah.
So no plastic surgery whatsoever at all.
Probably. I mean, unless there was some kind of like horrific accident, I might tolerate that.
You might.
I'm saying, look, I'm just saying that
you got to revise the original parts there.
The X-axis is potentially required, or is required, I would say.
Okay, hold on. But we all know, so maybe Alex doesn't know this, but the rest of us should know that Lactoid pushes, and something actually I've sort of adopted here, okay, right? He talks about how marriage, right? The marriage contract should be long and specific, right? And have like an endless number of clauses. What a surprise! The lawyer decided to do that. But he, I guess, within that clause, within this marriage contract, he put then no plastic surgery, which gives him an out, right? If she does go through a horrific accident, then he does a calculation. And
there can be like
a stipulation, right?
I'm trying to I don't know what Twitch's policy on this, but I think I should be pretty clear what I'm saying. Like the name doesn't matter as long as
you're talking about not trans. I got it. Yeah, sure. But
I didn't say it.
Like, sure.
Somehow he got even more like a lawyer as time went on. I didn't say it. You said it.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so that's the only thing you're concerned about. So then, okay. So maybe we were misinterpreting this before. Okay, so that's not what you meant previously, not in terms of uh their plastic, like ordinary plastic surgery, meaning, right? You wouldn't mind if she enhanced her boobs or whatever.
No, no, no. I take that into consideration as well, for sure.
Okay.
Into
Like
consideration, not a deal breaker though, potentially.
it depend potential again. It would really depend on the circumstances. Like I don't know if I could date somebody who like went through extensive optional kind of plastic surgery because with the cheeks and the fillers and all that. I think that just doesn't attract me, and also I think the kind of personality that would do that might not attract me as well. But again, like I can imagine, let's say, oh, I had cancer and had to get my left breast removed. I'm probably going to be pretty accommodating for a scenario like that.
What about after marriage or whatnot? Is that?
I would still be accommodating, right? Like if I would be able to put
no, but
myself
like,
in
would
that
you
position.
divorce if they opted to like, well, I changed my mind 20 years down the line, I want.
Yeah, again, if it's entirely like I want to get giant lip fillers and look like a duck. Yeah, I think that'd be a no-go.
No. Let's not push giant. No. Well, we have an idea.
Mutated
in our minds,
lips
right?
that are inhuman that you never.
Yeah. We got an idea in our minds. Like
the lip filler thing is out of fucking control. Like there's so many attractive girls.
It look good.
There's so many attractive girls where it's like, man, like if you just hadn't ruined your lips, like this is just silly looking. Like it's like they're all I will say the things Lactoid is afraid to say. It is as if Hollywood and so many attractive women have been psyoped into some way of all trying to look like hot trans girls instead of just looking like fucking girls. They get the buccal fat removal, they get the lip filler. It's like it's all the girls are going through female facialization surgery. And it's like, you didn't need that. You were already cute. And now you look off. I'm not saying you look ugly, right? Like a lot of times they look fine, but they just look off. Like there's an uncanny valley where you no longer look
uncanny valley.
Right.
Yeah,
like you no longer look like you like the way you were made.
Wrong.
There's not like there's character missing from your face. There's there's something missing.
Like something's off. Yeah. It doesn't really quite
it's
look right.
And it's just,
Isn't that the case with all?
No bueno.
Isn't that the case with all plastic surgery though? Doesn't it almost always look off?
Yeah, most of it. But if it's
if
reconstructive,
it's
reconstructive, I'm more open.
I think certain rhinoplasties and things like that for girls that had fucking big schnozzes and they get a little bit shaved down, I think it often looks better, right? And there are levels to it. Obviously, like some surgeons are really good, some are really bad. Like some of them look pretty natural, but I mean, but like you have like a giant insecurity about a thing. Like I don't really give a fuck if you want to look better in that regard. And if it improves you, and you like it better, I probably like you liking it better. Like I don't really care. But there is this like race towards like this need to constantly improve that is pathological. And very often you're seeing things that are seen now as like minor changes that just don't look better, but they look better to women for other women, and they don't look better to men.
How much of part do you think like AI and CGI kind of stuff has to play into that? Like this ideal?
I think what you're talking actually
like filters and shit
is like Instagram filters. That would be what you're talking about. And I think that actually plays a lot. Actually, I'm positive it plays a lot into that, because we have instances of like women, plenty of instances of women like going to their surgeon, right, with pictures of them on Instagram using a filter, right, and say like, hey, they maybe like this, this is like a huge thing, and not just
sometimes it fucking works
out.
out great. Like look at before and after pictures of Lindsay Lohan, right? Like Lindsay Lohan used to be an icon of beauty, then got hardcore into drugs, aged, looked fucked up, and then she got one of those like complete facial reconstructive things where they like do like 4 or 5 surgeries in one, and like I'm gonna be real with you, she looks a lot better. Right? She still looks a little off, there is like an uncanny valley thing and like certain angles it looks weird, right? And I still am like predominantly against it, but like, it's a roll of the dice. You know what I mean? Sometimes you do end up looking better, but I think more and more it is about so much of female psychology is reputation management, and so much of it is female centric. And so there's a disconnect between what it is that men find attractive and what women feel more confident in as they're perceived by other women.
No. I want to push you on this. Okay. And I want to introduce politics into this, and we'll see where we end up here. So one, I don't think you're like necessarily like completely wrong about what you just said, Scott, right? But I want to add to it. One, I think that women, and we've seen this like throughout the modern era, right? Like I'm saying, like since like the 1920s or whatever, right? Like with the birth of like the advertising like industry, right? That women are not simply responding to like what other women find attractive. No, in fact, they're responding to what men tell them are attractive, right? Through the beauty industry that they control and that they market.
Well, gay men and women through the beauty industry.
No,
right?
no. That's too much. No, I can't let you get away with that. Yes, you'll find gay men, right? During in like the fashion industry in terms of like like designers and stuff, but in terms of the people owning the industry and people marketing the industry, right? Like the ad execs, those are, well, as far as we know, most of them straight men.
But most major makeup brands are owned by women or gay men at this point, correct?
I don't know if that would be the case. Maybe you're correct now, but I'm saying that like throughout
in the 1970s, you'd 100% be right? I think there was like one major one. I can't remember her name. But for the most part, you'd be correct that it was, I mean, obviously corporate America was all predominantly white men regardless. Like, not that that per se matters, but yeah.
All right. Let me, So, okay.
Well, well, actually, you know what? I'll leave it there. I have more, but if you want to jump in, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah. So what do you, I kind of, pardon me. My voice is being weird. It seems like there's a social aspect to this that maybe we don't want to talk about. And that's that women are being told that they can be basically young forever. And, they run around until their mid 20s. And all of a sudden that 27, 28-year-old wall that we all hear about, whether that
even by run around, just to clarify a little.
Not get married. And then all of a sudden they find that they're not getting as many dates, they're not as attractive, and the men in their age range want to date 20-year-olds and not 28 or 29-year-olds, and all of a sudden that option of plastic surgery seems a lot more palatable than maybe it would have earlier. Do we give any credence to social pressure in that direction?
Yeah,
I'm sure that's an element. I don't know that it characterized that most women run around.
Correction. No, I'm wrong. It's still straight men. I'm looking because I'm looking it up now. Like most of the moguls, most of the names you hear about are going to be women and gay men. But when it comes to L'Oreal, Estee Lauder, Olivier, Procter and Gamble owns a lot. Like a lot of the major corporations that are, especially the shit you're finding like in CVS or just like, you're just going to Ulta and buying like a regular brand, right? Like all of the influencer brands, all the things you hear about, all the things that go viral like might be that way. But in terms of sales, right? Like it's still predominantly male driven CEOs and et cetera.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, but to agree, and I think I'd love to hear what I have to say is this. Well, I mean, I think we agree that social pressure certainly plays a role. And there are women who feel that they only have so many birthing years left, right? And they got to land the plane now, land the plane.
That's actually good. That's actually good. Yeah. I think some of it could be cultural as well, because like in Korea, in South Korea, they 16-year-old girls get plastic surgeries for their birthday. Like their family will give them a plastic.
Yeah, well, the eye surgery is like super common in Korean culture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's probably harder to find a 20-year-old girl in South Korea that it's probably hard to find one that hasn't had work done.
South Korea and surgeries is like I would say if you want to go down that rabbit hole, which I have before, is not for the faint of heart.
Like there's a lot of dark stuff when it comes to that industry, especially when you look at K-pop idols. And like, I mean, like K-pop idols, many of those girls, I mean, like they're basically popular icons that corporations sex traffic as children. Like many of them get surgeries before they're 18 and lie about it and say that they never occurred. They are like groomed in the industry. Like it gets, and then they set so much of the popular media and so much of the marketing on like this concept of perfection, but like so many of them are literally crafted by surgeons.
But no, to go even further, I mean, like in terms of like what you were referring to, in terms of being groomed and sexually assaulted. No, there was a massive like rape ring, that was like based out of like this
I
club,
was being Twitch safe for once, you know, but like like
whatever.
I'm just saying like was specifically on the topic of surgeries and things.
But I would agree it's quite dark. Okay, so now I'm going to try to introduce a bit of fiction here.
Well, they're Korean, so they're not that dark.
Oh, okay. I see.
Okay.
I see.
Okay. Or no, they don't like it when you're that dark, right? There are darker Koreans. They don't like it.
That is where a lot of the good skin whitening cream comes from, is Korea.
Most of my wife's cosmetics are Korean. That's not even I'm not even joking about that.
They got good cosmetics.
They would be the experts.
But okay, so I'm gonna try to introduce a bit of fiction within our conversation, right? Because now I would agree that what we've been talking about definitely applies across the board when we're talking about like young women, young to even older women, right? But right, and I'm curious if you guys think this is true. There is what people are calling the Mar-a-Lago look, where there's a certain look, specifically among conservative circles, conservative women, right? A very homogenized, very plastic, like blonde, like lip filler, nails thing,
Stepford wife,
blown up lips, sort of like that, right? That really does, like, according to this is what made me think of it when Scott said, like, yeah, they're looking like trans individuals, right? Being sometimes literally being mistaken for trans. Like there's a push within some of these circles, and I'm not, of course, talking about your wives or girlfriends or anything like that, but like in some of these circles to like homogenize themselves, kind of like that Fox News look, right?
Yeah, I mean that's been a thing forever, right? Like the specific, you know, fucking Stepford housewife, blonde, this body shape with large tits and not too big of a butt. And the thing is like obviously I'm being a little tongue in cheek when I talk about the trans situation, but I mean it's not like they're trying to look trans. They're trying to chase a surgery, you know, a surgery path towards this like ideal carbon copy of like woman within the entertainment industry, within, you know, Instagram, etc. And they end up looking trans because they end up getting the same fucking surgeries. They get the buccal fat removal. They get, you know, their chin shaved a little bit. They get, you know, they get the facelift, and they get this alien, almost feline look to them at a certain point.
Like they just had a bad allergic reaction to selfish or some shit like that because they all look fucking atrocious. Like Laura Loomer, fucking shit, dude. Holy hell. Like, and that's what I don't. And the thing is like maybe it's because, you know, I don't know. It's just like this appeal that they need to have, even though it looks atrocious. I can definitely agree about like how surgery can't go bad. There's a lot of reasons as to why people actually go to Mexico because it's cheaper to get plastic surgery done there, but it usually comes out looking really fucking bad. Now, a lot of the you know, conservative women that get the Mar-a-Lago treatment, their husbands are wealthy. They can afford the good surgery, but I can't explain as to why it goes so bad. I'm sure they could find great doctors that can take care of this stuff, but you know, maybe that's where their husbands crash grinder apps every time they have a little convention or something. You know, I don't know.
Okay.
Man.
I do want to actually touch on that a little bit, right, and see where it
Careful,
goes.
touch on what?
I'm talking about docking.
Phrasing.
Touching another penis with my penis. That's what I'm talking about. But I was gonna ask, before we leave this specific section, what do you guys think of Kristi Noem specifically?
You mean her
Right?
political
Like,
position?
Are
or
we
her,
talking
like,
about
or
her
all the
like
above?
face, or are we talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
the
yeah. Like,
person?
what's she like her transformation? She's like, I mean, she's hopefully you think she's a dog shit individual, but like in terms of her transformation, you can see if you just Google it, right? Kristi Noem before and after, right? There's a stark difference over a short span of years. Yeah. So like, what do you guys think? Like, that's an improvement or is a problem? Thoughts?
Problem. That's
I'd
what
have
happens
to
if
go
you choose.
look, but yeah, I don't know.
That's what happens
Yeah.
if you choose to sleep with Corey Lewandowski. You end up looking like that, a train wreck.
Okay.
I mean,
but yeah,
I don't want to sound too gay here, but like I just don't look at her that way. You know what I mean? Like there's certain political figures or things like that. It's like this might actually be the first time I'm like thinking about like, is she attractive or not attractive? Like I don't like, there's certain people that I just wouldn't view that way because like it's a political figure that I despise. You know what I mean? Like I don't I don't know that can even like I'm too. I want to be objective,
Principled.
but I would be literally too objective because the penis is not in play because the brain does not want the penis to be in play. You know what I mean? Like I'm too unattracted to her personally.
You're
like,
saying you're
like to be able to
yourself.
like, yeah, like I don't know. Like I just like I said, I don't want to sound like maybe I'm too low T, boys. Who fucking knows? But like I just don't see her that way. I'm just like, oh, look at this gross bitch. You know what I mean? Like
I can have sex with Republican women. I can manage that.
What if she was?
I mean, I didn't say Republicans. I'm talking about like her specifically as like a figure that is just lying through her teeth every time she's on TV and has Nazi slogans fucking on her podium. Like she's another level of crazy that I'm just like, no, I don't even think of like that.
Assuming that she had plastic surgery, which it kind of looks like she did, although it's never been admitted. I've liked the way she looked beforehand. Yeah, I'm looking at her right now.
You like
the way she looked beforehand. Yeah, I think she looked more natural beforehand, basically in line with everything that I've said.
Well, she was also presumably younger as well. So I mean, that might.
Well, I understand she's younger, but like, it's not just
not that many years. It was
I don't know
very
how,
small.
I've been tracking it
period of time that she's had this transformation.
But I mean, but like when you actually look at the differences, like her eyes seem higher up.
She's
there's like this almost. There's almost like this waxy look that I've noticed with people who get a lot of plastic surgery. Like there's a reflective kind of sheen around their, especially on their cheeks, but around their eyes.
It could be like a look of central casting because Trump does go for people that fit in central casting. That's like one of his biggest things. He wants people that look good on TV. That's why she puts on 16 different costumes in 2 different press conferences in less than an hour. It's just like she'll wear a cowboy hat. Next thing you know, she's wearing a tiara. I mean, it
could just be a shit ton of it could just be a shit ton of makeup. It's possible, and there is no plastic surgery. But regardless, I mean, I'm looking at a picture right here of like how she.
It looks like 2 different people. Yeah, this is.
She looks more like normal.
Yeah. Yeah. Her lips were like super thin previously, and now they're like much expanded. So at the very least, she's had lip filler done. I couldn't name. I'm not a plastic surgeon. I couldn't name you all the things that she's had done, but there's a transformation there.
I'm just not interested enough, to be honest.
That's fair.
Someone in my chat said it's a mixed bag because she looks fake and old. But before, she thought the Karen cut was a good look.
Yeah, dude, that was awful.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So then the last thing, just because Alex brought it up, I wasn't gonna like talk about this, but Alex brought it up, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it now. All right. Okay. All right. So what I have heard many times from many different sources, right? It's not just once. This is like, and these are anecdotes, right? So I'll admit that I don't have like a hard data, some study for you guys to look at. Okay, fair enough. But I've heard this from many different sources, many different videos on this, that conservative men seem to be really into like alt women that like a very alternative like chase a lot of liberal women, like the exact type they trash online, and Yeah, I'll leave it there. That like there seems to be like a big attraction on them. Obviously, I'm not talking about either any of you, all right, and making judgments about whatever you guys like, right? But like within the conservative movement, there's just like a lot of men into women that they would otherwise be condemning.
I mean, when I was a younger man, I found liberal women to be very liberal with certain aspects of their.
You when they're running around?
That was the running around. Let them land the plane.
No, if I learn that a woman is like right wing, it makes her more attractive to me, I guess.
Okay.
How right wing? Like
sky's the limit.
The sky's okay. Wow. Like
I think a lot of like
tight leather can look good.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of like penned up guys are obviously going to go for some level of like additional excitement in their life if they're feeling degenerate, right? And I feel like this is obviously true of women as well, right? Like there are a lot of like, for example, right now, one of the trending like fetish romance novel categories is Ice Agent. Right? Like
yeah.
women love the concept of a man that is a monster that they dislike, right? And there's a lot of sexual fetish from like women of like conservative MAGA patriarchy man that like, you know, is doing this. There's a lot of women in Europe that have sexual fantasies about immigrants, right? That are like using them and controlling them, right? Like I think when you kind of give in to, you know, sexual desire, be it male or female, be it straight or gay, I think often, you know, as you're getting, especially if you're getting into like degenerate things or looking for excitement as opposed to looking for a partner or love, you're going to you're going to gravitate towards those things that maybe you're going to explore a side of yourself that isn't normal because you're looking for excitement. So you're going to explore a side of yourself that feels differently than you actually do. But I mean, this is also kind of the whole thing around like CNC, right? Consensual non-consent. Is that it's like, is it really that that's what you deeply want in your whole life as a woman, to be raped? No. But you like the idea of exploration with danger. You like the idea of exploration with a monster. You like the idea of an exploration with a masculine man. And the same thing I think is probably going to be true with very, you know, tight-knit men, is that, you know, that are conservative. They want to feel like they're in control and they have a wife, maybe even, or a girlfriend, or their experience has been women that have like, you know, nagged them and have like, you know, made them, you know, go to farmers markets and things like this and, you know, try to keep up this white picket fence. And so their version of excitement is somebody that's free and chaotic and exciting again. Right. So I just think this is just very normal sexuality. And I think like the idea that conservative men being into liberal girls is like some extra weird type of fetish or thing to explore, I think is just kind of like looking at one dimension of normal sexuality and not expanding out again and realizing that we're all kind of like this.
Well,
I don't.
Go on. Sorry. So when I look at it like this, right? Like there are examples of, you know, conservative guys that like will shame women that do OF, but then they'll be sliding right up in them DMs asking for pictures, something like that. I mean, it happens all the time. I mean, we can't deny it. And like, there's people like Ted Haggard, who was a big time evangelical preacher, pastor that advocated against gay marriage. He was caught not once, but twice with a male escort in a hotel. I mean, I cannot confirm.
Ted Haggard was one.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I said Ted Haggard.
The big one. Yeah.
Yeah. Ted Haggard. The thing is, like a lot of these
and paying him in meth. Don't forget that part.
Yeah, I can't forget that part. But the thing is, it's like, listen, I don't care if you do that lifestyle. That's none of my business. My only big thing is if it's consensual. If it's not consensual, then I have a problem. Like there are guys out there that like cuck themselves. I don't care. I'm not gonna get involved. That's for damn sure. But the thing is, you can't be like, oh, you are an OF hooker, you know, I can't respect you.
Prostitute.
Yeah, fine, whatever.
Yeah, whore.
Okay,
just say it.
Terminology, semantics. Okay, but anyway, then he's gonna slide up in the DMs.
Don't be scared. Just say it.
Okay, whore. Fine. Okay.
Yeah,
So anyway,
there you go.
sliding up in the DMs, and then just say, hey, when can we hook up? Something like that. Like it's like they're ashamed of themselves. It's just like the guys that are like chasers. Essentially, they're ashamed that they're chasers, but now they have to put on this big show. It's like, oh yes, I hate these people. They are monsters. It's like it's just a show of force usually. Now listen, if you're into that stuff, hey, be free. Love it. You know, as long as it's consensual adults, I don't give a shit. You guys can be furries for all I care. I don't give a shit.
Someone in my chat said, you're overthinking it, Scott. TradCon men are dumb on average. They're just attracted to their peers.
Okay.
No, not the right crowd.
So,
I thought it was, you know.
That's fine. I'm sorry. I'm busy doing something. Though okay. So I want to give a bit of pushback. Though. So, well, a slight bit of a pushback. One, I want to add add on to what Scott was saying when he talked about women wanting let's just call them dangerous men, or like men who are not a good idea.
Hyper masculine in the toxic variety, right? Not integrated masculinity, but masculine nevertheless.
Yeah. So agreed. So I agree for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is something a woman told me years ago, right? She said that so much of those fantasies, basically rape fantasies, that type of thing, comes from women feeling repressed in their own sexuality, being that like they can't express like their own libidos, right? And so like in this case, this is an external force forcing them to do the things that they always wanted to do in the first place, right? And that's where like the CNC that you were referring to comes from. So there's that. But in terms of what Alex was, I think Alex said this, that like, oh yeah, he says he doesn't care, right, as long it's consensual. Well, actually, I do have, yeah, I do
hot take.
have,
I don't care so long as you do it in the comfort in your own bedroom.
Yeah. But I actually do have more requirements for it to be okay in my mind, right? Because like not only are we talking about these conservative men being attracted to alt women, right? Again, I'm not making any statements about anyone here at all, right? But what I've also heard plenty of times, right, is from trans women, is that those same men who attack them on Twitter slide into their DMs as well.
They're called chasers. They're called chasers. That's what I brought up earlier.
Exactly, right. And so like my problem is like sometimes like those trans women, especially the ones who are who have less of a frankly self-respect for themselves, like, and who feel desperate and want some sort of male validation, right, will actually date these individuals. And my problem with that is like this person like doesn't respect you, hates you, is completely ashamed of you, but like wants to like engage like under the cover of night with activities with you. Like that's an issue for me. That's an issue when men like that like degrade these individuals, and just like with the OnlyFans women, like the cis OnlyFans women, right? You degrade these women, but then you're constantly sexualizing them, constantly trying to get in their panties, right? The hypocrisy is just too much for me. I can't stand it.
Yeah, I mean, toxic relationships are toxic. Like, I don't like what's the argument though, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, the plenty of people involve themselves in toxicity. I mean, to add another layer to this conversation, right? I do think that you're going to see fetishes and things of that nature be a little bit more common in male sexuality. It's not the best research. It's difficult to do sex research, just in general, because it's difficult to do psych research in general, because like the only way to really isolate variables would be like, Unit 731 type shit. Like, you can't lock people in a fucking dungeon and then be like, we'll study what happens to your sexuality if we traumatize you for the next 10 years or something, right? So it's a lot of self-report surveys and things of that nature. But there appears to be, right, and that's the strongest thing I can say, is there appears to be a link, right, with sexual imprinting being more common amongst men, whereas changes in promiscuity being more common amongst women, right? And so women, like, we can take the trauma element out or we can add the trauma element in, but trauma adds more variables, right? But let's just say, like, when sexuality differs in women, it tends to differ in how promiscuous they are, how much they're seeking validation or seeking sex or seeking hedonistic pleasure, right? And you see this, in trauma. It's less controversial to talk about it with women,
because for reasons we'll just say, where traumatic experiences can cause women to close off very much, right? Be very nervous about having sex, be very uncomfortable, be very self-conscious, and it can have the opposite effect, right? Where they become very sexually promiscuous, like the boundaries are difficult for them to maintain. They just kind of go and do all of this. Whereas with men, what you see more often, right? Obviously, changes in promiscuity are going to be a thing. Humans differ, etc. But what you tend to see, or what it seems to be a pattern, is that men are more likely to fetishize an aspect of a person, be it a body part, a sex act, or an identity of some type. Like some of the earliest sex research on this that wasn't done on humans but was done on animals, where like this theory kind of comes from, is research between goats and sheep. And what they found is when you mix goats and sheep and separate them as they're growing up, and then reintroduce them into the populations, what you'll find is that the male goats will only be that were separated will no longer be attracted to female goats. They only want to have sex with female sheep when they grew up in that domain. Whereas you get very little to no difference in the females. Obviously there's kind of like a dominance thing here, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's a very difficult research to do, but it seems to be a pattern. So when you're looking at like fetishes amongst like, conservative men, I think it is important to say, nothing definitive, but also research seems to point that men are more likely to engage in any type of fetish, to sexually imprint at a young age that they're really into feet, or they're really into goth girls, or they're really into a different race, or they're really into a different, political climate, whatever. Whereas women, the more natural reaction, if it's maybe trauma induced or if it's just a personality difference, is varying degrees of sexual promiscuity. So the women are less likely to go chase conservative men, or get really into butts or something like that, whereas they're more likely to just have sex with a bunch of people within their identity group, or maybe close off within their identity group.
Okay. Yeah, agreed. And then last thing, then we can move off of this and to the topic at hand. Because I actually was watching a video on this just the other night. It came from my algorithm. Do you all think that you should date outside of your party or like ideological affiliation, or like whatever, like your value? Let's make it even bigger. Your value group, right? Like whatever group like most recognizes your general values, right? Do you think you should not? I'm not talking about sex, right? I'll stick my dick in anyone. I don't care. I'm talking about like a relationship that you're looking for, to build a life with someone. Do you think that like people should even bother with that?
I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but I'm not opposed to it. But like, just like anything, there's a middle ground, just like whatever with shared hobbies. So I think it's absolutely necessary to have your partner have the exact same or even similar hobbies. Let's say maybe one or two shared ones, but even then, I don't think that's like a necessity of like having a partner that has totally different hobbies might be a good thing in terms of like exploration, all that stuff. But I think there's some, when it comes to values, especially like political values or like values that you hold dearly, I think there's some foundational ones without exactly specifying what those are, but as we can go through them. But like, I think there will be some level of deviation that you can tolerate, and that will vary person by person. But I do think there's, I would, at the end of the day, I don't want to date a clone of myself. I could say that much.
Lactoid?
There's no specific deal breakers for me. My mentality with dating, and really with friendships or any kind of relationship that you have with somebody, is I'm kind of subconsciously keeping track of like a mental score of that person.
Oh wait, don't you have a spreadsheet as well?
Well, potentially, right? Sometimes that helps.
Potentially? Wait, are you? Did I mishear
yeah.
some previous information, or?
No, we can go into that.
Okay, so it's not just mentally; it's like literally a spreadsheet.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it's physical in terms of an actual spreadsheet. Yes, but assuming that we're not talking about the spreadsheet, there is a mental score that I have of every individual that I'm interacting with.
The only reason that he pays for Microsoft Excel is for this right here.
For it. The free trial allows you to do it. Anyway, if somebody ranks very highly on their score, then the relationship is probably going to be more successful, going to be more willing to be with that person. And if their score is really low, then no, right? And if we have different values, I think that lowers the score, right? That makes it less likely that it's going to be successful. That makes it less likely that I'm going to want to be with that person, but not impossible. So, also I'm factoring in their attractiveness, their wealth, their other personality traits they may have, in terms of how industrious they are, how caring they are, and then of course like political and religious values are also an important part of that as well.
Okay. I'm going to respond to it later on, but let's see, Grid. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, when I was growing up, my mom told me to date all kinds because you never know what you want unless you at least sampled it.
Your mom said run around?
Don't fly the plane.
We can get into that, Corey. Just give me a minute. I'll don't worry. Salivate all you want. I was almost. I never found that I need to have any particular hobbies or extracurricular activities in common to have a great relationship. I almost got married twice in college, and then when those two didn't work out the way I wanted them to, I became a degenerate for about 10 years. And I mean a degenerate. Like, I doubt that any of you are even in the same league.
I'm curious now. We'll have to talk about that off camera.
And then I decided to get married, and I've been married for 20 years. My wife and I don't share the same hobbies. We occasionally, like she plays tennis. I hate tennis. I would go play golf. She's shot a match with me once, but she's not particularly interested in shooting. I don't particularly care anything about banking on the level that she does, but it's interesting enough to listen to, and I absolutely do listen to her when she talks about it. But no, I don't think you have to absolutely do every damn thing together. As a matter of fact, I think familiarity sometimes can breed contempt and be harmful to relationships. So not that I'm a professional at relationships. I certainly sucked at enough of them to know what goes wrong.
Right.
So,
let's hear from Alex and then Scott.
So when it comes down to the whole relationship bit, it's all about how you guys balance each other out, I would say. Because here's the thing. I'm a gamer. I'm a nerd. I love Star Trek, science fiction stuff. My wife is a horse person. I'm a horse husband, basically, right? So that's a lifestyle for her. That's something that I have to take into account, that this is a very important part of our identity.
Very expensive part.
It's very expensive, yes. Yeah. But the thing is, though, is that like I support her because this is important to her. She supports me in the things that I like to do, and that balances out. Now, we enjoy spending time with one another with the time we do have. We'll like sit down, we'll watch Cobra Kai or some shit like that, and then I'll go and fuck off, do my own thing. I'll come on panels and just talk about stuff like this. But the thing is like we balance each other out, but we also share the same value system. Now, when it comes down to values, it's basically talking about like family values. Do I have a good relationship with my family? Does she have a good? Things like that really kind of like play into it. Now, I'm not saying every relationship is perfect because there's no such thing. But the thing is, like, if it's always possible to find like politically a conservative man and a liberal woman. It's possible. I see them all the time. I talk to people like that all the time. It's tricky for them, but they still manage to make it work. Why? Because they feel their marriage is more important. Now, if the husband starts saying, well, I'm starting to feel a little bit more red pilled and it's time for you to quit your fucking job. And she's like, I'm not doing that. Then they kind of divide. That's entirely up to them. And I'm not saying that happens. Or like the wife says, well, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. So I want to go do my own thing. It's really much shooter's preference. No pun intended, but like, it's just, there is no right answer to come to relationships. It's how you both work it out. Just how is it you guys balance each other out? Like Grid said, that him and his wife, they have different interests, but they balance each other out. That's what it should really be when it comes to relationship. Who is it you're spending the rest of your life with? And how do they make you want to better yourself, essentially? I mean, I know that was a long rant, but.
No, it's fine. I got pushback for all of you guys, but well, first I want to hear from my friend Scott. Go ahead.
I think the question is really honestly more interesting than the answer. And the reason I think the question is more interesting than the answer is because I think it highlights, and this is no shade at you personally, but rather like the poverty of philosophy in the current year. Because one thing that I've noticed that has been such a problem with conservatives in general in the political spaces is
they lack a concept of the differentiation between principles and values. It is perfect. Here's the major difference. Principles cannot be negotiated with. Values can, right? A principle is abortion is murder. You can't have two people that disagree on whether or not abortion is murder in a relationship. I mean, obviously you can until, that comes up, right? Like you have an accidental pregnancy too early. All of a sudden that relationship is doomed. There's no negotiation there, right? And this is like one of the most frustrating things that I see about conservatives, because I've watched the conservatives turn into Democrats, my entire life, as well as, since the early 1900s, is because they don't have principles, they have values. And values are things that can be negotiated with. And in politics, it's poison, but in a relationship, it's different, right? In a relationship with your significant other, if you have the same principles, then those values can be negotiated with. They can be compromised with, right? It's okay that maybe like if you have a principle that says, I am a stay-at-home mom, this is a line in the sand, and then you disagree on that, well, like you're at an impasse. And unless one person can be convinced to give up that principle, then the relationship is essentially doomed, right? But if you value, cleanliness differently, let's say, right? That's something that can be negotiated with, right? Like you can, as a man, I can be like, let's say I have like a super clean woman and I'm a super dirty guy or something, right? Like we can have a conversation. We can negotiate. We can come to a compromise on that value. And I can be like, I love you, so I know that you want a clean house. So I'm going to make sure I do the dishes and take out the trash or whatever these other things are, clean up after myself, or like help you on Saturday cleaning, right? And then she can be like, and I'm going to stop bitching when like, you don't put the shoes in the shoe rack, but you put them next to the fucking shoe rack when you come home, right? These are things that can be negotiated with. So I think it's perfectly healthy and natural to date someone with different values than you. I think, like the entire Christian, I mean, as much as I shit on Christianity, right? The two fleshes becoming one kind of concept here is that the ideal relationship is that you have different values, that you are different people, and that you're two halves of a whole, and that you complete each other by having those different values. You don't want a carbon copy of yourself. You don't want someone that has the exact same values as you, because that's fucking boring, number one. And number two, you're not adding anything to your life. But what you have to make sure is that you have the same guiding principles, right? Hardcore Christians, right, are going to have the quote unquote the Holy Spirit as a guide in their relationship, so that they're moving towards the same place. Or like certain political opinions might be one thing, but yeah, I think that is the important distinction, is that it is good to have opposing values. That is actually healthy for the relationship and something you should honestly seek out. You should not seek out someone that has all the same beliefs and all the same hobbies and all of the same things. That's like what fucking TikTok girls that have 4,000 matches on Hinge and can't find a man are into, right? They're looking for this perfect carbon copy person that matches their insane checklist. But if you disagree on principles,
well, mine is the 6 foot.
It's doomed. Yeah, right. You know what I mean? Right. You know what I mean? Like that. I think, and understanding this distinction is what is really going to help you in that search.
So I like what you just said. In my mind, if you had asked me, 5 minutes ago, I would have looked at values and principles as synonymous, but I think the distinction you're making is much more useful. And to be clear, like I was using that terminology because like that's how it was framed in the video. That's how people were talking about the values. But I think what they meant, considering the context of the video, is principles actually. Because they were talking about like politics. They were
right, and you're kind of proving my point, right? That people don't know that distinction. It's not
exactly,
like
yeah.
It's like that. It's a common issue of the poverty of philosophy, to borrow a term from Marx, obviously, but I don't mean it the way he meant it.
So I'll use that going forward, right? The principle versus value dichotomy or whatever, right? Divide. And so that's what I meant, right, when I was talking about this. And I think it's interesting how like in the responses, right, we had like a lot about hobbies, like hobbies are inconsequential, right? That's why, and that's about hobbies. Like yes, I have a person who have different hobbies or the same hobbies. I don't know. That it doesn't matter one way or the other. You can make a relationship. I think we can all agree.
What if the hobbies is going to Trump rallies? And now it matters, right?
If they're throwing cabbage at the Trump supporters, well then yeah, it'll work then. But yeah, so hobbies, that doesn't matter, right? And I wrote something down which I think kind of dovetails with what Scott was saying, but Scott said it more elegantly. I was like, whether like you can deal with a person who has different values, like using my own definition, right? Whether you can be in a relationship with them depends on how prioritized your politics are within your identity, right? So like my identity, like you can imagine being a progressive, a leftist, right? Like that's pretty high up on my list of adjectives for myself. And so like that would be important to me. But like basically what I was saying was what Scott said later on, talking about principles, right? That's where I was actually trying to go with that. So again, so to reformulate this, yeah, I think that principles, matching principles, for the most part, are extremely important, and that you shouldn't like try to make it work with someone who's vastly different. An example from the video that was shown, this is woman. She was Latina. She dated again, like this is the video that started this whole conversation in my head. She dated a conservative man, right? And a white man. And first was fine, but then it really wasn't. He would say things like, she'd be talking about her, because her family is a lot of mixed status, like mixed immigration status family. He would tell them, right, things like, hey, build the wall, right? Like he would when getting into an argument with her, right, and as a form of control, he would say, I'm going to call immigration on you and your family. I'm not sure what her immigration status was, but she had at least people in her family that like he was.
This is just toxic, right? This isn't even.
This doesn't sound like a relationship.
This is just a piece of shit, toxic abuser. Like that's not like conservatives are like this, though.
No. To be clear, I'm not trying to make some like attack on conservative men.
I just mean like this isn't a difference in values and principles. This is just a woman escaping an abusive relationship with a toxic, manipulative piece of shit, right? Like that's not really you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. I agree. However, the way he chose to be abusive, right?
Never ask a white supremacist the race of his girlfriend.
Yeah, indeed. Much agreed there. But the way he chose to attack her, right, is a reflection of his principles, a reflection of his politics, right? It wasn't by random that he used that, right? Like there were in different.
No, he chose to say what would hurt her. Because he's a toxic, abusive piece of shit.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with his politics.
Like if he could be a liberal,
of course it does. If he was
a liberal
wouldn't say build the wall, right? Like
a liberal that is a toxic, abusive, narcissistic, controlling person would absolutely threaten to call ICE on family members or any of those other things as a means of isolating her from her family and as a means of threatening and controlling her behavior.
It wasn't just so again continuing on.
I mean, to be fair, you're retelling another story, right? So maybe I'm not getting the full context, right? Like I am trying to be fair, but as you're describing it right now, you're just like this. This isn't really the major issues. The major red flags here are not a difference in values and principles. The major red flags and issues here are that this person is a toxic, manipulative piece of shit that did horrible things. And said horrible things to control her.
I agree. And to be clear, like leftist men can be just as awful, right? Like or leftist women, right? Like whatever, right? Like people can be awful and destructive in that way, right? But like the way this was expressed specifically absolutely has something to do with politics. Like there's like I think it's nonsense to say otherwise. Also, right? She talked about how this
it's not nonsense as the story is being told, but maybe it is from the greater context of the video.
as the story is, she talked about like her family, right? The immigrant, the Mexican family, interacting with his family, and talked about like the tensions in between them, how like his female relatives like accosted her in a corner, right? And like wouldn't let her go, and was like berating her about her politics, as to like who she voted for, the behavior, and her general politics there. I'll leave it there. But like it shows that individuals like with different politics like mixing in this way tend to have not a strong foundation, and this is also true of the family. Certainly the family feels the same way, and so you have these tensions in between them, and that's why I'm saying should be avoided. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I spilled my drink.
What? That's okay.
That's true tragedy that you spilled your drink.
I was just a little bit, but I wasn't going to finish the stream with a big stain on my shirt.
Okay. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, I think it matters. I think you should find someone again, if your politics are involved with your principles, which I don't think that's true for everyone. I think there are plenty of people who just do team sports, who are just like it's blue team.
Yeah, most people don't even have principles.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's
so
true.
I don't think it's a problem for all of them. Oh, also, something else that woman said, which adds to what Scott was joking about previously, is that, and this is from her mouth, right? She said that well, she said that her husband said well, I'm not racist because I married a Mexican, which is another thing there. But yeah, I think your principle should match.
So out of curiosity, Prime, I don't know if this tangentially, but would you, let's say, date a vegan?
Okay, that's interesting. Oh, okay, that's super interesting.
Fuck no.
Yeah, I don't. Well, here's the thing. I don't prioritize.
Is that a principle or a value, or does it no relevance whatsoever?
It's not. Yeah, it's not a principle of mine, right? Like, now I'm gonna eat meat, and I'm just gonna do that. Right? I value, right, to use our friend Scott's terminology. I value
gains. That's what he values, boys. Gains.
I value eating meat, but it's not.
I can advise him on how to get gains on a plant-based diet. Not a problem.
Not a problem. Definitely a problem. Solvable problem. Solvable problem. It is a solvable problem.
No, it's not a problem.
Yeah, you're coping right now. You know that's true.
No.
Oh, so you're saying it is 100% just as easy to get gains and protein on a plant-based diet as it is on a standard diet that allows meat?
I don't know what you mean by easy.
That's what I'm saying. It's a problem, but a solvable one, right? Like there are solutions to protein intake. You got to track your macros, and you kind of got to pay attention. Whereas, if you're a meat eater, you just eat a lot of chicken breasts. Done.
So I would just.
I'm not wrong.
No, you are wrong. I just don't want to get into it. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, you're full of shit, and you know it.
I know way more about health and fitness than you do. Like it's not even worth having to talk the conversation.
It's not even worth it. But I'm right.
Absolutely not. No, you're not right. You have no idea what you're talking about.
If you think
what do you know about protein? Give me your best. What do you know?
What am I supposed to fucking tell you? Every scientific detail that I don't have memorized about it?
What are the 20 amino acids?
I'll play this game where you embarrass me because you are a research scientist that knows way more about biology and the structure of protein and bioavailability and all that shit. I will play that game with you where you can showcase you know so much more about that. If you can tell me why it is 100% just as easy to get all of your macros in a plant-based diet as opposed to just eating chicken.
Because you can that's why I asked, like, what do you mean by easy? As in, you can fulfill all your protein requirements through plants. As in, through lentils, through quinoa, through tofu, like, and those are all cheaper.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Actually, no.
Yeah, you're coping.
What
You're
do you mean by
coping.
easy.
It's
No,
not
no,
coping.
no.
He's actually accurate because my wife is
yeah,
vegetarian, so I can speak from experience. My
No,
wife is
speak from
vegetarian.
experience. Speak from experience all you want, right? You, in order to get all of your macros in a plant-based diet, you actually have to track that shit. You have to know the bioavailability of the proteins.
You have to do that
You have to
anyways
know
for
many
gains.
proteins you're doing.
What?
Whereas if you're eating
if you think
chicken,
you're gonna
you
get
just
chicken
need to
food
know the
healthy-
weight of the chicken and how much chicken you're eating. Done. You have to. Like, what's the bioavailability of one versus another? How much protein are you actually getting in soy versus lentils versus these things? You have to do math calculations. You have
Unless
to,
you're a
like,
bodybuilder,
I'm
I
not
guess
saying
it's,
you
like,
can't.
Irrelevant.
Well, that was the whole joke. It started with me screaming gains like a meathead. I'm not saying a normal person has to go through like some crazy ritual to eat a fucking plant-based diet and get enough protein to be healthy. I'm saying if you're like a bodybuilder, you're trying to get gains or something, that was the joke, that it takes more effort on a plant-based diet because you have to do a little bit more work. That's the only claim I made, and then it triggered you, and I'm right. And you know I'm right.
You are absolutely not right. That's why I clarified what you mean by easy. I don't know exactly what you mean by easy.
Does it take more mental effort, more
Easy
math,
means I
and
don't
more
have to get her
tracking,
completely
right?
drunk.
In order
Maybe
to
for
get
you,
all of
I-
your
I
protein.
guarantee you it
No,
takes no effort on my part.
running away like a cowardly little bitch with insults.
I'm right here.
Is not
I'm right
doing
here.
anything. Answer the fucking question. Does it take more effort to be able to ensure that you get all of your macros on a plant-based diet where you have to track the bioavailability of the protein and how much protein, getting multiple sources of protein, knowing that you're not getting all of the amino acids in like peanut butter per se, and tracking other protein sources that you're getting? Is that more
Fucking love
effort
peanut
than
butter.
just eating fucking chicken?
No, I don't think that is more effort.
Okay,
as in
well, that's retarded.
Eat some tofu or
You're a
some
very
quinoa.
smart retarded person.
Yeah, okay.
Congratulations.
No, I will bite that bullet. Be careful. So I'm a retard. Okay, so explain to me why you're fat, and why have I figured out this problem?
Why I'm fat again?
Yes.
So
Explain
I
to
will
me.
do that after you explain why
have
you're a
I-
cowardly
have-
bitch that's running.
Have I solved the problem? Have I solved the problem that you can't solve? The retard here has solved the problem that you can't solve. So tell me.
You're correct. We
Explain
both
to
have
me. Explain to me.
autoimmune diseases. Yours
You
is
have-
Crohn's. Mine is mast cell activation syndrome. Right? You've done a better job of that without a doubt. Right? I got a lot of mass. I'm a super tall, fat guy. Calories in, calories out is certainly going to be most of the equation there, right? I love food. I love me some butter. You know what I really love? I love me some beef. And maybe I eat a little too much of it. In fact, this is evidence that I do indeed eat a little too much of it. So now that the second humiliation ritual is complete, why
ready
are
to
you
speak.
still running from the
No.
fact that it obviously
can
takes
you-
more effort to track your macros when you are getting incomplete proteins and when you are eating
So you
foods
agree-
that have
you
bioavailability
agree-
differences
agree-
as opposed to
you
just eating
agree-
fucking chicken?
So you agree that the retard like me can figure out how to not be fat as opposed to you. You can't figure that out.
Yeah, I
That-
can
that's a
figure
true
it out.
statement. Oh,
No,
so what's
no, it's a
missing?
false
What's
statement.
missing? No, you don't know. That's a false. How is it false? As in, you don't.
It's-
so what's missing?
Because I've already
You don't-
explained it. Calories in, calories out. I understand that
Whoa,
you're
whoa, whoa,
trying
wait,
to
no, no,
run
okay.
away
No,
from
I'm
the
not trying to run away.
question.
I'm trying to illustrate.
I apologize.
illustrate.
You're not. I don't. You're right. You're not trying in the colloquial
you're not
sense. You
compatible. It's
are.
okay.
You
Yeah,
are.
okay, sure.
You
You're
are
right.
running.
Right.
You are
Right,
running, and
absolutely,
you're
absolutely,
trying
I'm
to
running.
make
Wait, wait.
this about my
So
health.
tell me.
Okay.
tell me,
Okay.
tell me,
Sorry.
Scott, tell me, Scott.
Okay. So. Oh yeah. Since we're playing this game, is RFK a better steward of health in America than any other recent appointee because he is more physically fit? Or maybe it's about the actual knowledge and it's about the actual truth and veracity of claims.
You're going exactly where I want to go. Okay, so what is missing? As in, you don't know how to lose weight, or is it something else?
Oh, so this is another question you're going to run from?
yes,
Why
yes.
are you even here
absolutely.
if you don't answer questions?
I
I've
do
trapped
not
you
think-
multiple
I do-
times and you've run
I do
multiple
not think-
times.
I do not think
Calling me
RFK is a
fat
better-
over and over again is not
I
going
do
to win
not
the
think
argument.
RFK Jr. is
Just
a
makes
better
you look like the
steward of health.
cowardly bitch you are.
Okay, so
Answer
I
both
answered-
questions.
I answered your questions. I don't think RFK Jr.
Hold
is
on.
a better
In
steward of
Scott's
health
defense, when I saw him in person in November, he was much trimmer and he was very sprightly, which was.
I'm a sprightly fat boy. I'm a giant,
was a
sprightly
Okay,
fat
no,
boy.
no, no.
All right.
So
But he had a lot of
is it the
energy.
fact-
He had a
is it the
lot of
fact-
energy.
Is it the fact that you don't know that it's about reducing your calorie intake, maybe upping your physical activity that results to weight loss? Is it a knowledge gap that's holding you back, Scott?
I've already answered this question, but I'll answer it again. I said I absolutely understand that it's calories in, calories out. Obviously, there's going to be some dietary restrictions that'll affect your energy levels, etc. But at the end of the day, it's going to be calories in, calories out.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So
answer the questions.
Okay. Well, okay. So if you want to restate your question, I'll answer it, and then I'll follow up.
You already know it. I already know you got a steel trap memory. It's so great from all the plants that you're eating.
Okay.
You have this perfect memory, right? It's so good. Yeah. Okay, so I know that you can remember shit from 6 months ago. So answer the questions you ducked and ran away from mere moments ago.
No. My trap door was open, so it was not getting into my brain. If you want to restate it, I will gladly try my best in an answer.
So 2 questions, right? You kind of answered the second question, which is that you said RFK is not a better appointee than previous appointees just because he is indeed healthy, right? But follow up on that, right? Like why is it so important for you to run away from the first question, which you do remember, and to then attack my weight and attack on the basis of whether or not my claims are true or false? If it is true that my weight has anything to do with whether or not the claims are true or false, then we would assume that RFK Jr. is the greatest appointee because he is in tip-top physical condition, except for his whole fucking brain.
No, I'm not disagreeing with anything that you said. I only took contention with you calling me a retard. So let's go down. That's why I said I will bite that bullet.
I said a smart retard.
Yeah, okay, sure, a smart retard, and I'll happily bite that bullet. So the smart retard, okay, can figure out something that you can't figure out. You said it's not a knowledge gap, okay? You as in you know how to do it. I thought you were the only one. So do you want to explain to me what is the etymology of the word philosophy?
What? What? No, I'm not getting into this. You're still running from the question, and I will repeat it again. The question is, how is it just as easy to track your macros as someone that's trying to quote unquote get gains?
I do not think it takes any actual cognitive effort to eat tofu or quinoa or lentils. That's
okay,
it.
hold on. Guys, so I think
now that I've answered your question, so you want to explain to me like an idiot, okay, a smart retard, what is the etymology of the word philosophy?
I'm not going into the etymology of the word
Well,
philosophy when you're still not going to answer my question in any meaningful way. I'm not going through the etymology.
What's lacking in your ability to lose weight there?
What is lacking? My ability to lose weight. So now we go back to the fact that you've already been BTFO'd on, but you're using it because it's a vibes-based argument. So again, you can keep interrupting me. You can keep running and dodging, but this is the most leftist intentional misunderstanding so that conversation is impossible. And what it is you still will not answer the question. The idea that it's just eating quinoa, gets you all your okay. So tell me this. So your contention here is if you just weigh out enough quinoa, you get all the gains. Is there any vegan bodybuilder out there ever in history that would support the idea that if you want to get gains, you just need to eat a certain amount of quinoa and boom, all your macros are done? Is quinoa? I don't know this question. I don't actually know the answer to this, so I'm going to let you flex that superior knowledge of proteins. Is quinoa a complete protein?
Yes, actually it is.
Yeah, I know lentils are. I know soy is. So quinoa is. So how much quinoa do you need to eat? And how many calories, what are the macros of quinoa and how many calories do you need in order to quote unquote get gains? Right? Let's assume the person is 200 pounds, right? And they're trying to get they're trying to get to 220, right? How much do they do that? And then let's compare that to a chicken breast.
Yeah, I believe if I remember correctly, pound for pound, or in terms of protein density, it is essentially equivalent to chicken. Yes, quinoa is
and the same macros.
It depends on as in protein and fats.
No, it's just I'm just saying carbohydrates, protein, fat, and like calories, right? Like just the major ones, right? Like we don't get into all the nitty gritty
different
shit.
Food, so I would concede yes, it has different. The different food has different macros. That is true.
Are you going to answer, or are you just going to deflect again?
Because restate your question. I heard the question though. The same macro.
So how many? Like, what are the macro breakdowns? Why is it that quinoa is just a replacement for chicken breast? It's a complete protein. Is it 100% bioavailable? I mean, nothing is 100% bioavailable. What's the bioavailability of the protein compared to chicken? You know,
I can't off the top of my head.
That's super fair, right? But like, is it close to chicken? Is it like close to 100%, or is it like 70%?
Like, first of all, I don't want to get into how these bioavailability scores are measured, because like that's sort of a dubious, ambiguous metric, anyways. But
we know that plant protein is less bioavailable than animal-based protein, right? We know that. It's common knowledge.
Depending on which specific plant you are talking about, I would not necessarily.
In general, right? Like, you don't know off the top of your head the bioavailability of quinoa. In general, right? You're going to have to get more protein eating plants than you would from eating chicken, right? And we're going to assume it's going to be more calories and more carbohydrates than chicken as well.
Not necessarily.
Let's let him lactoid. Lactoid, what do you want to say?
Okay, let's look it up.
Okay, I want to say a couple things. So I just gorked it. Gork is telling me that quinoa has much less protein than chicken breast does. Cooked chicken breast has approximately 31 grams of protein per 100 grams, and cooked quinoa only has 4.4 grams of protein per 100 grams, so about 7 times less per equal weight. That's what Gork is telling me. I Googled it, and Google seems to be confirming Gork, at least based on the
I will take it at face value.
So that's what I'm getting. And secondly,
and that's
I just
not
want to
counting
say,
the carbs and the calories, right?
Sure, I am enthused that I now have this rock solid argument as to why I should believe RFK over Rachel Levine, who is much better shape.
That was not that's not the argument.
Okay, why did the guy with worms in his brain, how was he able to figure out how to lose all that weight when Rachel Levine couldn't?
Well, so that was not my original argument. As in, what spurned this off is him calling me a smart retard. Okay, and I'm more than happy to bite that bullet in terms of, if I'm the smart retard and I can figure out something that he can't, I say that says something about him. And that's why he's the one. That's why he doesn't want to define philosophy, because that makes him look bad. Okay, he recognizes it's not a knowledge gap. Okay. He has all this philosophy, and yet, despite all this knowledge, all this philosophy,
no, I don't want you to subvert the fucking conversation.
Exactly.
Anything I give, you're going to attack.
It's all subversion when it makes you look bad. Okay, I understand, because you never want to look bad. Okay, but
no, you never want to make a positive claim because you're a fucking coward. All you do is sit on these panels, farm. Don't actually make positive fucking claims. Sit on the fence and then find a way to try and attack and nitpick.
Share my location.
I want to ask one question. Could it be, Corey? And I would attribute this to myself as well. Could it be that maybe it's not a lack of knowledge figuring, in terms of Scott being unable to figure out how to look as good as RFK? Could it be that shit just tastes fucking good?
Yeah, bro.
Like, donuts are really fucking good. It's not like a math question that I'm having a difficult time figuring out. I just like it.
Are you saying my taste buds are inherently different than yours, and that I don't like things that taste good?
I mean, your taste buds.
Well, you are a vegan, right? So this is already confirmed.
Yeah, I'm technically an imperfect vegan since I consume whey protein. But yes, I overall am technically not vegan, but I aspire to be largely vegan. But
why would you consume that? Is it because it's a little difficult to get all your protein?
No, I use a mix of both Vega protein powder. It just so happens that Vega protein powder is more expensive than whey protein.
Can I ask one more question? If it's just as easy to get all the protein from a vegetarian vegan diet as it is like a meat eating diet, and this is a serious question, why is it the fact that I see constantly people who are on these kind of vegan diets and vegetarian diets have a hard time gaining muscle? They complain about it, and visually they tend to be just smaller people, and they tend to not be able to bulk up as fast as meat eaters. It just seems to be a common trend.
It could be a cart before the horse situation. It could be like the type of person that chooses to go.
Also,
vegan.
Most people are. That's like asking why are most people obese or overweight? Like, most people are just ignorant.
Yeah, but hold on. But if you have a really obese person, and it's you look at them and they're eating all sorts of shit, I would attribute their diet to the fact that they're really obese. But if you have a vegan who's having a really hard time gaining muscle, and again, this seems to be a pretty consistent trend. I've noticed even people who, kind of to your point, Scott, people who went vegan and then struggled a bit when it came to bulking up as much as they wanted to before, or as much as they were able to before. I mean, yes, this is anecdotal for sure. I could probably find stats on this. I don't think I'm wrong. I mean, are you denying, Corey, that when we look at like the muscle mass of a vegan compared to a meat eater, that you're going to see a higher, like, an easier time gaining muscle mass amongst the vegans?
When total protein consumption is controlled for, the answer is yes. There will holding all variables the same, then there would be no
Do they
difference.
struggle to get enough protein compared to meat eaters?
Well, that nullifies my example in terms of like holding total protein consumption the same.
Yeah, but if it's harder to hold total protein consumption the same,
so
maybe
if
it's
you're asking the
harder-
question, if it's hard, that's why I attempted to clarify. I would not characterize it as more difficult to meet your protein requirements on a plant-based diet.
So long as you just eat giant bowls of quinoa until you're ready to throw up, you'll be good.
It's not harder. You're saying it's not harder but it's just something that consistently a larger group of people struggle with. It's just not harder though.
It's like asking the question, like, is going to the gym difficult? I do not think it's difficult.
Yeah, but is it difficult? Is it more difficult to go to the gym if the gym is right down the street or 100 miles away? Like,
to not go to the gym at all. Of course, it's harder to go to the gym than not go to the gym at all.
I asked you to clarify in the beginning of what you meant by that was my original. I think one of my most original questions of like what.
And I clarified several times. I said that it requires more mental effort to try and track your macronutrients, track the bioavailability, because different plants have different bioavailability. To track your macros, to track incomplete proteins, and make sure that you're getting all of the protein that you actually want, not just the protein. Like if it's meat, you can just look up how much protein is in chicken. That's how much protein you're getting, minus 5%, right? Roughly.
Yeah.
Okay, but if I look up the protein on peanut butter, even if I read the back of the peanut butter and I eat a fuck ton of peanut butter, it's an incomplete protein. I have to eat other fucking sources of protein. That is not irrelevant. It's more difficult to do. It requires more effort in order to do that.
You absolutely do not need to take into account this bioavailability, whether it's 90%, 80%. Like you're talking about like a difference of like 5 to 10 grams.
Grade.
Yeah. I do want to really stupid question about this because I want to ask, because it's been a minute.
Nonsense.
Almost 30 years since I was in college, and but isn't there something to do with the way that plant proteins counteract the testosterone in your blood in males, where that prevents them from getting the same gains? Is that true?
No, unless you're like eating kilograms of soy. Even then, that it's I would say it's not a foregone conclusion that there will be any.
Well, I didn't ask if it was a foregone conclusion. I said, is it something that is true?
No.
Okay.
Again,
generally, hold on. There is some research that suggests very little of that, and that is from a highly processed diet, and vegans tend to eat a much less processed diet than the standard American diet, which is one of the reasons why they're fucking healthier.
And I want to actually go back to lactoids. I think pretty good question. As in, you just said that. It's
what is the etymology of protein? Answer it now. Like fucking.
I think that is
that the question?
Yeah. No. So you think your answer is just food tastes good, therefore I eat it. Well, why can some people control their food intake and others can't? You think that's
because I made a value
fucking
judgment
delayed
that I'm not gonna
gratification.
Be here.
Like, what are you talking about? It has nothing to do with the conversation. It's just you.
I like thick,
and
juicy
why,
steaks.
And okay, yeah.
Corey.
And why can some people like this? All comes back to self-control. Why am I able to exercise more self-control than you?
Maybe my limbic system is just more powerful, right? I see a goth girl and it just triggers it, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit.
Scott literally admits. Okay, let's do the logic tree.
The logic tree on this subversion thing that you've done to run away from the fact that you got BTFO'd by someone way less educated than you.
I gotta ask. Is it the black
God damn, what is even the point of a college degree if you're getting BTFO'd by someone that's never even taken a nutrition course?
I know, Scott.
They're terrible for you.
I know, Scott.
You don't like bad food.
Yeah, I know why you struggle to lose weight, because you think if you just say it, that makes
like
it true.
motorcycles.
You just stand in the mirror and say, "Hey, I'm skinny. I'm in shape, and therefore that makes it true. So therefore, you saying I'm BTFO, that must make it true. Okay.
No, it's
So
true because
let's-
it is true.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
how
exactly.
that's how truth actually works.
It's true.
I understand. I understand that a leftist
I
struggles with the concept
I
of
understand.
objective
Well,
truth. Everything's just a
it's
vibe to you,
So-
but
so
you know.
let's go through it. Let's go through
You
it.
know?
So A, not A. So if it's not a knowledge gap, what is it then, Scott? What is it?
I've
You know
answered this
philosophy.
question several
Okay,
times.
yeah, so
This
why
is
don't we-
your distraction from the fact
Okay,
that you
yeah,
got
move on.
BTFO'd on this
Since-
subject.
since-
There is a
let's
difference in
move on.
bioavailability of nutrients. There's a difference in
I will
incomplete
answer it for you.
proteins, and it
I will
requires
answer it
more
for you.
effort.
I will answer it for you.
I've answered the question multiple times. I hope you can answer it with that steel trap. I said because I fucking love beef and butter and that I have a hard time controlling myself on it. It's a willpower issue. Do I need to say it over and over and over again? Is the humiliation ritual good enough for you to answer the question? You cowardly little bitch.
Yeah, I'm cowardly, even though you will not explain.
I don't know
that
how
knowledge
much you
to
lift, but I'm pretty sure I can
You're-
sit on
you're-
you and you'd fucking die.
That's probably true. Yes, you are fact. I started with that, so I'm not contest that. Okay, as in for the audience. Okay, Scott's all about philosophy. Okay, if you didn't know the etymology of the word philosophy, that's a lover of wisdom, and despite all of Scott's wisdom,
Or lover of
despite-
knowledge would be
Yeah,
probably more
but-
accurate.
And despite all his knowledge, he can't seem to stop shoveling things down his gullet. Okay, he has all this knowledge, all this philosophy, and yet he has no self-control whatsoever.
I'm glad that you believe contradictions are true. I'm glad that you don't know anything about nutrition. You only pretend to know about it because you're coping. You're coping because you're a cowardly little gay vegan. And I'm glad that and you know what? And I'm glad that you have admitted once again via contradiction that RFK is the greatest appointee ever because he gets gains.
Absolutely, and I've also demonstrated you don't know philosophy,
fellas.
or even the etymology of the word.
Fellas, let's just.
Can Lactoid and I start talking goth chicks again? Because that was a way better conversation.
Let's move on to the next to the actual topic.
They are the junk food of girls.
They are.
My stream is making fun of me, and they said, "Dude, this audience can answer the question better than Corey can because every time you introduce a food into your diet, we get no streams for 2 weeks." That is true. I try a new food, and then I'm like, "Oh fuck, I'm sick. This sucks."
Yeah. But okay. So we're done. All right. All we learned from that is Scott's a fatty fat. So,
and that Corey doesn't know anything about being a vegan, despite being one.
True. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely true.
But okay. But we're gonna move on past that. Unexpected.
I'm sorry, a bad vegan because he struggles to get enough protein, so he has to use animal sources to get some.
Absolutely true.
That's okay. We're moving on.
You've all seen the pictures.
Thank you all for this. Okay. Thank you all for all of this. It was another experience. Our pre-debates tend to be quite entertaining, honestly. And I can't predict these things, right? I wasn't planning on talking about the things we were talking about previously, but made for a great conversation. So
all he wanted to talk about is how sexy he finds Christy Noam. We get it.
That's right, indeed. But yeah, I'm grateful to my very excitable panel, who can make anything into a topic, make anything fun. So shout out to you guys, and anyone at home. If you've been enjoying all this so far, right? The pre-show to the actual show, right? Which lasted almost an hour and a half, as is per usual with us, then consider following the channel. I haven't done so yet, right? On whatever platform you're watching this on, YouTube, Twitch, or Kick. Or consider supporting the channel as well, right? Like tossing a few dollars our way, whether on YouTube, like with a membership, right? Twitch with subscription, or super chats. We'll put your super chat on the screen. We'll have a conversation on it. Sometimes we spiral on those as well. So if you want to be part of the conversation, consider hitting us up with the super chat. And thank you, Victory Xerxes, for resubbing on Twitch for 31 months. Thanks for following for so long. Much appreciated. Shout out to you, Viceroy. Did I say Victory? Did I say Victory or Viceroy? Viceroy Xerxes. Thank you for being with us for such a long
super
time.
chat. You have to make sure that you describe the etymology of the word Viceroy.
Thank you.
I don't know that
kind
one,
of-
to be honest. I have no fucking
I got to
clue.
be honest. The protein thing was interesting to me because I know that, and I eat meat, but when I was, especially when I was losing a lot more weight than I currently am, I couldn't eat enough protein for what I when I was in the gym because I was, I needed like a lot, and I ended up having to start using protein powders and things like that to supplement. So I'm very interested in how Corey thinks that he can get enough protein to actually make gains. But we never got there because we were.
I'm happy to have the conversation.
And you can do that off stream, like DM each other.
Yeah. No, I'm not that interested, but I was just curious to hear that during that conversation.
Someone in my chat said that's why Corey is skinny. It's not the diet. He's just super disciplined. Every time he encounters a question, he runs for 10 minutes.
Yes. How come I have the discipline to run?
Banger.
Okay.
I did enough running in the army. Fuck running, dude. Like no matter what, I'm out.
That's very wise.
Fuck that.
I agree. You shouldn't do any exercise. Unwise thing.
We are moving on.
Fucking impact on my joints suck.
We are moving on with our lives, and we want all of you to be healthy, no matter which way you do it. Right? If you're managing an illness, or you're managing your diet, or whatever, hopefully you're making healthy choices. Okay. So let's get started. And first of all, shout out to our friend Socrates, who was out there doing praxis while we were doing this. But maybe we'll touch on that later on. But thank you for being here, Socrates.
Thank you.
We're gonna jump into the topic. You guys can do your opening statements and greetings you want to do at the same time. All right. Okay. So, on Saturday, ICE officers killed yet another Minnesota citizen. That's incorrect. That's what I wrote down, but apparently it's Border Patrol. Border Patrol killed the citizen. The day before that incident, Minnesota held the largest general strike in that state in 100 years. The strike aimed to protest ICE operations in the state. Some are calling to massively expand the use of that tactic. In modern times, Americans have rarely engaged in general strikes or any other kind either. This is especially true when compared to other developed nations. This was not always the case. However, even before Trump's return to office, there has been a coordinated call on the left for the tactic to be used to force concessions from the government. Are you supportive of the Minnesota strike? What about the larger set of demonstrations and acts of resistance since ICE arrived? Do you support workers using strikes as a bargaining tool? And if not, would you support a government or even a corporate crackdown to discourage its use? And someone, before I jump into it, someone just sent me a super chat. Testicle Johnson says, it's not gay if it's genetically grown in a lab.
That is true.
I actually don't. Where did that come from? I'm actually confused here. What's that?
I think it's an allusion to I think what Grid brought up in terms of eating plant proteins and soy and decreasing your testosterone.
Okay. That was a legit question because I was just curious about the effects of the various plant proteins on the production of testosterone. I wasn't being hyperbolic about that.
No,
thank you so much.
You are fine to eat any plant proteins. It will not affect your testosterone levels.
I've only just noticed, and I wish I didn't, Testicle Johnson's avatar.
Just now?
I just got to that one.
It's a squirrel with big nuts.
Yeah, I completely missed that. Thank you for that.
That's how old are you? Because I feel like that's an old internet meme, like that every millennial would just kind of notice.
Testicle Johnson's been around for a hot minute. He's been in your orbit for quite some time.
I'm pretty sure it's Fairy Queen.
No, that's different. I'm pretty sure this is a different individual. And they're Canadian. They give me Canadian money.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So back to it. Yeah. So BP in coordination with ICE in Minnesota doing their crackdowns, doing their raids or whatever, right? In operations. Another individual is killed by them. Maybe we can get into whether it's murder. In fact, we're definitely going to get to that. It's going to happen eventually, right? And there's plenty of video on this, and then there's a response from the government, right? From Christy Nome from DHS. And there might be some updates, some really interesting updates that happened like just tonight. But we'll touch on that later on. In any case, that happens. But before that happens, yes, we had this like massive general strike. There were like 50,000 people in Minneapolis, the streets absolutely filled, right? Huge demonstration. That seems like it's like getting lost in the shuffle with more dead American citizens. Businesses shut down. Like workers were out there making demands. And this follows, right? Follows a larger conversation within the labor movement to have a general strike. The head of I want to say the UAW, but maybe it's the other one. He's been calling. He was recently elected like a few years ago, and he's been quite charismatic on the Democratic side. He's been saying, "Hey, we need to have a general strike." He's been trying to organize that for a few years from now, a massive national strike, and that could have huge consequences for whoever's in office if such a thing happens. The U.S. used to do this. We used to do this, right? We used to have big general strikes, and general strike would be like not like just one like workers from one company or one industry striking. It's like the town, right? It's the state. It's the general population doing the strike. That's the big difference. You see this in France. France strikes a lot. They strike a lot. And they get concessions during that, right? There's a powerful labor movement, but labor movements have been demobilized here in this nation. So should that come back? What do you think about that? We'll touch about on all parts of Minnesota incident, but I do want to touch on the labor thing as well. So we'll go to our friend, Lactoid.
Yeah, I mean, to address the labor thing specifically, I have the exact same position that I've always had, which is that I'm okay with people striking, but you should also be able to get fired if you don't show up for your job. A consensual relationship works both ways. You have a job with your employer, or you have a relationship with your employer, and your employer has a relationship with you. You are not your employer's slave. You can walk off the job site if you want, and in the same way that the employer is not your slave, in that you don't just get to keep your job if you don't do what your employer expects of you. So that's my general proposition towards strikes. Now, in terms of this particular strike over ICE actions, do I guess, just more subjectively sort of agree with the fact that they are striking over these ICE operations? I wouldn't do it personally, but if you have people who feel strongly about not wanting ICE in their area, I don't think that is like crazy. I don't think it's immoral. If that is your preference and you want to demonstrate to say, hey, look, I don't support this, go away, that's fine. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. And then I'm guessing probably at some point we're going to be talking about the shooting that happened the day after. Yeah. That's going to, has been leading to sort of escalations of this kind of public action in Minnesota. And with that, I think that's bad because as is the case with every noteworthy shooting that's happened, people have just knee-jerked without getting all the relevant facts. And we saw this with Kyle Rittenhouse. We saw this with Mike Brown. Basically every single time. With few exceptions. The actual incident is wildly different than all the protesters just believe right away. And that leads them to take mass action that otherwise they wouldn't even believe in. Or it leads them to take actions that are immoral, like rioting and destroying businesses. And I'm just hoping that doesn't happen.
Okay. I'm curious what facts you might be missing. So I can't wait for you to elucidate us. Thank you so much, friend. Let's go to Scott.
Yeah, much the same on labor, right? Like, if you want to strike. Like, I don't see any problem with the concept of striking. Like, obviously I'm not a big fan of like wildcat strikes or, violent strikes, things of that nature that, we saw in the turn of the century because a bunch of commies were, mad that, were mad that they weren't wealthy. But I mean, obviously, or maybe they were mad because, Pinkertons went into their village and went into their little mining camp and killed a few of their family members,
Yeah.
I mean? It depends on a person to person basis. Some of them are commies and they're mad. Some of them are mad because, their wife got killed. Yeah, but I think obviously like the most sane reaction here would just be to abolish the NLRB. There should be absolutely zero protection for workers legally who strike. Like if you're a business and your labor can be replaced by another person and you don't show up, then you quit. Like that's like it's so stupid and just absolutely anti-liberty, anti-freedom, anti-freedom of choice, and just absolutely evil that we protect workers who strike from being fired. And we recognize their right to unionize and things like that. Absolutely insane. Like there's no reason that like unskilled labor should have a union because their value is their labor can be replaced by another person. They don't bring any value. They haven't done the work to be a valued member of the employment, right? Like somebody like like Corey over here, right, who's done the work to have like a very specialized set of knowledge. If he felt like he was being mistreated and a bunch of people that was, like him that did the same, relevant work in the same area thought that they were being mistreated, then yeah, they could band together and form a union. And it would be very likely that it would be very difficult to replace somebody like Corey, right? You can't just like pull any random person off of the street and they're going to be able to train to have that level of knowledge. Same would be true of like welders, for example. But like Walmart employees, like they can't be replaced. Like they need a right to unionize. They need to be protected when they strike. No, this is the government protecting, these con organizations, which are workers unions, and unions in general. It is giving them special protection because they, donate towards their campaigns and they make NGOs and the political class very rich. And currently what they want is the importation of a bunch of cheap labor to get rid of their own workers that think that they're fighting for the rights of the individual because they want to maintain all of the welfare systems that cause third worlders to come and flood this country because they're given a bunch of goodies to come here as opposed to just coming here because there are jobs here. So in terms of like, do I support this specific protest? No, I think this is an AstroTurf thing by the media. Obama and Biden put in all kinds of things. The reason that ICE is even able to be activated in this way is because of legislation that Obama put in that none of them gave a fuck about and wouldn't have given a fuck about because he had a D next to his name and he was the cool black guy. But now that the media has activated and the NGOs have activated and the corporate elite want them protesting against ICE because they want cheap labor and they want to maintain the welfare state that makes it easy to import that cheap labor. They get their nice little printed signs that were made and they get in their little Telegram groups where they're given instructions by people that they don't really know that tell them where to go. And this is a completely non-grassroots, completely non-worker based activation of a bunch of useful idiots for the corporations that are just sucking the leather boot of daddy government and corporations because Trump orange man bad. In terms of the shooting, yeah, I kind of agree, right? Like, I think that I want more information to come out. That being said, of the available information, Kristi Noem obviously 100% lied to the American public and tried to paint him as if he was a mass shooter. She should be hung publicly in front of the White House and her body should rot. And then we should be able to know exactly what plastic surgery she had because all of her real flesh will be eaten away by the fucking flies and we'll be able to see what was shaved and what was implanted in her disgusting corpse. Fuck her, fuck politicians, fuck them all. But yeah, I mean, if it appears to be as it appears to be currently from everything that I've seen, it looks like, Border Patrol, got spooked at some protesters
shove somebody they shouldn't have shoved, chase them across the street, have no idea what they're doing, they're incompetent, then they shove this person down or shove them hard enough for them to fall down. They started a bar fight instead of actually acting like some type of police officer or federal agent. Yeah. Just to add more details, right? As if I'm not long-winded enough. Sorry, Corey. I know you'll be brief, so it's okay. You'll make up for it. You know, and it looks like Alex Pretty, you know, engaged in the same bar fight that these people started, and then, you know, once he got into a fight, they disarmed him, and the gun, you know, and then, you know, untrained idiot cops, you know, ended up blasting a bunch of holes in the guy because, you know, they can't communicate and they don't know what they're doing. So, I mean, but, you know, incompetence of the state is a pretty normal thing. That's why you should never vote in socialists, because they only want more of this.
Thanks for that. Two things. On one, Twitch, I disavow any calls for violence whatsoever. Lactwood does.
I didn't say civilians should be activated to do it. You know, there should be a legal process of hanging traitors. I mean, if the government investigates themselves all the time and says nothing was wrong, right? Well, the government can rewrite the fucking rules for this treasonous bitch and fucking hang her up.
Okay, understood. And two, the one thing
we used to do a lot worse for a lot less back in the day when America was founded.
One thing I can agree with is that my good friend Corey did do the work. He is a skilled worker, which is why he can tell you the etymology of philosophy. All right, go ahead, Corey.
Bro, anybody can.
Maybe not. But I will keep it brief to get to the open. So I'll just answer the prompts, as in, am I supportive of the Minnesota strike? In general, I am supportive, especially the larger set of demonstrations and acts of resistance against ICE and Border Patrol. And like, yes, I am overall generally supportive of workers using strikes as a bargaining tool. And I will leave it there for now for the open.
Thank you. One person respects our time. Let's go to
I never said I was a person.
Okay. Let's go to Grid. Love to hear what you have to say.
All right. Honestly, Scott's a tough act to follow, but I'm gonna try. So I don't actually know that there was actually a strike. It seems like more like a day off. Government offices were closed, schools were closed, all of these things were closed, and that allowed these people to take time off to go down and walk in sub-zero temperatures, which we don't know how many there are. I've actually, you know, I've seen the reports, and then I've done some looking, and nobody can agree on how many people were actually there. So I'm not really sure this qualifies as a strike. It seems like a gifted day off, maybe with pay. I don't know. I haven't dug into it that far, and I honestly don't give a shit enough. Other than that, I don't know. I mean, this seems like a big nothing burger. What I would like to see, and I'm surprised Scott didn't mention, is I would absolutely love the federal government to turn off the tax money that is paid to these states that do not comply with federal agents and federal laws, such as, especially on immigration and other things of that nature. Just turn off the spigot, okay? They don't get any more money, no federal funding, no highway grants, no nothing. Zero. Absolutely. I'm shocked, I tell you, that
I did it earlier on your show. Like, what are you talking about?
You did do it on my show, and we'd already said it, but he came in an hour late, and he said it in a much better, more eloquent way. Yes, absolutely. Just turn off the spigot. Not, you know, if you don't want to follow federal law, fine. That is your choice as a state. Not going to argue with you. Just don't get any money. That easy. And but at any rate, I'm sure we'll get into a lot more going forward, and we'll have some fun with this.
Thanks so much, Grid. Alex.
All right. So I'm not really going to talk too much about the shooting, because I know that's probably going to be the biggest topic of discussion possibly, but I actually did prepare a statement, so I'm very boring like that. So our Constitution guarantees not just obedience to law, it guarantees accountability when power threatens the liberties of individuals. For generations, Americans have used strikes and collective action to uphold constitutional rights, from labor walkouts that want economic justice to civil rights actions that ended segregation and modern movements demanding accountability from institutions that overreach their authority. Today in Minneapolis, we saw, over the past couple of days, we see the same principles in crisis. Federal immigration enforcement is surging using Operation MetroServe, which they have deployed thousands of ICE and Border Patrol, or for short, just say DHS agents, so we don't confuse the two, agents into the city, the largest such operation in Minnesota's history, and in the process, 2 U.S. citizens have been fatally shot by federal agents, including ICU nurse Alex Preddy. These deaths have sparked widespread public outcry because local leaders, civil rights advocates, and communities feel that federal force is being used with insufficient accountability, transparency, or regard for civilian safety. Just as past strikes used disruption to force overdue reform, this strike and protest movement is a constitutional expression of collective voice, demanding that federal authorities respect civil liberties, answer for actions taken in our streets, and use only powered ways uphold rather than erode fundamental rights. And I yield the rest of my time.
Don't worry, okay? Our friend Lactoid also usually prepares an opening statement. He's also boring like that, so you've got company there. Let's go to our friend Socrates. Very happy to hear what you have to say. And Socrates, if you could also tell us like what you've been up to just before you came here, that might be useful as well.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I've been moving. You can see I'm in a new spot, but I was just on a couple calls discussing the situation. I'm not going to give too much details. It's nothing super special, but there's a lot of just regular people organizing for what to do when ICE comes to terrorize your community, and the kind of community coming out to support each other, to support people who are specifically targeted by ICE, to support people who may be targeted by ICE, people who are afraid of being targeted by ICE, people who are undocumented, people who are citizens, who are brown or Latino. People in Minnesota are afraid to take their kids to school. Just regular, even white people who are citizens are getting attacked and harassed by ICE, just, going about their daily lives, just being a car on the street. So this is something that affects everybody, and it's really incredible to see the way people are coming together. It's very scary times, but it's very hopeful times. Seeing a general strike after 100 years in Minnesota, tens of thousands of people coming out, all of the unions. I was on a call last night that included union leaders and organizers. Unions are the people's power. They're workers' power. That's why it's been eroded. And yeah, I mean, I see, laughing, but maybe you like The Weeknd. I like The Weeknd. I think The Weeknd is pretty cool. I think the 40 Hour Work Week is pretty cool. Hey, I think this is my opening, so I don't know what the rules are on that.
No, the rules are.
I'm sorry, you called me out because I was laughing. My bad. I'll let you continue.
Are you done? You're done? Okay. I like 40-hour work week. I like 8-hour day. I like overtime pay. I like paid vacations and holidays. I like health plans. I like protections from unfair firings. I like safety and health protections on the job. I like fairness in promotions, job assignments. I like sick leave. I like higher wages for union members. These are all things that the people who came before us, people who are still alive today, fought really, really hard to get. These weren't just like, oh, we kind of decided somehow as a society we should have these things. This is exactly how this happened, is people, and as was referenced earlier, in situations a lot more intense like this, literally battling corporate goons, having wars against corporations who are trying to push people under their thumb. This is how it happens. And we can see, we don't know if it's an exact direct line of the effects of this strike or in general backlash from the public, but Greg Lockjaw Bovino is going home, possibly early retirement. There's rumors that Kristi Noem is maybe going to get axed, coming from the top. So we don't know if this is the exact result of the general strike, but these are things that really do have an impact, because even with all the AI that's being pushed to try to replace workers, we all know it's a bubble. We know it's not going anywhere. We know that people actually working in the productive sectors of our society, when garbage men go on strike, we know that everything stops. right? So there's the kind of like, white supremacists, wannabe fascists like Trump. And then there's the kind of corporate elites that don't want to see the actual country fall to pieces. And they are willing to put some pressure on their puppets like Trump when they see a lot of people standing up all together. And that's at the broad level. At the smaller level, when ICE sees themselves really, really outnumbered on the street, they're more likely to not resort to violence. And we see why they're attacking somebody like Alex Preddy and trying to kill people who are filming them. Because imagine we didn't have those excellent different video angles of Alex Preddy being executed on the street. It would be the witnesses' word against these officers. So we can see why they're trying to harass and detain and kill anybody who's filming them, because they don't want any other angle on this stuff. And the backlash against Kristi Noem for telling these obvious lies, we can see it, but we wouldn't have that if people weren't filming. People weren't putting themselves in harm's way to give us these images. So this is our call to action. Even if you're feeling like you're on the right side and never get tired of winning, just keep looking at what's happening. It's not too late to join the movement, but it's too late to say that you didn't know what's going on.
Okay. Open to the panel.
Go ahead, Scott. I know you want to.
I just had a question for Alex. In your opening statement, maybe I misheard, and I'm sure because you have an opening statement, you can just like pull it up.
Sure.
What was your claim about economic justice in the beginning? What do you mean by the concept that we have like rights enshrined in protests for economic justice?
Speaking petition going. Yeah. I don't think I have said anything about economic justice. Let me see if I can find it. So, but you don't want to talk about like economic justice, like what that means by that, like what's important.
Well, I meant that like what you mean by that. If you mentioned it.
Oh, what I specifically meant, like for example, like the rights to like fair wages and whatnot, because at one point in history, people were getting paid like well below the poverty line, and they still kind of are. But at one point in history, people were basically getting paid pennies. You had child labor laws and stuff like that. I would say that actually is in line with economic justice. This is the things that we're basically talking about right there.
You know where the 40-hour work week came from? Anybody?
Yeah, Henry Ford.
Ford.
Yes and no. Henry Ford was like the first major corporation to do it because he knew that it would make his workers more productive. But he had seen the results of Ulysses. He had seen the result of Ulysses S. Grant instituting it for federal employees, right? So like the true start of it would be, the butcher Grant, and him putting forward for government employees this, right? And
no unions involved. There was no unions involved.
Unions protested for it, and Grant then capitulated because apparently he can be both a butcher and a coward. But right, but then it was instituted first by him. But yeah, Ford was the first to reckon. I mean, because like weekends were kind of already common, right? In terms of having Sunday off for religious reasons, right? So the concept of having a 6-day work week was because Christians valued that, and Christian employers also valued that. And then you kind of, eventually you get a lot of protests, but it's not until the value of labor goes up that it actually even makes sense. Like unions didn't do jack shit to get us the weekend. I mean, yeah, they protested, but they protested for 40 years before anybody actually instituted it because their labor wasn't valuable enough to justify it. And once their labor was valuable enough to justify it, i.e. Henry Ford, because he wanted all of his employees to be able to afford to buy one of his own cars, because he knew that if he could expand it to all of the employees and get costs down, that would benefit not only his company, but that his workers would work better, and that would be better for America. He was a Christian philanthropist, and
in many ways, and also kind of a bit of a fucking racist. But
no, he was actually a real racist, like a real one, not like a pretend.
He actually right. Yeah, that's well, I was tongue in cheek here, right? Like let's not glaze him too much, right? But it was the economic productivity of labor going up. There's not really much that labor unions have ever done for anybody other than ruin our lives and try and constantly push socialism and fuck every union leader. They're all pieces of shit.
Yeah, I mean this is total bullshit.
Should they get the
right?
Christy Nome treatment?
Yeah, I was gonna say
no, they haven't aggressed upon anybody. Like if they've stolen money or committed some type of fraud, like maybe and I'm sure that would apply to like many of the unions.
That would apply to most of the union leaders.
Yeah, aren't they fraud in and of themselves?
No, I mean so if you're in states where the state is, forcing you to pay union dues, like in the North, right? Because the state supports unions, even though unions like to act like they're antagonistic to the state. They're corporate bootlickers is what they really are. And union leaders are just, they just suck. They're professional bootlickers, right? So they're definitely pieces of shit, but unless they've directly lied about what it is that they're doing, I mean, most union leaders are putting out pamphlets. They do say where their money goes. It's just that, in northern states, you have no choice because the government forces you to pay these pieces of shit. And in the South, you have a lot of uneducated people that think that it's actually beneficial to them.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I mean, this is bullshit. This is just.
What am I wrong?
I don't know if you have something to support all this crap, but this just like anti-union stuff. Okay, well, there's hundreds of thousands of people who've been doing general strikes for a long time. The New Deal was passed that codified this in law. There was in Chicago, in Baltimore, in New York City. People have been protesting for this, and yes, it took some time to make it happen. Yes, there are probably complicated economic forces
generations
that caused that to happen.
Right, generations.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
where are you drawing the conclusion that 60 years of protest,
the 40-hour work week or the 8-hour work day, that this just oh well, as soon as capitalists just noticed that the productivity of the worker was such that the material conditions made it make sense to just grant the workers an 8-hour work day, then they just did it.
That makes more sense. It's obviously more logical. It's totally historical and obviously more logical.
That doesn't
okay,
make any
so
sense.
here's your claim. So I'll challenge you this, right? Right, like my claim is that there is supply and demand in labor, and that supply and demand is true, and that as the value of labor increases, that they are given. Do you disagree that supply and demand affects labor?
That's it feels like a vacuous statement. Like I don't know what that. I was just highlighting that because I don't know. What
right. So historically speaking, right? Like after the Black Death, right? We get an expansion of workers' rights and individual liberty in the UK. We get the Magna Carta. We get the inclusion of the because the value of labor goes up. The value of labor goes up because there's less supply of labor because so many poor people were killed, right? So my contention is that history shows that time and time again, that when the value of labor becomes productive enough, that people get paid more or they get granted special privileges. And when looking at the American, I absolutely agree that they fought and that they protested. Sometimes they committed violence, sometimes, like robber barons, if you will, though many of them, I believe, have been castigated wrongly. Many of them absolutely were. That 60 years of protests and then eventually a thing happens is not a very good evidence that the protests and the strikes are what gave us that thing. But what I think is much better evidence is that over time the value of labor increases, and when corporations, especially some of the biggest corporation like Ford Motor Company, right, when they institute it and they give their reasoning, is not because there's no direct strikes or protests that were directly tied to Ford's decisions. In fact, he came upon that without those strikes or protests because he felt that the labor was more valuable, and then he felt that he could get more out of his workers and make more money by giving them a weekend off as opposed to just a Sunday off.
And attract better workers.
So my problem is that you have this foregone conclusion that because I don't know why, maybe you can give me like a really good argument or evidence that the 60 years of protests affected change despite it spanning multiple generations, whereas I have evidence of economic like law under free markets. Obviously, we have a mixed market economy. We always have. So there's going to be some give and play there. But that is the reason that we have things like the weekend, the workday, etc.
Sure. So you can just assert that the tradition of protests and the movement for a 40-hour work week had nothing to do with Ford just deciding to do that. You can assert that, that's fine. But the law that you talked about of supply and demand, if I want to hire my workers and I want to hire them at a certain pay, and that's what they're willing to accept, then that's what I will pay them. If they withhold their labor in a coordinated fashion such that I cannot hire them unless I assent to the pay that they demand or the working conditions that they demand, then I will be forced to pay them a higher wage. That's very
you've shifted the
logically
goalposts.
straightforward.
Yeah, no, you've shifted the goalposts.
What have I shifted the goalpost? Please explain.
Right, because what you are defending is whether or not an individual strike in a moment in time can get concessions from the employer because you're putting pressure.
I never said that. That's a total mischaracterization. Of what
it's
I
not
said.
a mischaracterization at
I
all.
was
It is
so
the logical
clear.
conclusion of your claim.
I said so many times that I don't know that this exact strike led to these. Most of what I said was caveats.
No.
Roll back the tape.
Because
you can
what
say,
you are
the logical extension. Okay, but what did I say?
Yeah, well, I'm in the process of explaining why you're wrong and how you've shifted the goalposts, because the conversation is not about whether an individual strike works in getting concessions from an individual employer. There's no doubt that if you have a strike and you're not easily replaced, right, because it's difficult to train, that is going to get some concessions from that individual employer in that moment of time. They may be temporary, they may be permanent, etc. That's like, I don't think anyone that understands basic economics would disagree with that. The contention is your claim that the standardization of the 8-hour workday, the weekend off, worker protections, that safety things like OSHA are because a tradition of protests and striking over an 80-year period. That is what I am arguing against. I'm not arguing against the idea that strikes in the immediacy might get concessions from the employer, and I'm actually for those, right? Like, I do think that is a communication signal both to the employer that the employees are so dissatisfied at a group level that they collectivize in such a way that it harms the immediate profits of the employer and forces the employer to realize that they're not paying person at a wage that they're willing to work. But your concession is, I love all of these things that are now standard, and this is because of this generation spanning section of protests. And I'm saying that it is far more explainable that the major, like, I wouldn't do a univariate analysis on this. I wouldn't say unions had zero impact, but rather that the major reason that we have those things is because the productivity of labor has increased through the industrialization, through increased education, through increases in technology that increase the productivity of labor. And that's why we have these new things, because of a basic understanding of supply and demand.
So just to clarify, you believe that yes, a strike at a given workplace can lead to worker demands or some worker demands being met at that workplace, but that strikes everywhere cannot lead or can maybe be only like a very minor factor.
So,
but wait, just because you talked for a little bit, I just want to get
you were asking a question, so I was trying to answer it. But that's cool. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But when you look at the New Deal, FDR was talking about, hey, I'm putting these things in place to save capitalism from you dumbass capitalists, because if I don't do this, they're going to tear you limb from limb, and we're going to get a French Revolution, and you're going to be out on the streets. So I'm doing these things to prevent the retaliation of all of these workers. That's what he said. I'm not saying that quote, whatever.
There was definitely socialist movements, and he introduced socialism to quote unquote save capitalism, right? But there's an important distinction here. Why would a strike work? The only reason that a strike could ever work is if you are not paying your employees at a price or giving them, benefits, that are a part of this cost benefit analysis of like choosing to be an involuntary interaction with you as an employee enough, right? So the strike actually doesn't have
wait.
the
So
impact.
there's-
No, hold on.
Not
No. I'm
necessarily
gonna
true.
finish. I'm
Okay.
gonna finish, right? So if let's say your employer was paying enough money, right? Like let's say your employer was
There's a
overpaying.
fundamental flaw. I get what you're saying, but there's
Right,
a fundamental
let's
flaw.
say your employer was overpaying you 5% more than you were actually worth, and then you go on strike.
Doesn't exist.
Right, it almost certainly exists. It's absolutely true that some workers are overpaid. It would be insane for that not to be true.
That concept is faulty. I can explain.
No,
this
it's
in a-
well then I
mean,
mean then you just don't. I would love to hear your argument as to how it's impossible for a worker to be overpaid. Because I find that bonkers. But maybe you have something that'll be fun to get into. But no, what I'm saying is, let's say, right, this thing that can't exist, which is an employer is paying an employee more than their market rate, and they're doing so at a loss. If that cleans it up for you, right? And then your workers go on strike, okay? Unless you have some very specialized labor that I can't easily replace you, then I can just bring in scabs and I would actually operate at a profit. And there would be no reason to ever hire you back again because I was overpaying you. The only time that a strike can actually gain concessions in the long run is if the value of your labor is worth more to the corporation than the cost of bringing in new people and training them. And so ultimately, the strike is just a means of expression of the fact that the strike does nothing until the productivity of labor is going up to the point that it is worth giving them these benefits. And therefore, the entire striking culture has had little to no effect of the actual calculation of the value of labor and getting these benefits. These are just the means of communicating with the employer that their labor is actually more valuable and that it needs to match where it is in that current moment. It would have equalized without the commie nonsense.
Yeah. Okay. So you can talk about this at a purely abstract way, and I really don't want to do too much of that. There's a lot of other aspects of this conversation, but in our world where CEOs are getting hundreds or thousands of times base worker pay at the point where corporations are extracting massive billions of profits, where Elon Musk is becoming a trillionaire, right?
Well, if he increases the value of the stock by 20%, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Which he's not going to do, but okay.
The idea
well, I mean, that's how he would become.
There isn't any money available. There simply isn't wealth anywhere in the economy to pay people more than what they're getting. We know that that's not true, right?
Well, hold on.
Right, but that has nothing to do with my claim.
That could be true.
He was talking for a little bit, so I just want to have a few sentences. So what you were saying with scabs coming in and undercutting those movements, yeah, that's definitely a thing that happens. But when you have a really effective, functional, mutually aid sustained general strike, and you don't have a massive supply of people who are because of the devastations of not having healthcare, not having childcare, not having food, not having rent money, are forced into becoming scabs. When you have good mutual aid networks that prevents that from happening, and you have effective general strikes, if the entire productive population, if every sanitation worker, every, I don't know, so many steel mills, but every worker across the nation says, we're not going to do this until these demands are met, at a certain point, you do have those very wealthy, at this point, billionaire, multi-billionaire elites saying, okay, we can back off a little bit. We're getting some pushback on how hard we're pushing people down. That's the thing that has the impact.
But you haven't
a huge number of people in a
hold
sustainable.
on, but you haven't.
fashion.
I'm gonna come jump in just one more time. You haven't
You gotta
actually
let Greg
argued
go ahead.
against. You haven't
You gotta
actually
let Greg
argued.
jump in.
No, thank you. I will in just a second, but I just want to point out you haven't actually argued against any of my claims whatsoever. That was a long speech.
To decide if I.
Well, no, it's just a fact. You didn't actually argue against any of my claims.
I gotta let some other
that I
people
did,
in.
but
I gotta let some other people.
You just
in.
said magic words and pretty things, but you didn't argue against the claim.
I did say magic words. Abracadabra.
Grid and Alex.
A Harry Potter fan, I see.
Yeah, I don't. I'm actually gonna. I'll give two examples. I almost bought a company last year that is union. We didn't buy it because it was union. Right, and that company's out of business now. Those people no longer have jobs. This is what unions do. Those people don't have jobs
every time.
Okay, they don't have jobs now because when we went in and said, "Hey, we're going to take this non-union," there's and if we're fine. Well, we're going to make a new corporation. It's all new. We buy the assets. It's an asset purchase. The old company ceases to exist. Your union deal is gone. If you vote in another union, we'll just close down and the end of it. They didn't believe us when the union rep came to us and said, "Hey, you're going to have a union here no matter what. This is what's going to happen." And I said, "Okay, we won't buy it." And that company's gone now. Now, a friend of mine in Ohio, which is a heavily union state, owned a company for about 30 years. They made like industrial cabinets of some kind. And union came in and he told every employee, he said, "Look, you're free to vote however you want, but if this shop goes union, I'm shutting it down."
Okay.
They voted in the union.
Thanks for your support.
They literally voted in the union.
By the way, just so we're clear, you might not be able to legally do that under the NLRB.
He voted in the union and he locked the doors Monday morning and shut the business down. You can't stop somebody from going out of business.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, this is exactly
hold
what
on,
we're talking about, right?
I've been listening a very long time. Hold on. And my point of this is that you said, and very clearly, that when you have all of the management making all of this money, right, and employees seem to make very little money comparatively, that's a problem. And obviously,
I was talking to CEOs specifically. Management is a little bit can be more gray.
Okay, sure, but you have all of these people who are making a ton of money, right? But those are the people who are putting things at risk. Those are people who have equity shares that have something to, if the company fails.
No, they get golden parachutes. They get tons of money if the company goes under. Look at 2008. All those CEOs who were running the banks, who were destroying everybody's home ownership, they all got golden parachutes.
I know, right? Wouldn't it be nice if we had capitalism and we didn't have that problem, unlike the things you support?
Right.
People would have gone. People would have gone to jail. Businesses should have failed.
Just to be clear, CEOs are workers, and those golden
I'm not afraid of
protection.
criticizing.
It's this very interesting dichotomy. And I guess for me, it's always boiled down to is I pay people what they're worth, right? And I paid people a lot of money, like a lot.
That's great.
I don't know that am I the only person that's ever written an actual paycheck to a bunch of people. I mean, I had 60 people working for me at one point in time. That's which is this very small company, but
I had people work for me, but not like I send them paychecks. I send them PayPal. Like not.
Exactly. Same difference.
That's a
decent. Yeah. So all right. So when I'm I don't.
He made sure to keep it under 100 because of the laws. As soon as you hit that 100 mark, it's like, oh, you gotta match health insurance. You got a lot of new things kick in at 100 employees. He's letting you. It's like 60.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But
I think if you as a business owner didn't have to provide health insurance, wouldn't that be such a headache off of your shoulders? Wouldn't that be
agree.
Wonderful?
He should not have to provide health insurance as a business owner. Agreed.
Yeah. What if it was just provided by the state?
Well, hold on.
I don't know that second part.
I like this. I like this line of questioning. I want to answer this. For two companies, I didn't provide any health insurance because every single person that worked in that building was 1099 contract employee. Every single fucking one of them. They didn't have health insurance. They didn't receive workman's comp.
That's a beautiful story. Do you tell that every Christmas?
I'm just saying, you're the one that's saying, "Oh, unions are the way to go." But if you keep pushing employers to do things and cut their throats,
they'll do whatever they can to try to underpay people, try to put their health at risk. I know.
This is what we do.
They're the real victims.
Let's go to.
I mean, they'll just go to China, which I mean, you should.
Yeah, I can do that too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where all of our scientists are going since we caught NIH funding.
Let's go to Alex. Alex has been waiting. Socrates, check your DMs. Alex, your turn.
All right, so this has been a very interesting conversation, but there's a reason as to why unions are actually important. a few years ago, BNSF, which is Burlington Northern Santa Fe, which is a rail line. It's one of the largest rail line companies that runs across the country. They actually had a worker strike because they had a problem within their company. The problem was like there was a certain like system they had in place. I can't remember off the top of my head. I haven't pulled up, but if I keep going back and forth, I'm going to get confused. Basically what it was like a deduction system. If you had to take a certain amount of time off, like kids get sick, you get sick or something like that, it was a deduction system essentially. And after a certain amount of time, you were suspended for a certain amount of time, and they would come back, and then the tallies that you had was actually lower than it was before. The workers and the unions were trying to get it to where they were actually trying to make it so where they don't have to worry about that anymore. They didn't get deducted because you can't predict when you're going to be sick. Let alone the fact that rail workers are actually expected to be out for weeks at a time, come back, and then just kind of turn around. Now, listen, rail work is a very tough business. It's not easy. Not everybody can do it. But the thing is, BNSF and other rail companies are trying to take drastic shortcuts. They're trying to condense the job of the engineer and conductor down to one job, which is dangerous. They're trying to cut down on why? Because their profit is not there. Now, the issue we're talking about is that unions are still essential. Now, listen, if you've run a business, you don't need unions. Okay, fine. But that doesn't mean that unions aren't necessary. Unions have made sure that people get health insurance, dental insurance, making sure that their kids are provided for, so that way they don't have to worry about going in debt, because our country pays the most in healthcare costs than any other developed nation, but yet our quality of care is among the worst of any developed nation. Now, a lot of companies and corporations are saying, well, listen, we take care of our workers, so what if we just paid you a little bit more money, but we don't give you health insurance, we don't give you dental insurance, and you work in a very vast, big business like oil business or ship container business, something like that. It's not going to really guarantee anything, because then where's the incentive? Especially with
contractors do that every day.
Well, but the thing is, like, it's driving up healthcare costs are still going up, cost of living is still going up, and yet you say, hey, I'm just going to give you like 10 extra bucks on your paycheck, because like Murray Industries, he's a coal miner basically. I know I'm gish galloping, but like this guy basically said, hey, listen, I'm not going to pay. I'm going to gut all these OSHA safety regulations, but I'm going to give you a bonus here. And it was like 10 cents basically. So this is the accountability we're talking about, where there are these people out there. It's like, yeah, he's got all these billions of dollars, but if he's not willing to take care of his workers, why the fuck should anybody work for him then?
Because they want a paycheck. Because he'll write a check at the end of the week.
But the paycheck
and a check at the end of the week is better than the unemployment line in most cases.
But the paycheck doesn't actually help you take care of your financial needs. Like, doesn't help you make you, it didn't help you during, like, for example, the cost of living is still going up, but your paycheck hasn't increased. And like, for example, you need health insurance.
I know a lot of contractors right now that do not have any form of health care. They do not have any form of anything. And they're probably making more money right now than they ever have.
Well, I just a quick, point of, I guess, preference, privilege, whatever, right?
Sure.
I think it's I think it is important to note, right, that passenger railways and freight like work in kind of an ecosystem together, right? You freight train companies own a majority of the railways, and one of the ways that they supplement their income is through passenger train systems. And like, I just feel like if you're trying to give like an example of how capitalism is like failing in a certain area and needs to be buffed by unions and things of that nature and fought against, maybe not use an example where the only passenger railway system is owned by U.S. Congress.
Ooh, not necessarily, because you have to understand something. Because like, if you're just no.
Amtrak.
I thought it was owned by Warren Buffett.
No, all of the preferred stock is owned by the United States government.
I did not know that.
But anyway, as I was saying though, regarding this, like, if you're just going to tell me it's like, okay, well, capitalism, great, no restrictions whatsoever, that's not a good argument, honestly. There has to be some level of regulation, essentially. Because you can't say
market regulation.
Actually, there does. No.
Why?
Regulations are actually necessary, because without regulation, you've got situations like, for example, I can pull up a good example about this. Like the triangle.
While you're doing that, can I ask Lactoid a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're pulling that up. Hey, Lactoid, you're an attorney, correct?
Yeah.
Are you a member of a labor union? Do you guys have a union for attorneys?
Sort of.
What
I would argue
benefit
the
you get?
the bar association sort of operates like a union.
It's like a
but
guild, maybe more
it's
like.
guild.
well,
yeah.
but the line here
Professional
between union and
organization.
guild is like pretty.
Mhm.
it's-
Or a cartel?
I wouldn't call or cartel. Unironically, yes. Unironically,
It
yes.
is. It is like
I think that the bar associations fit very much closer to a cartel, but I think cartels, unions, guilds, all these kind of share a lot in common. So
I mean, thank God for Texas. They won't need to pass the bar anymore, right? You can get a lawyer off the street.
sure.
So,
Look,
I'm gonna go-
I just to be clear, I have long been in favor of removing the requirement that you be licensed with the bar in order to practice law, despite the fact that it would hurt me financially, right? Like
I agree with it for most things. Real estate.
Yeah, I benefit.
Isn't there a TV show about that called Suits?
Funny. I don't watch lawyer TV shows.
Look,
because
if you've got a great memory, I mean,
It
but
drives him up the wall. Yeah.
no,
I
it's
actually love
just like
Suits. It's
it's like how
terrible, but I love
doctors
it.
don't like watching medical shows. I mean, I totally understand it. Because you're just like, oh my god, it feels like I'm at work, but I'm not at work. But what the bar association does, in large part, not entirely, but in large part, is it creates an artificially restricted economy, right? It creates an artificially restricted pool of people who do this service, which allows us, as lawyers, to charge you guys ridiculous fees. Because if there was more competition, then we could not get away with charging such high fees, especially if, for like lower level grunt legal work, which is most of the time what people need, can be handled by like some paralegal alone, which, by the way, lawyers are paying to do the work and then signing their name on and then handing it over with a inflated bill to begin with. And this system is really possible because of the kind of cartel nature of the way the bar association works. But I would argue that unions, especially unions that get exclusive contracts with the government or with dominate specific industries, operate almost entirely the same way, right? Like if there's only one place to go in order to accomplish an a certain goal, and that place is a unionized facility, that union has tremendous amounts of negotiating power to negotiate a whole bunch of shit for their workers, raise that price up, and other people can't compete because they don't have that exclusive contract.
So Scott did a thing on the medical field not long ago. It was the health
Healthcare
club
lodge system.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was the same thing, right?
Yeah,
that was just
I mean, essentially, to make an
exclusivity
incredibly
through
long
licensing.
historical thing short, the AMA and most of the medical regulations and laws that we have in place are, they were designed to benefit the rich and the wealthy elite, as opposed to because poor people were, collectively negotiating for the labor of doctors, and they felt very offended by this, and they thought that it was dangerous, and minors and fraternities were creating, vastly cheaper forms of healthcare. But of course, the current healthcare system, is one that is made by the rich to benefit the rich, as opposed to a free market capitalist system, right? Where you could, where you would come together in fraternal societies and pay dues. I mean, like the difference. I mean, they were claiming, several states made them illegal. They started putting regulations on them that were burdensome because it was too cheap, right? Capitalism makes healthcare costs too cheap, so they needed socialism to save the wealthy elite, which is usually the case when socialism comes in. And that's just the history of the healthcare industry in America. That if we had a free market again, we would have drastically cheaper healthcare costs.
Can you show me where this free market healthcare is working right now?
We don't have free market healthcare system. I just
Like
explained
where in
why
the
that was
world?
destroyed.
Where in the world?
Yeah.
I mean,
we don't. I don't think you have one.
Right. Like, I mean, it's one of the most regulated industries in the entire
So
world.
it's like a hypothetical.
Well, truck driving is
Well, it's
also
not a hypothetical. We have
regulated.
historical examples where
but-
capitalism
but-
drove the prices of healthcare down so low that
there was-
doctors
and
started
actually,
petitioning the
I'm gonna-
government to
but there's
regulate.
also-
I'm
to
going to back
regulate.
Scott up here a little bit. That while it's not a free system, however, China has been deregulating certain aspects of healthcare over the last 20 years. One of them being dentistry, and that has actually the quality of dentistry has gone up, even though it's free market and there's no union or any. There's no. I mean, obviously, there's some government interference because it is China, but
China's a mixed bag because they don't have IP, right? So in some ways they're more capitalist than us.
Yeah,
but
they are
in most ways
exceedingly
they're not.
capitalist, and literally the minute they deregulated dentistry and said, okay, we're it's no longer state only facilities. The second they did that, 30, 40 dentists went private, and they started building. And actually, there are corporate dentist outfits in China now.
It's just important. It's hard to. It's difficult to state the lack of IP regulations. Very, very minimal IP regulations make some of the equipment that is necessary in healthcare drastically cheaper. Right, when you have companies that own the rights to MRI machines, and just go to any hospital. There's so much medical equipment, and then they have. There's like no right to repair because of the patent system on this. So they have their own mechanics and their own people. And so the government protections that are anti-capitalistic that they give towards these corporations is like a problem that isn't seen as much in China, which drastically lowers the cost of healthcare.
And that's the problem with social
lobbyists. Well, that's also the problem with lobbyists. Like you got big pharma people that are basically buying the influence, but that's a totally different bag of cats. But to kind of answer your question, because I don't want to forget about this.
I want to come back. Yeah, let's get back to it. Now that he's had time to look it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. That is the Austrian class analysis, though. That's very important that you point that out, the lobbyism, because that is how socialism works, and that is how corporations gain power in an unfree market by regulatory capture of the state, so that the regulations benefit the wealthy elite instead of a truly free market.
But the same issue though is that like without regulations, essentially you have issues like the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire, where they didn't have any safety regulations and people burned up in there. If you don't have regulations keeping companies in check, like for example, truck driving, one of the most heavily regulated industries in the entire. Do you think there should be regulations for truck driving?
Well, bringing up truck driving, I think is really interesting. No, obviously, right? I think the market should regulate this. Well, I think truck driving is a really interesting example because truck driving could have been so much more in this country. We could have had so much economic productivity. But again, kind of going back to the railway system, there were government protections up until the 1980s that made it incredibly difficult to have any trucking across the country because the government regulated most trucking to only be interstate, as opposed to allowing them to cross the state, because this bullshit idea of like interstate commerce that the government is allowed to impact. And so we actually kept trucking from being able to lower prices of goods and services throughout this entire country because the state regulated the economy for the benefit of the railway industry and rail freight, until they finally realized in the 1980s that was an untenable position. They finally let loose a little bit, and that drastically reduced the prices on so many goods and allowed us to live a more prosperous life because the government got out of the way of that. And so I feel like that's one example of how regulations on trucking industry have deeply impacted and harmed everyone in America by driving up prices and making the cost of production so much worse.
Well, not necessarily, but here's the reason as to why, because those regulations are in place for a reason. Like, for example, in order to get a CDL, what are some things you need to do? You need to go through a certified course. You need to have a certain amount of hours on the road. And then before you actually become certified, you have to actually prove like 40 hours out on the road with a certified trainer. These are all necessary for a specific reason, because everyone's been making a big stink about certain people driving like, people that are not citizens. Those are regulations, and I'm okay with those regulations because you want to make sure that people are proficient of driving within this country, just like in any other country, essentially. Regulations
I agree.
They're in place. Yeah,
I agree. I just don't think the government should be involved. Like you should let the market do that. I think insurance companies would be way more efficient at determining the skill and the risk assessment of drivers based upon their skill. Like that is what insurance companies do.
No, but the problem is insurance companies, they don't really give a shit about the people or the companies. They care about one thing, and that's making a massive profit. They don't
That's why they'll be more efficient.
Yeah, but hold on. But if they get sued and they lose out on that profit, they're probably going to be
the
like,
risk,
hey,
right? That allows them to be super efficient in determining what is actually the right level of skill, technique, in order to
have maritime law.
We're going to put all these
rules on the company.
Why do we have the
maritime law the way it is?
Otherwise, we're going to get sued.
Well, I can't comment on maritime law because I don't know.
It's easy. Lloyd's of London, who's been insuring ships since the fucking East India Company, said there has to be a standard for ship captains. There has to be a standard for your ship before we will insure it. And they have forced international standards for every company that wants to actually have insurance, and nobody will do business with someone that's not insured, or very few. I mean, I'm sure that there's some fly by night shit, but
well, isn't it the cargo that's insured actually?
no, it's the ship itself.
I thought it was like the cargo and the ship was like separately insured. I could be wrong.
I mean, I'm sure that there's all kinds of deals, but
I can't comment on maritime stuff.
Explain maritime law to all of us.
Well, I'm not gonna. I don't know specifically about
maritime law. No,
maritime law.
Now.
So maritime law is a little bit of a me.
I think we're kind of getting away from the topic though.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But
Just
I think what they're talking about is that going to get insurance, especially as a company, isn't so simple as just like, oh, I've got insurance. There's a bunch of rules that these companies have in order to get insurance with them, and especially whatever risk pool that you qualify for, because insurance companies don't want to insure a liability that's going to cost much more than they're able to get from them in terms of premiums.
Yeah, I can.
Now,
elucidate
ultimately,
this
real quick, ultimately, is this going to be enforced by the state? I think so. I think ultimately private lawsuits are enforced by the state, right? If you get a judgment, who's going to enforce that? It's going to be the state. But this is still a different kind of enforcement, I think, than large amounts of very minute regulations that don't keep up with changing industries, that don't keep up with innovations in specific industries. And a lot of those regulations are noted for being innovation stifling for a reason, right? Because they will regulate something, and if the industry changes to no longer need that, there's always going to be a delay before the law catches up with where the industry is currently at.
So I want to ask one thing, and very quickly. I don't want to make a big thing about this. I want to ask that one thing, but then I want to recenter this conversation because
back on labor strikes and general strikes.
Sure. Yeah.
Are we going to talk about the incident too at all?
Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely fine.
Okay.
But just one question, and I'll just take your answer, and I won't like make a big back and forth. Maybe we can talk about it later. But the civil rights movement, you had a whole point about when protests are actually useful. Specifically, you're talking about strikes, but the civil rights movement was a situation where it was decades in the making, right? Of fights, and starts and stops, and a lot of failures. The civil rights movement was also, a labor movement. That was a component in that. Would it be your contention that that only succeeded because now the labor of Black individuals was such that it forced the state to respond, or anyone else, like corporations as well, right? I mean, the power of the dollar, right? In terms of customers,
there's going to be some truth to that. I think the civil rights movement is a bit unique, right? Because we're dealing less so with an employer in a voluntary transaction and their ability to engage with their employees versus state impositions, right? Because it is important to note in the Jim Crow South that it was not just that the civil rights movement is guaranteeing certain quote unquote rights, which is really just a violation of human rights. Like the civil rights movement was a horrific failure in American philosophy and an abandonment of the Enlightenment, because it enshrines protections against the rights of individuals to freely associate. But it's important to note that was a double-sided coin, right? That there were actually employers that were secretly hiring Black people, that there were employers that, because of Jim Crow South laws from the state, were forced to not be able to, forced to separate people. They were forced to have, if they even wanted to, petition to be able to have Black people there, they had to have separate water fountains and separate bathrooms. They couldn't have communal spaces, right? Much of the laws of the Jim Crow South were an imposition on not only on the labor, not only on the people, but also on the businesses in their ability to freely associate. And then the pendulum swing is, of course, to get rid of the freedom of association based upon, on the basis of race and things of that nature, which, I think was wrong. But yeah, I would say that there is also some truth to the fact, right, that there is a growing value of labor and a need for that population. and a frustration not only from the people but also from some of the employers that is certainly going to lead toward that success.
Okay, I'll leave it there. But thank you for that.
So-
Socrates. What?
Yeah, so I mean, to get to back to the broad topic, ICE continues its rampage. I do have some questions. So I have 6 questions. I'll put them out, and if anybody wants to butt in any of them, I'm interested to hear. So 1, does the First Amendment protect free assembly and filming cops? Does the Second Amendment protect the right of a concealed carry holder to bring a gun to a protest? Is Alex Preddy, a VA nurse who treated veterans, a terrorist? Does it make sense to detain Indigenous Americans, and where should they be sent back to? Is there any line that ICE or DHS should not cross? And at the point that ICE and DHS have killed more Americans in the first month of the year than undocumented immigrants, at what point do they become the problem? So, open to anybody. Any question? I can put these in.
Yeah, I'm writing them down.
Yeah, if you could, put them in the group DM so that we can just take a look at them.
All right. Well, I wrote them.
StreamYard. Yeah, just
Or-
put
put
it
in
in
the Discord.
The Discord. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I'll answer them. 1, yes. 2, yes. Although I'm surprised that Democrats believe this after
Believe it when it's convenient.
the Rittenhouse situation, where
So
the
you're
number one
saying
objection that I've gotten was, well, he brought a gun to a protest.
You do believe that the First Amendment protects against filming, and then the second one
Protects
does
for
Second Amendment protect the right of concealed carry holders to bring to protest? You say yes. Okay.
Yes. The Second Amendment protects the right to keep and bear arms. I just, again,
In accordance
think
with state laws.
I just think that it's hilarious, once again, that this is all of a sudden, like, once again, Democrats are very pro 2A in this very niche case. When Kyle Rittenhouse, again, the number one objection that I got, besides crossing state lines, again, hilarious, enforcing a border, was possession of a firearm at a protest. 3, is Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist? No, I don't believe so. 4, I could be proven wrong, but from what I've seen, I don't think so. 4, detaining Indigenous Americans depends. There could be circumstances in which you'd want to detain Indigenous Americans, just like you would want to detain anybody, sure. 5, any line that DHS shouldn't cross? Yes, of course. I think everybody here, even the most extreme, like, get them all out of my country, I think even they would be like, yeah, if they started, like, just, opening fire into people's houses, that probably wouldn't be okay.
But for 4, like, in terms of the Indigenous Americans, it seems clear, and Socrates can correct me if I'm wrong, that he means, like, should DHS agents, immigration agents, detain Indigenous Americans, and then where should they be sent back to? That's seemed to be what the implication was.
Wait, we're talking about detaining, we're talking about deporting? Are we saying should Indigenous Americans be deported? Yeah, if they're Indigenous, if we're talking about, like, people like Native Americans born in America, they would not.
Socrates,
they'd be American citizens. They wouldn't be deported anywhere. Okay.
Does that answer your question, Socrates?
And then, yeah, I mean, 5. You started to answer. I was just curious. You're doing an awesome speed run, so I'm just loving hearing your responses.
Sure. Any line the DHS shouldn't cross, of course. I think everyone agrees with that. Even the most hardcore MAGA person is going to say, no, I don't want ICE just, like, rolling down the street, just firing into people's houses. I mean, that's like an extreme example. I think for me, the line is much before that, like for most people. But again, I think everyone's going to agree with that to some extent. And then 6, considering that DHS has killed more people than illegal immigrants within this first month, does this indicate that DHS is some sort of problem? Not necessarily. It would depend on the circumstances of those deaths, which is, I'm sure, what we're going to talk about at some point. And we have talked about before regarding some of the other incidents. And then also, I don't think we're talking about a time scale here in which we can honestly evaluate if we're talking about the first month within a specific localized area.
For the 5, I'm actually curious what you think about the warrant thing.
I got a problem with that. In terms of being able to go into a house without a warrant. Yeah,
and just start, like, grabbing people.
Yeah, and
now I understand that was, like, there was a memo about that. I haven't seen indication that they're doing that yet. And my belief is
Yet.
that if they tried, well, here's my belief. My belief is if they tried to do that, that would quickly be stopped. That's my guess. And if it, for whatever reason, isn't, then I'd have a problem with that for sure.
And stopped by who, and also how would that interact with question 2?
By whom?
Legally speaking.
Well, no, legally stopped by the courts. I'm not talking. And sure, there probably would be an increase of use of force incidents if they started doing that, right?
I mean, they've been using force the entire time. Like they've been used, like the force has been used against the citizens, like literally the entire time. But I actually want to. I'm glad you brought that up. In terms of the warrants situation, right? So I want to catch up the audience in case they don't know, right? So there's a secret memo floating around. There's a secret memo supposedly within ICE, within DHS, that says that you can go into these. It has an alternative route to go inside a person's house, and it's an alternative way of like explaining to ICE officers like what their abilities are. That doesn't seem to quite align with like federal regulations. And with this secret memo, this is according to insiders, right? One person who's
people familiar with the president's thinking.
People, no, not the president, right? Within immigration officials. But
no, I'm making a joke because media would just like report whatever rumor they heard, and then they would use something like people familiar with the president's thinking.
Yeah. So anyway, they've said, like immigration officials have said that this memo is secret, and you can't. There's not copies given to anyone, right? There's only a few people in the upper echelons.
Has anybody filed a FOIA?
Have that. Oh, one sec. Only a few officials have it, right? And then they relate it to you. Like you have to, if you are going to see it, they just show it to you. You can't take notes. You can't take a picture or anything, right? You can't. From there, it's orally transmitted to everyone else. That's what they're saying. So it sounds like a secret memo that they don't want anyone else to know about. Don't want anyone else to have copies of. But they're telling that they're training their officers on the secret memo. So that's the issue there. Also, there's an issue of the warrants, right? You should for officers to enter into a home. You need a judicial warrant, right? Judicial warrant signed by a judge. Now ICE is using administrative warrants, and these aren't warrants at all. They are basically forms. I believe it's the I-250 form that's signed by an ICE official, some other ICE official, a form given to them to another ICE official that says you have permission. This is not legal, right? They call it administrative warrants, again, to confuse individuals. And they'll show it to people within their homes. Oh, I got a warrant. They don't have a goddamn warrant, right? It's bullshit. And so they've been using this to illegally enter homes. J.D. Vance, and this is where I was going to with all this, J.D. Vance made a stirring defense of all this. J.D. Vance tried to obfuscate what was happening. J.D. Vance, the known liar, obfuscated all this and tried to pretend that, this is not happening. We have administration applied to, maybe have administrative judges signing administrative warrants, but I don't know. I just kind of want to move past this. He's been trying to obfuscate this issue and defending the practice. I can bring it up. I can bring up the actual video of him doing that. J.D. Vance, the liar. So I'm wondering, at one point, my question here, that I'll leave it off here. I'm wondering, Lagtoid, at what point do you finally stop supporting this individual, right? J.D. Vance backing what seems like, maybe you have a different idea, right? A lawless organization who is making up their own rules, ignoring the Fourth Amendment, I believe, and J.D. Vance backing them and lying about them. At what point are you against the lies? At one point do you stop supporting J.D. Vance?
When he says tax Lactoid more.
You've asked me a couple of times this. My answer is still the same. I'm as long as he's running against the likes of Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. Not yet. Not yet. If he was running against somebody better, maybe. But as long as he's running against Tim Walz, not yet.
Yeah, see,
what if
my
he's
problem
running
with
against
Lacto-
somebody that mogs him? Huh?
My
What you
problem,
think about that?
My problem with Eulactoid is, once again, you pretend to have these values, these principles, but it's basically team sports with you. Red team versus blue team. That these things never come to play. When it's people who are promoting, protecting, and advocating for massive state violence, Libertarian Lactoid backs them. Oh, I don't know. Tim Walz might be on the other side of the ticket, right? And so he's got to vote for them. He's got to support them. When it comes to them violating civil rights, Libertarian Lactoid tells you, well, there's no other choice. I still got to back them, right?
Can we
My
stop
red
that?
team's got to win.
If you're going to keep saying that, can you throw some sarcasm in the word libertarian a little deeper?
Sorry, I'm attempting.
Appreciate it.
I'm
Thank you. Because
attempting. I'm
real
attempting.
libertarians over here
Sorry.
just say fuck ICE and fuck politicians.
I agree. Real
Thank you.
libertarians. That was my implication, friend. Sorry. Real libertarians.
Classical liberal lactoid. Classical liberal lactoid.
Classical liberal lactoid. Supports them no matter what. So I'm just saying your principles are bullshit, lactoid. That's the point I'm getting at here.
Sure. Well, so a couple things. First of all, I'm glad to hear that Scott, he believes that true libertarians say fuck ICE, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure your evolution to being an open border libertarian was pretty recent. So I'm assuming that you weren't a true libertarian for how long have we been doing panels for? I mean, how many years has that
Since
been?
we've been doing panels, I've always openly stated that it should be illegal to deport anybody unless they were a criminal. But yes, my stance on border enforcement
according to the
specifically.
state? Wow.
No, not criminal according to the state. I mean like a natural law criminal. Like I've like Tren de Agua or something, right? Like I've no issue with one gang taking out another gang. But yes, it is true that I have removed from a bordertarian on that position because I realized the flaws in Hoppian border
You evolved
indictees
into a true
weren't-
libertarian.
Yeah, I had some unlibertarian
nice.
beliefs.
Where
It's a
once he was
process.
lost, now he's found.
He was a socialist, right? And then he
Well,
became a libertarian. So there's
the
hope for me
difference
yet.
is that
There's hope
I
for me yet.
derived
Maybe
those
I will
principles-
evolve.
I derived those opinions from the NAP. I had done so incorrectly, I believe.
Erroneously
But
before.
you deny the NAP, right? Which is kind
but
of like
hold on.
part and parcel
But
of
in-
not being a libertarian.
But in erroneously applying the NAP, you were committing yourself to some modicum of socialism, weren't you?
Yeah, for sure.
And one
this is
drop
an evolution.
Rule. Right, sure. And the one drop rule means that you were a
I
socialist the whole
started
time.
I started Prime Kai's
can you answer
panels
that
as a
question?
minarchist.
Well, hold on. Can you answer that? Like up until you changed your mind
He doesn't
because
like
of that one
questions that make him
drop,
look bad, just
you
FYI.
were a socialist that whole time, weren't you?
No, I still argue that I had not denied the NAP. Like you can be incorrect about an opinion, but if you're intentionally denying the NAP, that's different than a one drop rule.
Well,
like people
not
can
gonna
have
be honest,
wrong
actually,
opinions,
like the NAP.
right? Like we can like
So if I accepted the
plenty
NAP
of
and then
NAP
just-
theorists, plenty of NAP theorists, right, are going to disagree on like homesteading principles of sound on property and like how that works. And like there are plenty of things I'm probably wrong on some things right now as we speak, and that those opinions will evolve at some time. But I'm
Well,
not
excoriate you
rejecting the
then.
NAP, right? Like
Well,
you're
but my
rejecting the
question to
very
you then-
thing that is the
Okay.
axiom of libertarianism.
It seems to me though that earlier you've described me as a socialist because I've held anti-libertarian beliefs, right? And holding any of them would appear to designate me as a socialist because of your literally one drop rule that you implement.
That's okay. He's called me a socialist at least 5
socialism.
times today.
I'm not offended. I just think it's again a little funny because it would seem then, Scott, that if I were to simply keep all of my same prescriptions and all of my same beliefs, but then say, assuming that you believe me, that they were all motivated by the NAP,
which obviously I wouldn't, right?
Sure, but assuming that you would, all of that was motivated by the NAP. Now I'm a true libertarian in your mind, right?
Well, I think you'd have to do an investigation, right, on like how you're deriving all of these anti-NAP things from the NAP.
Well, through dumb total mental gymnastics, blah blah blah. But you still believe me when it comes to me believing in the NAP and genuinely believing that all my beliefs stem from.
I would believe that you believe if presuming I believe that you believe in the NAP, but that you're wrong on a bunch of shit, right? Then I would believe that you're a bad libertarian that believes in socialist things that
But a real
needs
one.
to be educated. Potentially,
But a real one.
potentially, this
Potentially.
is potentially like this is a fun thought experiment. I do agree, right? Because it's like the essence of being a libertarian is the axiom of the NAP, and so the question is can you be wrong, right? Unintentionally wrong, right? You can't intentionally be wrong.
It feels very religious, by the
can
way.
we get back to
the central,
topic?
regardless of the denomination, the central figure you have to accept is Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Once you then you're a Christian. Okay, everything else, argue, bells and whistles we can argue about. Fair enough.
Plenty
one
of bad
question I wanted to
Christians
ask-
out there, right? Plenty of
So,
Christians
hold
that are
on.
wrong.
I want you to address what I said about your
Yeah, I'm going
principles
to.
of
I'm
electoral.
gonna, yeah, and then I'm gonna ask a question.
I
okay?
didn't take it a year.
Yeah. Well.
The
fair enough.
investigation,
Yeah. I mean, I think that you can be politically, and this is you obviously, because you didn't vote for the Democratic ticket in 2024, maybe have a different perception about this that I'm not going to be able to get you on hypocrisy on. If you did, then I would get you on hypocrisy on this, just to be clear. And I'm assuming that everyone else here voted for one of the two major parties in the election besides Corey, of course.
I illegally voted.
Yeah.
So
how many times?
So if they attack me
Dozens,
for this, then I'm
dozens.
easily going to be able to get them for hypocrisy. But you, it's going to be harder.
Coming to Virginia soon.
So I don't think that you're being hypocritical here. My perception of principles and values is that you can hold them and they can serve to guide you, but there's pragmatic realities that exist within the political sphere. And for me, unfortunately, I've sort of come to accept after voting for the losing libertarian candidate for 2 election cycles in a row that I didn't want to have a worse option have an advantage than a better option. Do I mean a good option? No, I mean a better option. So do I recognize that this thinking ultimately is a thinking that supports a 2-party system in the first place in the aggregate? Probably, right? But unfortunately, like, the argument is, it's a pretty convincing argument still, like, that is the reality we live in. The turd sandwich with the douche. And I made a calculated decision where, yes, do I think that, no, do I agree with everything that they've done? No, of course not. And I think I've been pretty good at sticking to my principles and criticizing the administration when they do something that I disagree with. I have been very outspoken about some specific things they've done that I think are particularly bad, both on these panels and also on Twitter. That doesn't mean that I think they're going to be better than Tim Walz, who I think is genuinely awful. I think Tim Walz is very bad. And there's few people I can think of who I wouldn't vote for over Tim Walz, actually. To say it up front.
Would you vote for me over Tim Walz?
100%.
So
Let's
you
go.
You can understand. I don't understand your level of animosity towards Tim Walz, right? However, you do
Levi's
know,
murder.
You do know my animosity towards Donald Trump, right? And so I understood what the stakes were. And I didn't vote for either, right? Like, fuck Kamala Harris, fuck Biden, fuck Trump. Like, that's the only way of doing it. And like, so I'm
He's
not
getting more libertarian every day, boys.
Well, and this is the problem. Like, like I said from the very beginning, I'm not going to be able to get you on hypocrisy here. Like, the way that you operate on this is just a different way of thinking. I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong. It's just a different way of thinking, right?
Yeah.
Like you have this. You're going to be able to say that, like, yeah, like I'm uncompromising, even in the face of certain political realities on this thing, right? I will not, in your opinion, you will not vote for a genocide, no matter what.
Absolutely
like,
not.
That is your position. I understand that.
Absolutely not. And so, like, and I'm not going to try to beat you up over the vote, right? That's in the past and moving forward, okay? And that's what I'm concerned about is moving forward. I'm not saying, hey, like, disavow your previous vote. I'm talking about disavowing this individual now in the future, who honestly keeps lying since
Who's
then.
going to run against? Who's going to run against them?
This doesn't make.
Wait.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I disavow any lies that he said. Yes.
My friend, here's the issue, right? Like, at some point, right? Like you have there must be a lower limit, right, to what you will accept, right? And the reason why I focus on the libertarian aspect is because as a supposed libertarian, right, you're supposed to be against state violence, but here you are, like, you haven't been cheerleading this, to be clear, right? Like, you've said, like, you're not like some sort of hardcore immigration like hawk or anything like that. No, you've said that, right? But you've defended it like the entire time. You made excuses for it the entire time. And the person in the White House, one of the people in the White House who's been pushing this and advocating for it, right? J.D. Vance, you support. At some point, what is the limit here, right? Like, can he go solo? What can he do to lose your vote?
There's some limit.
He's the most socialist vice president we've ever had in American history. What's your limit, bro?
You made that claim before, and then I brought up, like, hey, what about FDR? And you walked that claim back before.
I said
you're going to tell me that the FDR ticket, like,
did I not say modern?
Socialist?
Did I misspeak? Because I make the claim often, and it's usually of my lifetime.
When does the cutoff for modern history?
That's fair, because technically it's like modern and then postmodern. Okay, I mean,
what's the etymology of the word modern?
I mean, since Bill Clinton, right? Like, in my lifetime, right? Obviously, FDR, Woodrow Wilson would be more socialist.
I think
I'm talking about the guys that nationalized industry and Intel by 10%. I'm talking about the people that are running, scams with Larry Ellison and Oracle for TikTok's acquisition. I'm talking about the people that instituted the greatest tax increase since I've been alive in the form of tariffs. Like, these are hardcore socialists compared to any other president before them. And the reason and they've done nothing meaningful to get. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. I agree that many of Obama's policies were deeply socialist. But the problem is
Obamacare.
Any of the ones you don't fight hard to get rid of are ones you're tacitly supporting, right? It's kind of a progression issue. The country is getting increasingly socialist, and you don't do everything you can to fight against them, and you only kind of fight against them.
They are fighting. No, stop. They are fighting against Obamacare. They've tried. They tried to repeal it.
Trump has twice had three branches of government.
Yes, and it's
Concept
difficult.
Of a plan.
Yes, and they got betrayed by whatever the fuck his name was, bald dude, John McCain. Like, yes, there was an attempt.
Dead? Not in the first.
Not at that vote.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't dead then.
Yeah.
He's dead now, right? Or
he's dead. He's dead now.
As far as I know.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, he's dead now. Yeah.
But his mom is still alive, by the way.
That's crazy.
Just throwing that out.
Also, another thing that Trump did was he reduced the individual contribution, or what is it, the shared responsibility contribution payment. He dropped that down to 0 because that was within his discretion.
He's done some pro-market things.
Expansions of that. Yeah. So when you're saying the most socialist president, or I guess vice president here, I mean I don't think so.
He has different values than left-wing socialists. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, if that is the case, it's only by virtue of the fact that we are trending towards socialism, and every president's been a bit worse than the priors going back. I
agree. Like that, it is a 2 steps forward, 1 step back situation. But on top of that, nationalizing industry and having the largest tax increase in my lifetime is pretty fucking socialist.
Yeah, sure, and I am not going to defend.
And he's all for
acquisitions of
he's
Intel.
all for right. He's all for socialism. Right, but you're kind of defending him by being like, well, who's worse, man? I still support him because Tim Walz would be worse.
Have I defended the tariffs ever?
I don't believe so. I mean, we've talked about them a lot, right? So maybe at one point you defended aspects of them, but not right, like in terms of like a
I defended some very niche like defense related tariffs on China specifically. I wholeheartedly opposed tariffs that were across the board, and I've consistently done that both here and once again on Twitter. Like, I am not above criticizing this guy for the things that I think that he does wrong, but what I'm sensing a little bit is what Prime is trying to get. Yes, I disavow all the bad shit. Yes, but what I think is happening. I said
Not
that.
quite.
I literally said before,
Not-
I
not- no,
disavow
not
all the
quite.
lies.
No,
I
that's-
disavow the bad
I
shit.
wanted more than that for me.
Yeah, I know. I know Prime
Yeah.
wants more than that. That's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to explain. What I think Prime wants me to do is disavow the person and make some sort of commitment that I'm not going to vote for them again, regardless of who they run against next time. Am I right, Prime?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what he wants, Scott, and I'm not going to give that to him right now.
Saying at some point that they can there be something that disqualifies them, right? And can you name that right now? Can
Yes,
you name it now?
yes, right now I can name it.
Sure.
If they pack the court, that is a disqualifying action, without question.
All right. Okay.
So,
I
had a question I wanted to ask for Socrates here, and
I'll let you do that.
Um,
I just want to say this one thing, and then you and Socrates can have
Okay.
go back and forth, right? So it's something I just want to say to you personally, Lactoid, right?
Yeah.
Lactoid, you know, and you've seen me do it, right? You've seen me bring the same energy to liberals, right? Because fuck liberals, fuck their
I don't think you're
hypocrisy.
critical.
Yeah. Fuck their hypocrisy. They talk about these morals, these values, these things that don't exist, right? And they prove that all the goddamn time. And so I bring the same energy, but it's not a dislike towards you. In fact, Lactoid, I tend to like and respect you a lot more than any of those fucking liberals who are supposedly ideological closer to me, right? I think the reason why I push you on this is because, I've said this many times before, I think you're better. And so you've never seen me push Gibbs on this because Gibbs is
He said he can fix you.
right?
He can fix you. That's what he's
Yeah,
saying.
he can
I
fix
can
you.
fix
But he can't
you.
fix Gibbs, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
Gibbs is
So
unfixable.
that's why I have these interactions with you, right? It's because I respect you so much. So I'll leave it there. All right.
Well, I know. I appreciate that. And I like I said this multiple times, I'm not going to be able to get you on hypocrisy on this because the way you view this is truly different. So Socrates, the question I have for you, and this is it's actually going to be a repeat of one of these questions that I sort of hinted at when I was responding. Do you believe the Second Amendment protects the right of somebody to bring a gun to a protest?
Yeah, I do. And I have a question for you that's related to what you were just talking about, but I don't want to cut short what you're talking. These are separate but both. Okay, there we go. Focus. Yeah, I 100% do. I think that there's
Did you with Rittenhouse?
Sorry?
Did you with Rittenhouse?
Yeah, I did. I supported his right to do that. I never said that he should have been arrested for that or that was illegal or should be illegal. I question kind of the motive. So there's, I'm a pretty liberal, small L bill. I don't know. I grew up in a very liberal area, city, not a lot of guns, have shotguns a little bit. My, if anyone wants to talk about my credentials, I played a lot of first-person shooters. My first shot with a real gun ever was a bullseye with a pistol with iron sights. Guns are really fun. I found out when I shot one, guns are really fun. But there is this weird streak that I hear in a lot of people where it's not okay, a gun is a tool. It's really fun in a recreational context. When it comes to people, it's a last ever resort that could ever happen. There's people, and you hear this all the time, and I'm sure that other 2A people are yeah, I don't like these people either. I don't want them at my range, whatever. But people who are oh man, if somebody busts into my house, I'm gonna shoot them with so many guns. I don't care how many toddlers are, in the neighbor's house behind my drywall. The people who are just salivating to have a legally justifiable reason to shoot somebody. That was a tiny bit of the vibe. I don't know if that was accurate to Rittenhouse or that was media portrayal. I wasn't obsessing over that story. That was the thing that put off some kind of sus meter. And then there was the question of his age or the state lines, or that was just question mark. What is the legal process around this? But yes, in general, people who are showing up in 2020 to the Capitol who are protesting masking, who had guns. The only thing that I ever heard from liberal people was not like, oh, arrest these people for having guns. Oh, they shouldn't be able to do this. What they were saying was like, it kind of feels like if you had somebody who was black, who was protesting for a liberal cause, who was just having a gun in this situation, that they might get a very different treatment, and it wouldn't be this kind of hands off. And then on Saturday, we have somebody who has a concealed carry permit, who never brandished,
that he didn't have on him,
who was never threatening anybody, who was executed, and the justification was, well, he had a gun, and then people are saying, well, why did he bring a gun to a protest? He must have been up to something.
People say a lot of different things.
Let me explain.
That's the
just
issue
quickly,
that I have.
Just quickly, super chat, then I'll go straight to the react to it. It says, thank you, my listening library. Says, the big problem with Rittenhouse is people felt he came there to fight. Thank you, my listening library, for that. But this stuff shows with everything else. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and there's a distinction, because somebody could show up with a gun in a situation where there might be tension, and if I think that their thought process, and it seems reasonable in that circumstance, that they're holding a gun to say, hey, like, stay away from the situation, and it gets complicated, escalating, de-escalating. But if my subjective interpretation is that it seems reasonable that what they're doing will and is likely, and they want to deter people rather than looking for a fight, then I'll be very supportive.
Just a quick question.
Wait,
Even if he was, quote unquote, looking for a fight, would it be wrong? Why would that be wrong?
I want to hear what Lacto.
Yeah. So I mean,
It was there to protect
Okay,
private
so-
property, right? From communists trying to burn down the city. Wouldn't that be a good thing? If he was looking for a fight,
that's going to take it. Right, but that's going to take it
Let's
to a whole
just
different
think-
avenue as to like property, like whether blah blah blah. Yeah, the property kind of element and whether.
yeah, it'll get
balance
into
with
like
property.
logic and reason.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I'm more.
Yeah, don't want to do that. Don't want to do that.
I
tonight.
understand that you want to get into like the logic and reason, which, by the way, I'm going to agree with you on most of that. But right now, I'm focusing on the very important topic of liberal hypocrisy, which I care about very deeply.
Fair enough.
So according to a YouGov survey that I saw, post acquittal of Kyle Rittenhouse, 3/4 of Democrats thought that he should have been convicted. 3/4.
Well, how do you feel about what I said?
Well, no, I'm gonna tie this in.
Yeah.
So 3/4. There were statements made by top officials, including the governor, the lieutenant governor. Lieutenant governor made some pretty brash statements actually about the situation and the acquittal. And the arguments that consistently kept coming up was, well, he brought a gun to a protest. What did he expect? He was looking for a fight. He was looking for an excuse to use it. He showed up to a protest with a gun. Why else would somebody show up to a protest with a gun unless they were looking for a fight? He crossed state lines with a gun to a protest. This is the number one, by far, objection that I get when I say, actually, look at all the evidence. He was incredibly hesitant to use the gun. He only used it at the last possible moment. His actions throughout the day were indicative that the gun was there for self-defense, and the fire extinguisher and was there to protect property. The fact he was cleaning up the graffiti that was on buildings, that was for the purpose of protecting property. The fact that he was running around giving medical aid to people, doing nothing but pro-social shit. And the gun was there to defend him, and he used it at the last possible moment, even when he flashed it at somebody who was chasing him, and they continue to chase him, right? You look at all that, and still the objection comes, well, why did he bring the gun in the first place? Why was he there? Why was he there in the first place with that gun? And I always thought those objections were fucking crazy. And I shared the rage and the perceived hypocrisy when you get certain people from the administration, like Kash Patel, who made similar statements. You don't show up to you don't show up to a protest with a gun and 2 magazines unless you're looking for trouble. Which that statement has been rightfully disavowed by most 2A organizations. I think it's fucking crazy. I disavow that statement in its entirety. That's bullshit, right? But I don't see how Democrats can. Now, maybe you're the exception. Maybe you're one of the 1/4 that has been consistent the whole time.
Well,
but I know there's 3/4. I know that 3/4 of people weren't. They weren't consistent on this. But right now they're willing to use this and say, well, it shouldn't matter. We care about the Second Amendment. We care about guns. But they don't. They don't care about the Second Amendment, do they? Did they? but they do now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very fair to call that out. I think it was kind of a salacious news story that subjective interpretation of like, what did this individual have in their mind of what they were trying to do. There's questions of like just kind of like level of competency. I think there's a number of people who maybe saw that and were supportive of 2A, but we're just like not 100% sure that this was like a good situation, or thought that he was a dumbass for having done this. Not that he shouldn't have the right to, or that you know, anything legally should have happened differently. But this subjective interpretation of like literally what did he want to happen? Was he hoping that this would de-escalate things, or was he hoping that he would get to shoot somebody, which I think you'll acknowledge is a desire that exists among some people that, you know,
it exists among some people, but all the evidence in that case indicated to the opposite, including how selective he was. But here's the thing: using your logic, couldn't Republicans? And I think this is what what especially Kash Patel and what some of them are doing, is they're saying this guy came here looking for a fight.
So that's when you compare these two cases, are there any significant differences in the circumstances? So there's one big difference. Kyle Rittenhouse shot and I think killed. Right? Is that? This is like literally
shot 3
like
people,
10
killed 2
ago.
Yeah, shot 3 people, killed 2.
Killed 2. So he killed 2 people, shot 3 people. Alex Peretti never drew his weapon, and he was killed.
I understand. Yes, I understand he never drew his
weapon.
But
that is
the question.
That is a difference.
Yes, but the question is bringing the gun in the first place, right? Which he did.
Yep. And then the other thing is, his actions at that point. So, I mean, if you're looking at, so if you want to evaluate, like, what is your kind of subjective interpretation of a person, which is what this comes down to, because I think we both acknowledge, legally speaking, okay, Kyle Rittenhouse, I don't know when it comes to like state lines or age or whatever. I'm whatever lawyers or the court say, I accept.
He was allowed to have the gun. The judge allowed that charge.
Then he's legally. I'm not contesting any legal aspect.
Just like Peretti was legally allowed to have the gun. Honestly.
Yep. I mean, yeah. But the subjective interpretation of just when you look at this person holistically, what did they attempt to accomplish? That's. I mean, we can go through those facts, but to talk about Alex Peretti, he was a VA nurse who was treating people in the community. His last words were, "Get away from her. Are you okay?" He put his body in between somebody who was shoving this woman and was just saying, "Hey," he was trying to de-escalate and was just
hold on. He wasn't just somebody. It was a law enforcement officer in their official capacity.
It was a DHS thug. It was a DHS
Mm-hmm.
thug, a guy that shoved a woman to the ground that was blowing a whistle like she was.
He's a law enforcement agent.
You might not like federal police,
fundamentally
but they are law enforcement. Come on.
This is fundamentally what it comes
down
to.
No. So assault from police is perfectly legitimate in your eyes.
No.
Okay, that's what he did.
They're authorized to use force when they are. Huh?
What force was necessary to push a woman that was blowing a whistle?
Did she not approach his car?
No, she was standing right there.
Then you've not watched the fucking video. Then I can't take anything you say seriously. You are absolutely fucking bonkers.
Do not shout. Okay, sir, lower your volume. Okay,
no,
go back to normal. Okay, so she was standing in the car, blowing a whistle. Guy comes up and shoves her. Alex Peretti.
That's not how that fucking happened, you idiot.
Let me
There's
finish.
more
It's okay.
context,
It's fine.
Alex.
Okay, fine. You can say it's more context. Anyway, DHS agent then pepper sprays him, maces him completely. 8 more thugs come around, start kicking the shit out of him.
But details matter, motherfucker.
Yeah. Start pistol whipping, kicking the shit out of him.
They did not pistol whip him. That's you're making shit up. If you're going to talk, speak intelligently.
I am speaking intelligently.
You are not. You are making shit up.
Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't see them hitting the guy in the side of the face with a fucking pistol. We didn't see that, did we?
No, you did not see that.
Yes, we did see it.
No, you did not.
Don't you fucking
hold up the fucking video right now. Put it. Let's show it. Let's go.
I don't know.
Come
I
on.
don't think we can show it on Twitch.
Yeah, we can't show it on Twitch.
You
Actually.
can't show it on YouTube either.
But there are copies of it on YouTube. So I don't know.
Here's just some context here.
Yeah, from from bot farming accounts or other people that are big enough to be able to talk to their YouTube rep and shit. But like somebody like me that's like, you know, in the middle of the night with 30 viewers, right? I'm an incredibly small YouTuber. I'm gonna get fucking fucked.
We'll leave it alone.
Just so we're clear, and I've watched I've watched every angle, and my take on this, by the way, is I'm still waiting on more information before I come to a solid opinion as to what happened.
Yeah, I'm in that. I'm kind of in that boat too.
But I do think that there is enough here that the people who are jumping to conclusions, as again always happens following one of these shootings, I think that's just irresponsible, right? So
yeah, what are we missing?
There's two women involved. There's two women, and then there's there's Alex Petty, and then there's the ICE officer. These are like the three kind of main parties involved. You see Alex Petty. He walks out in the middle of the road, and he's got a video camera. You hear whistles everywhere. By the way, these whistles are, I think, a real problem. We're talking about like likelihood of raising incidents of potential for mistake. Try to work with like a constant blaring of whistles in your ear the whole time. You can say fuck that, but if I can't even fucking watch the video without getting a headache, imagine being there.
The poor ears of the ICE officers.
The poor ears. I'm just simply saying that it is a human reality that if you have
the whistles weren't there,
squealing in your ears.
If the whistles weren't there, there is a large possibility. There is a large possibility that the officer that got the gun away would have been able to say clear in between the shouting of a gun and the accidental discharge, right? I mean, that does make the situation more chaotic.
If the whistles weren't there, and people weren't filming, if everybody's
no, the filming's not a stop. Okay,
I'm not defending ICE here. I'm just being objective.
The filming's not the issue. The whistles are an issue. We can fight about that in a second. I think blaring, screeching noises is absolutely going to raise the likelihood of mistake. I think it's a problem. So we have the blaring whistles, and then we have a car that's passing and has to drive around Alex Petty. And behind the car, there's a woman with a brown leather jacket on, who it's not exactly clear what she did to provoke the ICE officer, but she is leaning forward, and the ICE officer is his attention is fully on her, and he's walking towards her. So then she starts walking back towards the side of the street that Alex Petty first walked out on, and he starts walking in front to get in between the ICE officer and the brown leather jacket lady. This parka lady then runs from the other side of the car that's parked there right in the curb, and if you're watching the video, you're seeing exactly what I'm talking about, and runs essentially sort of in front of the interaction. The ICE officer reacts by shoving that woman to the ground into the snowbank. And then Alex Petty walks over, and he does put his hands on the ICE officer, on his shoulder, and then a little bit on the front of his chest.
It's almost instantaneous, though. It's
very shortly afterwards. It's very shortly afterwards. Yes. It was in direct response to this. Then the ICE officer pulls out his mace, starts spraying people that are there, and then all the other officers get involved and bring him down. Now this is the critical moment that I think Scott mentioned, which is I can send the video if you guys want it. There's a French site that has the uncensored version. At 42 seconds on that video, you hear distinctly gun, gun. You hear somebody yell gun, gun. And in direct response to that, one of the ICE officers, who's not the one who pushed the lady, by the way, or got physical with Alex Petty, you see one ICE officer almost it seems like almost in a panic manner, draw his gun, and then you hear one gunshot, and then there's a short period of time, and then you hear a series of gunshots. Here's the things that are the main thing that's unclear to me. What did that officer think at the time of shooting Alex Petty? And was that first shot an accidental discharge from the SIG that the other officer was walking away with, or was that part of the
SIG Sawyer
initial
P320
officer
is famous.
It's
for
got a problem for misfiring. It's got it could have been a defect with the gun.
Well,
and also that specific gun does have a problem. It also could have been an accidental discharge from the officer who was walking away.
With and it's grainy. It's really grainy, but it really looks like when the officer's walking away, he has his finger in the trigger guard of that weapon, and
Which would be irresponsible, to be clear.
Yeah, and I mean I just think it's irresponsible. I think it's bad gun handling. I think all of those things are
assuming that's right.
Assuming, and I don't know that that
video's
accidental
too
discharge
grainy,
happened.
and
I don't know that.
I also want to know. I also want to know the just like everything just out of curiosity's sake to be more accurate about the case. And this is kind of funny because I think this became popularized with the Cal Rittenhouse court case. Right, is an understanding that is this cell phone footage from something that utilizes AI interpolation to try and clean up images, and if that is the case, are we actually seeing the finger in the trigger well? Were we actually seeing the discharge of that little smoke, or is it AI interpolation?
We're seeing that with the headless ICE officer that's been making its rounds on Twitter.
So
I'm
gonna say just really quickly that while SIGs have a I think undeserved kind of legend right now about discharging in
I gotta
the
say
that model.
I got an ex-defender. I love my SIG.
Yeah,
but
it's
that
just
one,
that model. The
it's that specific model is no.
While the
issues.
P320 has, I think, an undeserved reputation right now of discharging in the holster, outside the holster, that trigger has to be depressed for that gun to fire. There's no possible way, period, outside the holster. The trigger has to be.
There's always like a 0.001% chance.
Wasn't that airman killed when his gun was sitting on the table?
No, that guy murdered that guy and tried to pull it off on the thing. That's totally been thrown out.
Did they find that for murder?
Yeah, that dude's going to prison.
Oh wow. Okay.
I mean, obviously he's got to be convicted first, but they've got all the evidence. I think he's confessed to it. He was trying to play it off and put it on the SIG.
So here's the critical. Just one last thing. The critical piece of evidence that I think is we want to know when that shot is and what the officer who pulled the trigger knew. And apparently, I just found this out just before this debate. Apparently, there's body cam footage.
A lot of body cam footage
that has not been released yet.
Yeah, and they're going through it now.
But here's the thing: like when you actually watch the footage, right? You'll see like the officer in the gray jacket pull the pistol out and walk away. You see the agent behind him switch his hand, I don't know if it was like mace or pepper spray. He switches it from his right hand to his left hand. He goes to his pistol and pulls it out, and then shortly after, that's where he depressed it. So he was right there
because he hears gun.
Yes, if you listen to the audio, in that video
because he hears gun. And cops pull guns when they hear gun. I'm just, you an idiot? You not understand this? How hard is it?
The gun was already gone. The gun was already gone.
Did he know that?
He can't know that.
Stop. Did he know that a gun was gone? Did he think there was a second gun? Was his vision obstructed? We don't know this.
Yes. Like almost all cops, you just go interview some, they will tell you that if they find a gun, they assume a second gun. They just assume it.
So my question for Lactoid, I didn't want to ask this before we'd spent at least a little bit of time on the question you wanted to ask me, but
go ahead.
My question for you, which I think gets to, I think a lot of the core of the frustration that maybe me and Alex and Corey and Prime have is, let's say that you get to the point. So you were saying when it came to what Kash Patel was saying, that you vociferously disagree with this. Yeah. I'm not asking for you to vote D. Okay. I'm not, but aside from voting differently, aside from expressing on a social media platform,
I've been unfairly left out of the group of people that agree with this.
Oh no! You know what? Yeah, come with. Well, actually, you'll be.
Scott doesn't agree with anybody. So
other than voting differently, other than expressing, oh, I do disagree with this. What will you do now to try to push for something to change? Right? So there's people who say, hey, it's the middle of an electoral cycle. I didn't vote for this guy in the first place, but I want to express I think this is bad. I'm going to protest. Or there's people who say, oh, I'm going to boycott some company that's working with ICE. So there's I can't remember the name of the airline, but boycotts were able to get them to cancel their DHS charter. There's one bank, I think, that has stopped working with them. Citizens Bank is another that's currently being pressured to stop lending for ICE facilities.
Great, right?
Yeah. So, but voting is something that happens, either mid-cycle or kind of main cycles. That's one day that you go out and vote for one person or another. And you can tell us, hey, I don't agree with this. But what kind of actions would you take if you felt strongly enough that something had to be done? What actions would you take today? If you don't think it's a general strike, if you don't think, what would it be? What actions would you take, or what actions would you recommend?
I support a complete and total stoppage of all federal funds to Minnesota immediately.
Okay, so you want the government to crack down. Okay, that's great.
But so for me, if you're asking like, I'm not going to get.
I got a gleam.
I'm not going to give you a very satisfactory answer here. If you're asking me to like be other than expressing my opinion and voting, which is the vast majority of political involvement that I have.
What is thy praxis, sir?
In the first place, like I'm not going.
Give me thine praxis, or you shall be. Or you shall be castigated on the seas of hypocrisy.
Castigated. The most I did in terms of like actual like physical praxis, I suppose, is what you're referring to, is when I thought the stakes were extraordinarily high at the 2024 election. Other than those specific scenarios, you're probably not going to be able to motivate me to boycott or go out in the middle of winter and protest. I mean, just frankly
so if you think that what the federal government is doing wrong, let's say, put yourself in the mind state of somebody else who believes that, trying to punish a state that doesn't support you and is defying you and trying to cut off federal funds and send goons to attack people on the street. Let's say you thought that was wrong and that was like a fascist play. Your only response would be stating for the record that you disagree with it, and then voting maybe for somebody different, maybe for the same people in 4 years, depending on where that weighs.
I even though I disagree with it, I think fascist goons is a step too far. I think there's probably a level that you believe this is at that I don't agree with. I think and I think also, and lefties talk about this all the time when they're trying to justify the fact they buy designer clothes or computers. You can only do so much, and my energy.
Don't call them fascist goons. You have to match the energy of the article Prime sent us that was totally not biased. That said Donald Trump's paramilitary forces.
Yeah,
paramilitary.
The Gestapo. Yeah. They should have wrote Gestapo.
The Gestapo, yeah.
I just think it's funny that when they're Trump's ICE agents, they're paramilitary forces, but when they're Obama or somebody else's, then they're just.
If I had infinite time and I could,
I just thought it was funny. It was like, dude,
and I could
feel the hate,
and I could balance my full-time job and all the social media important shit that I do, of course, as well as all my other pressing family and personal needs. If I could balance that with also the political activism that I think is important in combating what I see as a problem,
you should run for office.
And also making the time to go to a specific ICE protest in which I didn't feel like I was supporting people that I thought were terrible, but also making it clear that I thought ICE was like kind of going too far. Maybe I would do that.
It could be super nuanced. It could be like, I support ICE generally, but these particular actions go beyond the scope of what I believe. If
I put that on a sign, if I put that whole thing on a sign, and I were to go to one of these protests where I said I support ICE, but generally I think they're going a little bit too far, what would happen to me?
You'd be well.
I mean, you might get pepper sprayed. I
might get pepper sprayed.
Yeah.
Guys, you don't. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? Do you know what Lactoid has done for this country? When he goes to Starbucks, he always orders his drinks with no ice. He is being the change you want to see in the world.
Hot drinks only. Look,
I'm
not calling.
No, he got a cold brew coffee with no ice. Do you know how brutal that is?
No, I'm going to tell you what would happen to me, Socrates. What would happen to me is I get put on one of these signal groups that's currently happening in Minneapolis, in which, like very specifically, like a doxing and harassment campaign that these people have white networks about and are currently targeting not just ICE agents, but media figures that are perceived as being supportive of ICE agents,
or just random white people that are driving an SUV that they think
random
are
white
ICE.
people. Yeah.
So then my follow-up question is, if you, and I mean, Scott, Grid, feel free to put yourself on one side of this fence or another. If your advice to us who feel that this is going too far is do nothing, don't general strike, maybe tweet once that you think this is wrong, and then in 4 years, maybe vote for somebody else or don't.
Well, I think it's prescribing
we,
something.
Don't limit it to one. Twice.
Why should we take any of this seriously? Twice. Okay. Wait. Okay. Once on X and once on Blue Sky.
Okay.
That's
So, see, if you're on Blue Sky, I can't ally with you. Like that's the problem.
So my question is, do you understand why we don't really kind of like take this seriously?
Wait, here's why.
Does that make sense?
I had the same opinion, just to be clear. Like, I've actually had it's kind of a similar, a little bit different, but a similar conversation of people around the time just before January 6th of, oh, you expect us to just vote and to make our voices heard, we have to do something more. If something more is
glowy,
we've got to hang pence.
No,
glowy.
If something this maybe if something if something more is what Minnesota and specifically Minneapolis has historically thought of as more, abso-fucking-lutely not. They should not do anything more because their definition of more has consistently been burning down the city.
So I will tell you why my I don't expect you to take me seriously in this. Genuinely.
I always take you seriously.
Right, and right, like
and I think you look great, by the way. I don't know why people are talking shit about your weight. That's
just Corey. Not people. Just Corey.
I've lost a little weight, but mostly I've figured out what my triggers are, and I'm doing a little better. I have a lot more energy.
By the way.
Oh, appreciate it. But I don't expect you to take me seriously on this, right? Because my advice to you or to any other lefty, right, is that if you are of the individual that can eventually become an ANCAP that I'm preaching to you, and if you aren't, then I don't care. Because I am of the opinion that the U.S. dollar is heading towards an inevitable collapse because it is based upon the U.S. petrodollar, and that we no longer have that agreement with OPEC Plus, and that we are $37 trillion in debt. And my job is to go onto these panels and do what Liquid Zulu calls Isaiah's job, which is to preach to the remnant. I'm not here to speak to leftists and give them advice on how they can fight ICE, because I don't think that they actually meaningfully give a fuck about ICE. They only care about it from an emotional knee-jerk reaction in the moment because the media is preaching that that's the right thing to do. And I think that most leftists are not actually real in any way, shape, or form, or actually can have any of these convictions, because the overwhelming majority of them didn't give a fuck up until the moment that the media and the corporations started telling them. But there are some that do care and do have those principles. And of those people, if they are willing to listen to the correct philosophy of capitalism and private property rights, when this whole fucking thing crashes and burns and we have to rebuild the system because of an inevitable collapse of the dollar and all of these problems, then hopefully there will be enough people with true philosophical consistency that when we rebuild America, we rebuild something off of libertarian principles and don't make the mistakes of our forefathers in going towards socialism. It's not the third time. I never mentioned Isaiah's job on the stream earlier today.
That part's new. That singular part.
I'm preaching to the remnant. But real quick, I just want to answer your question.
Scene from Fury, right? It's
right, I just want to, you had the 6 questions, and I'll answer them briefly.
Number 1, genetically resurrect Adam Smith. Okay, what are your...
Number one, no, the Constitution does not protect your First Amendment rights in any way, shape, or form. It's a piece of paper, and the government has proven over and over again that they'll wipe their ass with it. It only is a stoppage to the ever-growing, increasing authoritarianism of the state. Number 2, the answer is exactly the same as before. If gun organizations and things actually gave a fuck, right, you would see the NRA or other guns rights organizations fighting vociferously for black people in inner city Chicago that had their gun rights violated, but they don't actually give a fuck about gun rights. They give a fuck about white conservative people writing them checks, right? You know what I mean? Right. Number 3, the question was, should he be treated as a terrorist? I believe that socialists in many are outlaws, but he's in no way, shape, or form a terrorist, because the actions that he committed was engaging in a bar fight that the Border Patrol agents started with their completely insane actions of following that woman across the street. That is the biggest point of contention for me, is that she did back up regardless of whatever occurred. And she did remove herself from the interaction. She was no longer interfering until they followed her, and then they pushed her again. Maybe they didn't push her that hard and she just happened to step back and slip on the ice from the conditions, but nevertheless they followed her and then assaulted her when there was no reason to do that whatsoever. And so when he stepped in, he was stepping in as, you know, and as we have this fantasy that men would do, right? Up until 20 years ago, every man, and until the Andrew Tates of the world came around, would say that this is what a man does, is steps in between another man that is abusing a woman, and that's what patriarchy looks like, right? Alec is a great example of why patriarchy is a good thing, and he engaged in that, and the unfortunate circumstances that follow between that is certainly not the actions of a terrorist, though the BP Border Patrol agents are obviously terrorists. They are the domestic terrorists, and they should be defined that way. Number 4, does it make sense to detain Indigenous Americans? Where should they be sent back to? I don't know what your point of this question was, but no, unless they do something worthy of being detained. It's a weird question. I don't get it.
So there
unless you mean specifically do BPD or do ICE have the right from a legal perspective to be the ones detaining as opposed to calling the cops? Is that what you're asking?
Sure. I think it's mostly highlighting the hypocrisy. I think there were at least 5 Indigenous Americans who were detained by ICE, who were ICE or DHS, and were detained and held, and this rallying cry of send them back to where they came from because they looked Latino, they look brown.
Yeah, I heard reports. I don't know if it's true.
Send them back.
I've heard it. I've heard reports. I don't know if it's true that one was involved in in a dispute at a Walmart where they were trying to get one guy and the other guy was uppity or whatever. So they threw him in the van and then dropped him off at a Target 8 miles away. And I was like,
that was a different story.
True. I was like, if true, fucking wild. I know it's a different story. I just mean but again, no, they're domestic. They're the terrorists, not Indigenous Americans that happen to be at a fucking protest. 5, is there any line that the ICE DHS should not cross? Yes, the line that they've crossed is existing. They should not exist. At the point that they've killed more Americans in the first month of the year than undocumented immigrants, are they a problem? Same as number 5. And then I just want to add a little thing. We get a little weird in the libertarianism, just a little weird. Practically, it's almost impossible to enforce. But from if ICE had a right to self-defense, which they do not have a right to self-defense, but if ICE had a right to self-defense, then there could absolutely be an argument that certain whistles are actually fucking loud enough to cause problems, and it is an act of aggression. Rather, you can't aggress upon an ICE agent because their job is literally to kidnap and traffic human beings. So whatever you do to them isn't unethical as far as the NAP is concerned. But if they had the right to self-defense, really loud whistles are a fucking problem. And there's nothing we can do legally about it. But if your boy is bringing a loud whistle, will you fucking stop that, please? It's annoying.
Only a good guy with a whistle.
Only a good guy with a whistle can save us from a bad guy with a whistle.
Every time Scott says, literally every time Scott says they're a gang that traffic humans, it's just, you've had to say it 6 times.
It's true. That's
in my presence,
great description,
and I think it's fucking hilarious every single time he says it.
I don't think it's funny that they're grabbing people off the street and sending them to other states against judges' orders.
I would agree with that.
Can I say one thing real quick? In Indigenous Americans or Native Americans or whatever, they don't have more of a claim of citizenship.
I think there's more irony in saying, "Hey, we're going to send you back to where you came from. You're a foreigner."
Yeah, if they know, if they know there's
more irony.
No, I think they have a better claim to the land, but not a better claim to citizenship, because citizenship is of a country that they didn't want to created in the first place, right?
I mean,
that they
none
weren't
of them
citizens
fucking
until
existed, you know,
until the
when that was a
1920s,
thing, right? Like,
do not
you
have
ask-
Fabian explain what the nap. We don't have 4 hours.
Yeah, what the fuck is this super chat? What?
Drail,
Drail, why the fuck
Drail?
did you go to his channel and donate him money? Like, what? What are you doing?
Well, hold on.
That's one of my
because
viewers.
they're a genius.
He wants you to
Because they're a
spend
genius.
5 hours on
Thank you,
this shit.
Drail, right, for being so smart and beautiful and handsome. But yeah,
Drail's already back in my chat.
Thank you for the kindness, Trail.
Troublemaker.
But yeah, it's really,
You guys-
I don't need to give a 30-minute explanation. It's the initiation of force. That's it.
Yeah.
Great.
And just
Against a
just
person
note,
or
cons-
justly acquired property, if you want to like really get technical. That's it.
just a note, because you're talking about ICE dropping people off. This is something I found out about just I think today. I've been busy and sleep deprived, so I think it was today. That they've apparently been sometimes when they drop people off that they've detained, they drop them off like without a jacket or a cell phone or ID in like a remote area that they could potentially, it's like minus 35 with wind chill right now in Minneapolis. And so there's volunteers who are coming out to
I mean that
get people to safety.
Yeah, I mean that pales in comparison to kidnapping people and then sending them to third world countries that they've
Just
fled. But,
just another thing that they're doing. That's
but that is
evil.
that is
Yeah.
kidnapping and trafficking just on a lower
Just
scale.
another thing that JD Vance would do, and then Lactoid wouldn't disavow. But anyway, thank you all. I do appreciate you. I want to really respect your time. This was a great conversation. We were all over the place there. We even had time to go over the nap, right, and have an argument. We had everything here, honestly.
Always time to
The
say
nap, the nap is the thing that I do too much, and it's why I'm fat. I want to make sure that Corey's questions are answered. All right.
Fewer naps, start running for more questions. Okay.
You got it. You got it. And I'll be in shape in no time, boys.
Thank you.
Be
for
careful
the
with the
kind-
running, man. Your knees.
Yeah, it's something to be worried about. Thank you
Was
for
that
the kind
Schwarzenegger,
people
Running Man, or which was it?
who
That is his movie, The Running Man.
who supported who supported the channel. Thank you, Tessa Johnson, my listening library, and to Adriel for being so kind as to support us with super chats. If you haven't done so already, if you've enjoyed this content so far, hit the follow button. Hit the follow button right now. No matter what platform you're on, be a part of this. Love to have you again. Come back to the channel. We have a lot of fun times here. We got great people. We got great guests who can be quite entertaining, especially when they're pissed off at each other. And I find it even better when they're not pissed off at me in particular, right? No one yelled at me, and Prime
Right. You didn't have to even mute anybody to defend yourself.
Exactly. All right. That's the only way I can. I have an advantage, and I'll press it every time.
Get that monopoly on force, buddy.
That's right.
You guys all believe in force doctrine now, by the
We're
way?
engaged in a voluntary
dream.
Yeah.
Does anybody not believe in force doctrine now?
I don't know what force.
I'm not sure what that is, but
That's Andrew. Well,
you'll have to pay me $5 to hear about it.
It's
stupid thing.
But yeah, sorry, I'm just I'm unaware of that. But anyway, thank you all. I'm going to give an outro to all our wonderful individuals. Starting with our good friend, who once again I'm giving him a hard time. Our good friend Lactoid.
So I'm channeling the spirit of JD Vance right now. Truly our savior, Lord and Savior. Before I give this outro, I'm Lactoid. You can find me on Lactoid TV. My take generally, strike's bad, union's bad. I agree with basically everything the anti-union side said. Boo, boo, boo unions. As to the particular incident, I once again, my criticism is not that it's clearly justified. My criticism is that consistently, whether it be with Mike Brown to Kyle Rittenhouse, even to Renee Good, consistently the first statement that is put out by major social media figures and recently, some of the like more, a little bit more veiled, but still bad enough statements put out by politicians, including Tim Walz,
and
are
Christine
very what?
And Christine Ohm, right?
Sure, and Christine Ohm, yes.
Okay.
But I think specifically I'm focusing on the Democrat ones here because these statements, I believe, are the kind that are going to potentially lead to riots, which is a well-known pastime for the people in Minneapolis for some fucking reason. Why does this always fucking happen here? Every fucking time, it's fucking here. And yeah, I just think that the responsible thing to do would be to wait and say, oh, there's some questions here that we don't know the answer to. I think already there's some questions that are coming up, which is, is calling this murder really accurate? Probably not, because in order for it to be murder, you would have to assume that the ICE officer knew that there was no threat and decided to shoot the guy, or didn't reasonably know there was no threat and decided to shoot the guy anyway. That seems to be somewhat unlikely based on the footage. There's a whole bunch of things that we just don't know yet, and I think it's important to do the responsible thing and not just call ICE murderers and demand mass action, which, I mean, by some of the definitions, including the Colorado Appeals Court, would potentially be insurrection, right? Let's not forget all the definitions of insurrection that were flying around the time of January 6th, including some legal definitions, including some definitions presented by some people within our very space. Under these definitions, what these protesters are doing would technically fall under insurrection. And I wouldn't want you guys to be insurrecting now, would I? So.
Is that an active verb now?
Insurrecting.
That is.
I was just gonna let that roll.
I mean, I don't know. Fucking the lawyer vocab always wins.
Insurrect.
Yeah, I'll just say this, and you don't have to respond or anything, but just that, I think it's fair what the pushback our friend Lactoid is giving us, and that what is the actual definition of murder? He knows that. What is the actual definition of manslaughter? He knows that. But we can acknowledge that the public doesn't know that. And so when they just say murder, right, they're just saying an unlawful killing. But yeah, so we'll leave it there. But thank you so much, friend. Let's go to Scott.
Oh, yeah, I remain unconvinced by any of the arguments here because I'm always right. Even in the past when I was wrong, I was right then because I was a position of evolving into my ultimate form of rightness. Yeah, fuck ICE. I also don't have suicidal empathy for protesting socialists that their only reason to dislike ICE is because the media has told them how bad it is, but in reality they could give a fuck about the tragedies of the world. They really just know that they want to be on the quote-unquote right side of history, and part of being on the right side of history is bleeding the middle class to death with ever-increased welfare and socialism that is tearing the country apart. In terms of Alec, Pretty, I think is it Alex or Alec? I thought it was Alec, but people keep saying Alex.
It's Alex Pretty.
Okay, like
A-L,
Russian,
yes.
Polish or something.
Pretti.
No, I got the pretty part. Anyways, never mind.
Doesn't matter. Alex, are you really asking me if Alex is Polish? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I don't fucking know either. Anyways, I had a weird look to him. I don't know what to tell you. Regardless,
we have an Alex right
I do
here.
think in his actions in that moment, I think they were, as so far as we can tell right now, both heroic and kind of stupid. Right? I think we can all acknowledge that it is probably a good thing to step in between jackbooted thugs, abusing a woman that was completely unnecessary, and also really fucking dumb to do that, right? It's something's wrong with your self-preservation instinct if you're stepping in between in a situation like that. But nevertheless, seemed like all in all probably a good guy for that. Even if his politics were one of, my enemy. And then lastly, I'll just answer your question, Grid. Does anyone here not believe in force doctrine? Yeah, I've never believed in force doctrine. I've always thought it was silly. Because I do believe that rights are something that can be objectively seen through logic, and that they do exist. And, when Andrew Wilson was first, kind of experimenting with this argument of, force doctrine in debates, I told him something that he, sometimes says now, which is, might doesn't make right, but it does make reality, which is contradictory to his force doctrine thing. And he kind of says them both, which is also kind of contradictory to the concept that God has commandments, and thus God is telling you, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal. So it's like three fun contradictions in his philosophy that I think he just kind of picks and chooses based upon the debate he has, because he's talking to socialists that don't have any consistency anyways. So it's kind of easy to do. But yeah, no, obviously I don't agree. Any libertarian worth their salt wouldn't agree with force doctrine that rights and laws are things we just arbitrarily made up and are then imposed by those with power. No, I think they can be objectively discovered through logic, through argumentation ethics, starting all the way from existence exists. But that doesn't change the reality that like power matters, and you can talk about your rights all you want, but at the other end of a gun. Yeah, he did. So I'll answer that question on force doctrine. It was fun. You can find me on Fabian Liberty. Just Google Fabian Liberty, you'll find me.
I do like that that line you have. Might doesn't make right, but does make reality. I've heard you say it before. Did you come up with that, my friend?
I think it was quoting Andrew, or maybe.
No. Andrew Wilson has said similar things, and Jim Bob has said similar things after debates with me.
Yeah. Sure, but he doesn't have a trademark because that's not real.
He doesn't have a trademark.
Yeah, use it. It's a good line. Use it. Just don't use it in conjunction with contradictory nonsense like force doctrine or believing in the Christian faith.
So I'm just wondering, but did you come up with that? If I want to give you credit, if I feel like it, because I don't have
and royalty.
Yeah, no, I came up. I mean,
anybody credit for anything.
Okay.
The idea originated in my head. It's probably parallel thinking. I highly doubt that someone hasn't said something that cheeky as long as the fucking English language has been around. Okay. You know what I mean?
I've always heard that might not always make right, but might does make.
Yeah, makes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard.
And I've heard something similar to that before in the past, and I just changed it to might doesn't make right, might makes reality.
Okay. There's no IP, so I created that. That's my thing.
Let's go. Well, that would be fraud. Lying about being the creator of something would be fraud, right?
Fair. Let's go to our friend Corey.
As always, an interesting and entertaining conversation. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. And still think on average unions are largely good, although I don't think every union is good. I'm still sort of go back and forth on teacher unions and all that stuff. But yeah, and one last thing, maybe to correct the record, or rather, so going back like 2 hours now, but I think it's important to say where I think Lactoid looked up the wrong information about quinoa and he used cooked quinoa as opposed to uncooked or raw, where the uncooked
Did
or
you
raw
eat bowls of uncooked quinoa, you fucking psycho?
Absolutely.
Savage.
Because I knew my memory was not that faulty.
So
where the 4 grams per 100 grams is totally seems.
I concede completely that it is absolutely your honest opinion that it is not easy, that it is
14,
absolutely as easier to get fucking plant-based protein, because to you, you'll just straight wolf down raw quinoa.
Well, no, I never said. I said raw or soaked. 14 grams per 100 grams, soaked. As in about 14.
Which is less than half of that of chicken, correct?
Depending on if you talk about chicken breast or chicken thigh, but
chicken breast.
I think 100 grams of chicken breast is around 20 grams of protein.
Oh, it's more than 30.
Yeah, it could be more than 30. I haven't.
It's the most protein dense thing there is, other than like Parmesan cheese. But if you eat a brick of Parmesan cheese, I got news for you. You need help. Or
I don't disagree with
raw quinoa.
I'm sorry that I spread misinformation by referring to cooked quinoa instead of raw quinoa.
My bad. Yeah, dude. Why would you assume he cooked his food?
Because F1. No. See, this I would say demonstration of ignorance. You can eat, as in you can put it in salad. This is one of the most common ways to eat quinoa is to soak it overnight and then eat it, just like lentils.
No, I'm fat. I'm putting a bunch of butter on it. Like,
I'm aware. Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? Then it tastes good. But I'm allergic to quinoa, so
a great philosopher once says, "More butter, more better." All
True,
right?
very wise.
Love
Love that. Especially as a father.
Let's go to our friend Grid. Grid, thanks for joining us and giving your opinions.
Yeah, it's been an interesting evening. I don't really want to tread back over all the ground that we've already tread over. I will just simply say that force doctrine has been defined by a lot of different people throughout history, including Thomas Aquinas, the Chinese philosopher He, or however you pronounce his weird ass name.
Dude, your wife is Chinese. You better know how to pronounce that.
Sorry?
Said your wife is Chinese. You better know how to pronounce that.
I could go ask her.
Been married for a decade. You don't even know how to pronounce some names. Dog. Fucking somebody get this man Duolingo and save his marriage.
No, I don't. No. Anyway, I just think that it's a very interesting. I think it's a very interesting position that some people take regarding the force and use of force, and I'm always willing to discuss it. It's very interesting to me the links that we are going through to the leaps, twist, by all of the nonsense to either justify or to villainize the ICE agents. Do I think that they're 100% in the right? Absolutely not. I think there's a lot of procedural problems in what and I don't even think they were ICE agents. I think they were actually Border Patrol acting with ICE.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a lot of problems with the way they handled the situation. But from a legal viewpoint, I think I'm until I see something, and I'm well aware that new evidence is coming out. We haven't even seen the body cam footage. We haven't, there's so much we don't know. So I'm perfectly willing to change my position on this later. But as it stands right now, it looks like it will be a legal, the guy legally shot. So it is not murder. And I carry a gun fucking everywhere. I have a gun on me now. I'd show you, but we're on YouTube. And there's guns there.
Didn't they change that rule?
There's guns everywhere. But the one thing I don't do when I'm carrying a gun is interact in any fucking way with law enforcement. Cops don't like people with guns. They just don't. And you are not
hate competition.
Yeah, they hate the competition. And the interesting, so when we talk about Rittenhouser, you notice that the pictures of him, the video of him walking towards the police, he's got his hands up, he's yelling, "Hey, I'm armed, don't shoot me," all of that, because he knows, because he's not a fucking idiot, that some cop will look at that and get bent and want to take a shot at him. I've had an officer point their gun at me. It doesn't feel good. You should always be exceptionally careful when dealing with law enforcement, because they can shoot you. And even if they have to go to jail, that does you no fucking good if you're dead. So while I certainly admire that young man's cojones of acting with the law enforcement, I think it was ill-advised, and it could have been de-escalated at several points. It just wasn't. And other than that, I don't really have a whole lot more to say about it until I see more evidence. I think that there's so many people have. We heard Alex tonight make several incorrect comments because honestly, things are still evolving, right? Things we don't know, and I'm not willing to, unless I've actually seen it. I'm not willing to talk about it. I don't know that the gun fired, right? I don't know that. I've heard people say it. I've heard people explain to me how it all looks. I don't know that there was a gunshot. I don't know where that gunshot came from, the first one. And until we know that, I'm unwilling to commit to any specific thing other than, as it appears right now, this is a legal but very messy and very problematic shooting. So that's it.
Thanks so much. Okay, let's go to our friend Alex. Alex, thank you for joining us and coming in. We haven't had you here in at least a long time, or I don't know,
very long time. Very long time. So first things first, Prime, thank you so much for having me, and I want to thank the panel. It's been a very interesting. Grid, it's always fun button heads with you. Even if we don't agree, it's always fun button heads with you. It's all in good fun. So But
sorry, I muted myself. I mean, I don't have anything personally against you.
No.
So,
No. I don't take it personally.
Certainly
It's
don't take anything that I say personally.
No. Of course not. No. It's all in good fun. So, but anyway, so kind of going back to like everything we talked about, I'm not going to talk about, cooking with prime Ks. That was in absolute insanity. Like talking about quinoa and lentils for like, that was crazy. But anyway, when it comes down to the topic of like, workers' rights and things like that, it's very, very important that we have these conversations because workers' rights are very essential. If you don't take care of your workers, you don't pay them a good wage, it wasn't Bernie Sanders that said that. It was actually Theodore Roosevelt talks about like how you have to take care of your workers, making sure that they have good, adequate healthcare coverage. So that's number one thing.
Which commie was that?
It was Theodore Roosevelt.
That commie. Got it.
Yeah, he's not a commie, but anyway. So last bit. So anyway,
I love Scott. I gotta be honest. I really want to dislike Scott sometimes, but you just can't.
But anyway, kind of going back into it. So even though I'm sure Scott has good intentions, he's living off in fucking La La Land, ANCAP, fucking sunshine and rainbows. When the world collapses, we're gonna rebuild it after I roll out of fucking bed and eat my butter and steak and shit like that. It's all fucking fun and dandy.
Reppin'.
Because he's definitely gonna rebuild the world with his little. I think it's gonna look like that background, possibly. I don't know. It's possible. But until then, I can't actually take seriously into a hypothetical scenario that does not exist because he couldn't even answer what healthcare system has complete free market systems because they don't fucking exist. Because we are the only country out here that actually has mixed market and where people say private insurance or private healthcare is better, even though every other first world nation across the world proves it. Anyway, fine. Okay, but every other first world nation seems to have that figured out, but we can't seem to figure it out. It's because we're fucking idiots, honestly, because our country is filled with morons. We can't get out of our own way, so it's going to stay that way. We're going to remain to be the most unhealthy nation. We're going to remain to be the healthcare, where healthcare is the worst in this country of any first world nation. When it comes down to the killing, of what happened, the killing of, Alex Preddy, I'll put it to you like this. It's incredible how a guy like Alex Preddy, him and I have the same frame. It takes 6 to 8 guys to take him down when you can literally see bouncers at a bar manage to handle people the same size with no issue and people don't end up dead that way. But yet a bunch of, idiots, a bunch of mongrels basically can't seem to figure out how to tackle. They can't seem to tangle and how to hold somebody together without killing somebody. And the thing is, there is a track record of law enforcement doing these things, and then they just kind of get off scot-free because of things like qualified immunity. But DHS has absolute immunity given by Stephen Miller and JD Vance, which is dangerous. You don't want to give any law enforcement absolute complete immunity. Why? Because that basically means they can do things that are against the law, which they are already doing things that are against the law. They're racially profiling people against the law. It goes against, and they're also entering door to door into people's houses. Can't do that. You can't without a warrant, essentially. But they're already breaking the law. But why not? We're living in the times of Donald J. Trump, which anything can happen as long as he says is perfectly fine and acceptable. And I could talk about this all day, but I'm going to yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much, Prime, for this great evening.
Absolutely. Okay, 2 things. One, I'm going to as well. I'm going to steal ice mongrels, right? That's going to be a new thing of mine. Thank you. I'm going to steal 2 things of Alex's, right? Because the next time I want to disparage, disregard, ignore our friend Scott, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck is he gonna do with his butter and his beef?
Just
some of the few things I can fucking eat.
Just to be clear,
but nobody can racially profile.
Kavanaugh stops, right?
Okay.
Ice can.
No, Ice can, yeah.
Socrates knows, yeah.
Yeah.
Ice can do
Kavanaugh's
what?
Ice can racially profile.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're allowed, unfortunately. Yeah.
Even though it's against the law, but okay.
No, it's not.
Yeah, they can
literally
they wanted the law said they can't.
The Obama administration won that court case.
Yeah, they can racially profile even off-duty police officers. That's fantastic. I'm so glad that we live in a country right now where, maybe Obama. Because, guess what? Maybe every single Christian, because they commit the most sexual assault, we should just profile all Christians as pedophiles, right? I mean, that seems to be the standard.
Do they?
Well, most Christians.
Do you really want to get into that game? Because we could start talking about profiling gay people. Do you think we should profile gay people for being child molesters? Since they have a higher rate of it?
We're on Twitch. Okay. The Christian stuff, yes, but not the gay stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. We can attack whites and we can attack the Christians. We got to be careful about attacking the protected people from logic, right? We don't want the gays or the blacks or any of those people to engage in logic, man. That'd be
Oh, my
scary.
God.
Twitch don't like that.
Is it profiling the cousin fuckers to talk about that?
Are we talking about the Muslims or the Alabama people? Because I think the the rates are higher in the Muslim community.
Roll Tide, Alabama.
Socrates, Socrates, thank you for coming through. You are always entertaining. I love to see how you argue. I love the angles you come from. You're really fun to engage with all the time. So thanks for being here, friend.
Thank you so much, Prime. Really appreciate you making time for this panel. It was a very important topic. I mean, don't let anybody shake what you're seeing with your own two eyes, right? When we're talking about policy, Nixon wanted to make his main policy universal healthcare. He wanted that to be his flagship policy. Didn't end up going forward, but that's what he wanted to push for. Reagan was talking about how we need to have a path to citizenship. George W. Bush was talking about how we need to have respect for immigrants, even undocumented immigrants in our nation. So these kind of lashing out from this administration, this regime, it's not a sign of strength, it's a sign of weakness. They're trying to distance from what they're doing with respect to blowing up the deficit, giving all their money away to the donors, trying to distract from the Epstein files. That's what all these news cycles are for. He said that he was going to attack the enemy within, which includes leftists, anybody who didn't vote for him, blue cities like Minneapolis, like Boston, like New York City, like Detroit, places that are shining examples of communities that are diverse, that live together, that are economic centers, that show as a demonstrable proof that we don't have to be afraid of people who look different, of people who sound different. It can be scary times right now. Make sure to spend some time with community, not just with scary stuff on social media or people who are going to tell you that nothing you can do can be worthwhile. Minneapolis is standing together and they're striking and they're chanting and they're doing community aid. You can help them out. Standwithminnesota.com. You can find a lot of ways to help them, and most importantly, to learn from them. Because if you're in a blue city, a blue state, ICE is going to be coming for you, not to spread fear or anything like that, but they've stated that they want to come after everybody. In my city, we're finding out that they're getting a lot more vehicles delivered, so they can start doing a lot more raids. And it's 100% true that the people who are standing up now are largely people who are not standing up when Obama's ICE was deporting a record number of immigrants who were black and brown, but they weren't attacking citizens. They weren't attacking white people. It's true. These are all things that have been going on outside of the nation and within the nation to people who look different. And now that when it was Renee Good, there were a lot of people who were saying, okay, but she's a woman, she's a lesbian, couldn't happen to me. And then they see with Alex Preddy, oh shit, he's a nurse, he works at the VA, he spends every day helping veterans, he's a man, he's a guy who is carrying a concealed carry with a permit. That could be me. And we see now more than 50% of people who have an opinion saying that they want to abolish ICE. We have the administration, the regime, saying, Lockjaw Bovino, we're actually getting rid of you. We see Kristi Noem backtracking on the statements about Preddy being a terrorist and saying, okay, actually, maybe these weren't so great. We're going to look into these things. So all of their bravado, all of their threats, all of their violence, these are the reactions of a very weak administration. They have a lot of power, but they have a lot of instability. And don't make it easy for them. Even if they're not following the law, make them break the law more and more explicitly, because that shows a lot more people how nakedly they want to push for total authoritarian control And the truth is that we can fight back, and there's a hell of a lot more of us than there are of them. Find people in your community, talk to 15 of your neighbors, and you'll be ready when ICE comes. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much. And we didn't really get to talk about it here, but it's been talked about plenty of times when we bring up immigration. But one day I do want to like tackle the Obama situation like more forcefully, right? Like, I mean, you know what timing I'm on. Fuck Obama, right? There's just been a lot of talk about that in terms of like, you know, conservatives and like liberal hypocrisy. And there's always plenty of liberal hypocrisy. But I do want to tackle that head on at some point in time. Anyway, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much, everyone. I am going to raid out to a woman. Her tags are girl, English, findom, mommy, boobas, and English.
Double English.
Twice. It's twice actually. Yeah, I actually noticed that twice. But yeah, we're gonna give her a try.
It's crazy that like we have like explicit whores on the internet that are celebrated. That's so crazy.
But okay, this is the second time. This is the second time I just tried it. That a channel won't let me raid them. I think that's protections. I got like maybe
some people can make it to where they can't be rated.
Yeah. Okay. All
If you're a fandom channel, like that's probably a good idea.
Okay, we're gonna try another one. One of her tags is e-girl, and another one is feet. All right, let's see if this one works.
One feet or two feet?
Tags. Feet. F-E-E-T. One feet. Okay, it looks like it can go through, so we're just waiting for that to happen. But thanks everyone for coming through. This was a lot of fun. We'll be back. We'll do more of this, and off you go. All right.
Well,
there you go.
Thanks everyone.
I was just curious, Socrates, are you able to name one person? Because you said many people were saying that because Renee Good was a woman and a lesbian, it couldn't be me. Are you able to identify just one person?
No, I wasn't saying like literally people were saying that. I'm saying in terms of the number of people that have come out in response to the killing of Alex Preddy relative to the killing of Renee Good.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's a claim that I was just like, that's an insane claim because you said it, right? Like, I mean, you mean it like, I'm struggling to find the right word. It's been a long night.
Literally, or
I feel you.
Figuratively, I guess. I guess figuratively would be close to it, but that's not quite. Not metaphor. There's a word I'm searching for that isn't any of those, and I've forgotten it.
As like a direct statement versus like.
Because I'm just like, that's a wild claim to make. That a whole bunch of people were like, well, it's not gonna happen to me because she's a lesbian and a woman. I was like, who the fuck said that?
Yeah, I don't buy that. But.
No, that's more of like a general statement as
like maybe people were thinking this. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that there were millions of people on TV saying she's a lesbian, couldn't be me.
Right. Yeah, fair enough. I'm sure there's a few Nazis that have that opinion, but I don't think anybody on the right would think even think that thought.
Mm-hmm.
I think like there's definitely some identity, like the right wing full blown like Nazbol identity politic, right wing socialist types might think that. But
I mean, there were people. I'm trying to think like my brain is generally fried, but there definitely were. I'm trying to think of like news anchors or whatever, but I definitely have seen comments that it's like, oh well, she was like a lesbian, she's like a leftist, she's a bad person because she's a lesbian, or she's some
you find me that person and I'll find you a goddamn fascist. All right, can we just real quick as a libertarian that is right wing, right? I hate how much the term fascist has been watered down by the left over the last 20 years, right? Where everything is fascist.
Right wing, that means that you support like the state or the king?
No.
Or you mean like small?
I mean like when I say right wing, I don't mean like I sit on the right side of parliament in support of the monarchy, right? Like I don't think anybody means it that way. I mean like I believe in order-based politics. I believe in like like human teleology. I believe in the desire of pushing one's legacy through family institutions so that the bloodline survives. I believe like those social values,
like a kind of like almost soft fashion. I don't mean that as like a, but that's like the kind of like family legacy.
See, you're doing it now. You're doing it now, right? You're doing it now, right?
I mean,
Where everything
really
is
like
fascism, right? Like, but it's like I feel like we're kind of at a point where like I'm really angry. I'm really angry that the left has watered down the term fascism to where now that we're kind of starting to see fascistic policies and fascistic beliefs and fascistic rhetoric pop up. And like, I can't call it that because now I'm a loony lefty. Like I'm now in a position where I can't say like when someone comes out on Twitter, right, and is like, I believe in a white identity in a white America, and I have to be like, hey man, that's a little fucking fashy. And then they're like, oh, typical fucking lefty, now I'm a fucking fascist because I care about my white culture and my white family. If I said it about black pride, you wouldn't have a fucking problem with it. And I'm like, no, really, it's the Nazi symbol edit that you started your video with that had me like a little like, hey, this might be fashy. Like we're starting to see it. And you fuckers maybe not you, but your ilk fucking made the word meaningless now. What the fuck do I say now? Third positionist? That doesn't have the same ring.
No, it doesn't. Have you heard of the concept of right too soon? Like correct too soon?
Yeah, but they weren't, right? Like so many people were calling literally basic right-wing thought of like order-based politics or religious beliefs fascist. Like obviously this isn't
more like
normal.
This
like
isn't like the
right. You know what I mean? Like a million people have had interactions with some psycho fucking furry 72 flags in their bio person that'll call literally anything fascist, right? And it's like that person isn't.
I don't know if that's true, but I'm familiar with the stereotype.
Maybe not a million, but I would say at least 10,000 people have encountered somebody like I'm talking.
We need a
about.
tracker.
You know what I mean? Like I don't know what the actual number is, but I know that this is a common occurrence of right-wing people, right? And it's like now that we're genuinely
that's a common
seeing
thing that they say. It's funny though when you talk to them.
It's happened to me a bunch of times.
Oh man, I got yelled at work just for having right-wing beliefs, and they're like, you were yelling in the lunchroom, like you were throwing food at a coworker. It's like that level of
right, but I mean,
there's a certain blindness that
I am as anti-fascist as one can be. You could not get more anti-fascist.
I believe you straightforwardly. I'm sure that's
right.
True.
I fucking hate fascism because it's a Hegelian compromise with communism, but picking all the worst shit that and then just having it's communism for fucking white people and you know what I mean, like it's fucking like I mean and Nazism is
OG
fascism.
Communism from Black Panther Marx.
I mean, yeah, Marx was a pretty virulent racist, but you know what I mean, right? Like there is there's a lot of preserved elements.
I can put together a meaning of what you're saying. I'm a very imaginative person, so
yeah. I mean, like the classical fascists were all anarcho-syndicalists or self-appointed or members of the Socialist Party, right? And then they're like,
I don't think,
but
that's
it's not
true,
preserving.
I'm not really interested.
Mussolini and Gentile were both anarcho-syndicalists and members of the Socialist Party, as were most of the appointees of their cabinet. Right? They were socialists that turned and created fascism because of and essentially added in these cultural right-wing elements to socialist doctrine, and then did this weird compromise with like, we're going to preserve private property, we're going to create an economic system that is essentially the USSR, but like the people we like will be in charge of certain industries and will regulate literally everything that they do. There's a good book if you want like more of my perspective from a communist economist, Gunter Reimann, and he wrote this in 1939, right? So this is like the rise of this is the rise of classical fascism and Nazism. A lot of people dislike that he calls them both fascism, but in 1939, he didn't have the ability to be like, oh, these are two distinctive different things because it's 39, right?
Kind of historical.
Called the right. It's called the vampire economy, and it is I feel like it's a really good look into why these are essentially like Stalinist economic policies with a coat of paint, right? Like, and if you want to make the argument that's not socialism or that's not communism done right, whatever, but nevertheless, like it's very illuminating in how the economic structure of the Strength Through Joy program and things like that were. But yeah, it just feels like it's like now I can't call anything fascistic without being looked at like I'm crazy.
It's an interesting situation, you know. It's like,
I mean, fucking literally, Chrissy Noam went on a fucking podium and said, "One of ours, all of yours."
Oh yeah,
that is a fucking Nazi slogan. When one of the SS officers was killed, word for word, direct translation of a Nazi slogan. When one of theirs was killed, so they went in and wiped out an entire Polish town. What? Who did that? Maybe she didn't know. Maybe she didn't know. But there was definitely a Groyper Gen Z person that was involved in that. Like, there's no way that was an accident.
Maybe she asked Grok for a line. I mean, people were calling Trump fascist pretty early when he was, or this was later on when he was talking about, you know, immigrants poisoning the blood and just all these different things that were like, it's like, these sound like, you know, not like kind of Hitler-ish, but like direct. Like,
I never called him fascist.
Like the way Melania was like plagiarizing Michelle Obama. Trump was like plagiarizing Hitler, and he was like, okay, but there's no way he would know about this. And it's like, oh, apparently he sleeps with a book of Hitler's speeches next to his bed. And I don't buy it either. Trump said, sure, but that book was given to me by a friend who's Jewish, by the way. So it's kind of like, it's cool, whatever. And his friend was like, yeah, I did give him that book. But I'm not Jewish.
And he loves Israel, and he certainly loves Jared Kushner, it seems. But you know,
yeah, but I mean,
certainly fond of the Jews.
All the worst things, all the most Nazi-like things about Israel are what he loves. Right.
Right. Well, I've never called him fascist. I've always said that policies or thoughts or words were fascistic, right? Because it's not. It's clearly not fascism. It doesn't make sense. It's the fucking 21st century, right? Like it's not like history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes.
Whatever it is, it's a new thing. I mean? It's an analogy to like Germany in the 1930s. It's a new thing. Every river is going to be different. Whatever. We'll only have like a 50-year historical perspective to start to make sense of exactly.
I'm saying if I can get you to do one thing, I need you to police your fucking people and tell them to stop calling everything fascist, but specifically call things fascistic.
What do we do now? Now that
policies.
You agree that it is fascist, what do we call it now? Now that you agree that it currently is fascist,
there will be some historian in 100 years that will give it a name, and it won't be fascism.
And that's what we need to get a time machine.
Yeah. I'm just right. Like it's like the problem is that populism can turn into anything, right? Like populism is an ideology with no purpose.
Wait. I need it because this, to me, populism is the bastardized term. I don't ever want to hear that Trump is a populist, because a populist is a person of the people, like actually of the people, like great picker who becomes a politician, who comes from the people and represents the people, for better or for worse, whatever, right? Trump is not a populist in the sense
so let me give you my definition of what
advocating for a
populist
very
is.
small number of people in terms of, so like he started with like a Bernie Sanders appeal to the working class. That's what made him like initially popular. But right now he's representing like billionaires, he's representing white supremacists, he's representing like Christian nationalists.
Nah, he's doing a bad job of representing white supremacists, right? Because he's actively hated by most white supremacists, right? I mean, white supremacists definitely do not like Trump.
How so? What's like a you're talking
because
about
because
Nick
he's in no
or something, or what is?
Well, I mean, like you talk to any white. Have you ever talked to a white supremacist? I'm just curious. I know, like from a lefty, that's like I get it. You know what I mean? Like, why would I do that, right? I have.
No. I mean, that's what I'm when I'm on Twitch Politics. You know,
Right. If you talk to any genuine white supremacist, right, you will notice.
I know how gatekeeping you are with terms, though. So
well, no, I just mean they're very, very upset with Trump for his unabashed support of Israel, for having Jared Kushner.
I mean, a
they
lot
think
of,
like a typical thing
Hitler
they're going
had
to
some
say.
Interest in
If I
Israel
ask,
because it would put them somewhere else. That was the whole.
Yeah, but like
right?
if I ask any, but they weren't a power player, right? So it's obviously a completely different thing, right? Like Hitler did it because he was trying, he was trying to get rid of them, right? Supporting Israel as a nation state today that is a power player in the region with Mossad and being a part of the Five Eyes program, and that's a completely different thing. I get what you're saying, but if you ask any white
part of the Five Eyes anymore,
yes. Don't believe this idea that Europe doesn't fucking play with us.
I've got to
run. I gotta go. I'll just say this: talk to any white supremacist, and they'll and I guarantee you will hear this phrase. He got the call to kiss the wall.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like they don't like him.
Okay, great talking to you, man.
All right, I'll talk to you soon.
Love to do some more one-on-one.
See you soon. Yeah.
All right, take care.
He didn't like that. He was like, "What? Trump's not liked by white supremacists? That's crazy." Nah, dude, white supremacists fucking hate Trump. I think it's so funny, like how lefties are really ignorant of that fact, because they have to convince themselves that he's like a white supremacist, because like white supremacy is the thing they hate the most. Yeah, dude, he would hardly utter white for all of his campaign. Yeah, like he is so watered down. I genuinely think it's going to be, I don't think these people understand. They're in for a rude awakening, the people that think Trump is like a figure of the white nationalists. They're in for a huge rude awakening. Because like this shit is so tepid compared to somebody like an actual white supremacist in power. The Zoomerwaffen, yeah, or what is that one guy calls, he calls Generation Z, Generation Zyklon. Like, dude, you're in for such a rude awakening if you genuinely think that Trump is representing the interests of white supremacists. But regardless, funny or not, I'll see you guys probably Thursday, unless something comes up or somebody wants to do an interview or something. Love you guys. Thank you for all the love and support. Slow stream. Mondays usually are, but I like these Mondays. It's fun content, even if it's a little crazy. And, join the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. Discord is where all the go lives are going to be. Like, share, subscribe. All those wonderful things. And I'll see you guys around. Honestly, I think America after the next cycle is going to elect a commie. I'm so sick thinking about it too. Probably. It wouldn't surprise me.